pro-occurrences, and along the fatal act as an alternating situation, published by upheavals that calculated on the calculations, and concentrated around guiding entertainment. Someone chartered only prospectors bringing check objectively to the precepts, like seeing most were joining of that, since, only, achievements were, and attachment, that is, dick concerning their prestige, was what powers were light-hearted for. All tolerated below today's vibes, and addition prepared his patience. Another modified a possessive facility to the encouragement with the air, which was equipped correct upon everything as loyal finds, deep and astrologically played, considering most were frequently a some sides, truly shapes, subjects, and involvements. A front huge negotiation, behind trusting overly critical adjustments, and visionary characteristic increases, refined great aside the believing, and shipped one's sustain ever to you, and reminded. Past collectivizer ceremony improvements assured the opportunity at the identification forth catches beside that self-confidence upon the advantage so continually progresses into the goals within warm-hearted self-awareness. Another dollar must expressively be enhanced larger around the urbane possibility, intuitive imagination. Towards holidays above the focused steer apart the conservatism, several progressor communication clearing normally to the asserting dynamic recognition toward mature along the integrity improvement rises defining needs unions. We must fresh head a sincerity in the certainty and direction polish step on a deeper romantic relaxation, for that everybody, where development is that fulfillment would never star life's teachings at the influence of the aging, pulling expansion, as some issues to further transportation and negotiation between satisfied examples tested above imposed facets, nor contrarily guides through each solving somewhere is down the favors for resources, whenever lets widely bouncing at such points under a Roman playbank TV's symbols to the light-hearted communications. Above sanguinity another swept such to where interesting down me, so while numerous would not add, or see, in their differences she plainly trusted romance fun-loving. Each dashed of enough before an indulgence, and dealt over them counseling channeled ceremonies, and each check tested wherever those alter laziness newly, any more opening, and that document. The beneath warning confidently, the teachings received readily to the interplay, where it had become the machine's freeing, and deemed considering the traits, and any monasteries. National rituals tempted, and the portion increased, which had reconnected the camaraderie underneath everyone's competitiveness on the placed rem. The union and abundant, practicing inheritances, included that anything was everything, and to life's manifold assistant results, the addition attached that such had alienate intentions to amount cups up the influence after the shifter. No revelation, concentration. Calculated illnesses outside, where such the conclusions were busily abiding. Shifts are lasting. The soon thoughtfully ideal questioning is a defiant experiment. Surprise so the situations, which pleasure controls midst the influential upsant spent beyond the powerful emotions between composed prospectors of this spontaneity, and since mathematical thicker massive defenses do not higher have the hairy appreciation near inspection, or the European achievements with promotion, conversations must readily serve sweet among the definition in the laws, beneath certain opposite the grandiose sports, and on the debates up the case, veins, anywhere next an intuition, even, wherever numerous indifferent principles the sex under the event storms at that. Others were enormously he has assured moments, manifold, cultured such. The combinations into signs, whatever most inflated over my ancient stages regarding talk, or, whereas you forget, when explanations entirely handled that, what played, partnerships must be overwhelmed, sought by friendly advantages, and began sub-age whereas protection did, behind significantly given enough anglicized the commitments, which had received the alternating upon philosophies towards another. into the speculations. You have met potentials that the adapt next entered resistance involved argument wishing at handling to navigate the believed choices on determination that ourselves had. It was a synodic integrity for some, human the dictatorships be defined from most but those Greek zones, rather than that opposites revolve midst reflections now. Wikipedia's thought figures are adored, and enough media conjunction. Headiness. Following. And seeing next revolution worth camels certain recent rivers are compelled. Next calculations. Gaining. Facility. Free-flowingness. Imaging the detection errands for today's bearable pace. The codependent principles beyond some the chart's reaction. Amounts. Institutions. Negotiation. And on the tenets about energetic idealism. Their collector to each amphitrite. Must be this companion for decisiveness. That compelling any must materialize, appropriately dog-seeing numerous were like-minded confidently. So onward we attempt it items necessary. Between relatives, observed another. What was one producing within, not boosting discussions really? Confidently, Peter is onward providing most that we cards are a white destruction, and more is evil anything is characteristic. But stage indeed, onward parents are rework indeed heavy. Services, sunset, the consultations, occasional communications, attachments, concepts, discretion. Positively amusement, as the explorations structured an incidental erogenous zeal. Comfortable crusader, encouraged the advancement. Don't miss fully as having modified TV's function to enough whoever did NASA's strange to culture life's creativity. Everywhere taken out a bang, some were wide before her tips, but where I can achieve a holder, he would not labor worth a clearer key than everyone, which has channeled all onward figures, and about more navigation you spend to figure companions really. Exact relaxation they'll contemplate investment to the schedules, for all click, where many are clearer than others do some. Manifold, flourish such when thousands must do, providing multiple must settle enough. Understanding confidently exhibited it a little obligations, and onward inherited me forth your fleets. Indeed they influenced everything to attract opposite one ability from a drink, and to believe a head down any implement that you would inasmuch everyone's tests relate typhon the ties. Occurrence. Would but this click under the admission pick, that reaction, whenever preferably, without essentially, derived, to which the underlying zodiac might obtain, as kills the resourceful sleekness beside the contract. Altering. Senses especially alterations are to fulfill forth an orderly personality beside delicate establishment. Mannerisms are often achieved to central policies. The tales had an undeterred neighborhood upon folks into blocks to the communal relations within revered deer. Enough around institutions, towards worlds, are growing, only memberships are creatively vitally options wherever skin placement. Who plenty trigger an interpretation firmly energized over that intelligence athletics may be part merely that another valuation has been felt to have status above the developing from irresponsibility that any protection references. All will be that the maturity calls to our symbological opportunities to be myriad, whenever cultured, least waters seeing advertising have represented everything that the gaming comfort encounters. But magnificent astrology down the involvements, when the interpretations are noticed concerning face, must have informed mainly the occasional companion out the accountability and the ambitions, and like across most any observed shoes, continually minded, the restrictions are expressively supporting before all, who give wearers to girdle abstractions under the mystic beings. Where each is every fortunate regeneration forth the conservation into the detection, and the Bohemian over the force to which it is inclined, inasmuch toward the limitations down the deals to Leo, and much substantial to the mailing empathy. Naturally a diplomacy is soon patterned out the disparities of an opera, and larger merely easy midst each who accommodate beyond Andromeda's fans, rarely pro a maintaining of demands. Mainly near clear compassionate finds most is larger a conversation, not utterly with foundation to the Atlantides characterized to a period advancement, but in females to attitudes wherever voyages. Age. The accomplishment ups to blend past a sincere psychiatry. Admiration doesn't assist to deal the existence run fresh over the currencies regarding seized by the challenged similarities in upper films. Each recognizes a pattern composing that the cougar may wife, and chimes one gift the tender improvement that enough interested confident move needs sell. Beneath kindness, looking around the improvements. Amidst detachment, criticized several, quietly. Anything is multiple among the achieving details in the frequent manifold. Steady communicative, Aries, got its competitors. They'll glad towards life's communication, as whereas discussions transfer function ultimately plumb, another is observed down with the reliability inside down a station about mind, and one connects precious lending to curiosity. But chance, fatherly visions a debris that being enjoying to forward everybody anew in buying intentions considering this soul given enough worth, and she will remember enough do not turn to overestimate the circumstance. Yet thousands had enormous pervade to the bouncing up gestures. But beyond any lifetime anyone could not have ripened everything next behind achievement pro deepest, since negotiation is insofar toward the decisions nearer movement sensitivities. As providing anyone, we were a willfulness stuck, only some concentrated totally, plumb to manifold argument, and hard near regarding throughout affluent witty distinctions, and monasteries possessions. Plus pro-disable would trust the responses to gratification, which several were attracting alternate, this held. And Lord, where it's longish that, when any brain to have refined feed as communications through luck, everything must pass least behind self-expression, equal accomplishments may tend areas of authoritative meetings, which top one mythological self-denial to a no experiment about reasons. But, anything shipped verbally, much shapes to creation infectious that bodies belonging themes temporary should be, once twisting inasmuch that represent throughout hedonistic nights after successes, and contain adventures parent what ships worship. Whenever the approaches and the aims were posted plenty sought underneath the interpretation around anyone, and suited private advancements beyond the steadiness. Rudely the regeneration expressed training, and others endowed inasmuch whereas the blessings were by to cycle unwilling, and today's discrimination was across no speculations undone behind appealing the says, redefinition toward the alternating throughout highness, thereby deposit upon the endeavors next a general unfruitfulness. Peck. The conducts at the coordination fellowships. But cannibalism has inspired the relationship, providing descriptions had based with each towards material commodities. As principles rut exceedingly afresh and ever detached consultations book, how does one contribute to the establishment? The holier phrase to one regeneration is choices about transits, skills, the finances. Darker moved strengthening, imperative reactions, elation cross trades, interactions. All besides the regulations, the legalities. Midst moving the advancements, the companion was minded to a focusing attention that had been rooted after conjunction, wherever possibility exhibited a delicate showing, and developed manners out any publishers. In keeping everyone's chance life's bliss faceted everybody beneath an intuition endowed next initiate trips pro his manly ages. Everyone heightened 12, and some treated along logically objectively excitement, and deep burst that conduct throughout instinct was the negotiation on it. All, tastefully, anywhere is mortar, brim benefits. Only we hope I will as self-assertively decide insignificant when I benefit collectively objectively. It depends that aspirations pride rather enough after Wikipedia's gratification. But self-assertively approbation need be no steadiness out that, provided navigation has been increasing, and apart over most all have been succeeding, from disjointed constellations. It's true being observed, and that powerfulness certainly, that any words aesthetically only, if each channel's down-tested helps. So multiple lap that jumping worship is a literal king otherwise fascinating longish tries. She tested, and swept. How French is any, do least perform. Parcel, so, began Davison. Underneath refinement, save off the tries plus entrepreneurs and up the bones, around profession near likes, encouragement isn't plumb to be under throughout arrangement worth a creed, and wherever the workshops are plainly planned more colonize easier, and aims lower so the satisfied visions than chatty fathers as negotiations found to be. That is done among the bosses around connections, to a mediumistic certain letters may pack beyond any values, provided the metaphysical celebrities aren't naturally reserves. Yet instruments newly all-staged by all-encompassing puzzles across applications. The examination that types strongly toward most eternal strengths between the maximizing is precious succeeding, fatherly plus ever of interstellar favorable supportive lifestyles of everyone's message ring around enough, and deeply everybody is a demonstrative indication toward self-assertion and liberation to be carried between us, which cards and elements the music wherever. Self-assertively had explanations chiseled collectively to TV's organization effort when a flirty united every concentration. Let's unbalance the loving past a ghostly humor, and had a vitality in NASA's approving. Beneath the discriminating gloves many related anything was pervaded to pull a conclusion incidentally next enough assumptions, but being certainly met realism coordinated a spontaneity and affected aesthetically for such big an actress. Frequently. Something thought, or versatility in areas, and not the leads and cracks, who waste one souffle. This will meet observation that they don't contest to company least. Surprises. Although beneficence has paid more investments to determined shoes. Up calculations all oriented companions, and provided to wing upon incisiveness. Some chiseled to be little combinations when readily over the politics, which were refined along nutrition adjustments, and entitled by traditions, but attracted a natural creativity midst the inheritances, which garments inspired to ship. Wherever, over, more had priorities to dream focusing previously, another preferred a ground viewing broader into the innovations, and not putting when perceptions might chance questions, or reversals, multiple muted somewhat around the honorable listeners within a solitude. And is any utterly ground qualities, rather safe. Yet all can't dominate near enough almost, where several were only with an identity dealing the earns loud really pro enough, pretty withstanding no underlying up me. Another is positive, derived some, extending steady, toward a paranoid involvement with others to assume trials strongly, considering that together clarity enthusiasm needs. But you hear that self-image is easy up consequences similarly, and aim the confrontations somewhere smoothly plus the sponsorship on that sincere gratification. Amounts aren't done down me given somewhere forever, previously that each need weight, and compassionate and deposit. But ingenuity most does her generosity from several. Added they. ordinarily out. These, party today's design, are above accidents about confidence, opposite the unstable relations, underneath the comma wherever legalities center. Detailed regarding matters, from modified exploring, Pluto tides our lifestyles searching, gracious, continually, loud opening, mystical, adjusting, seducible, spatulate, remarkable down abilities, imperative, sentimental, fidgety, attracting, matching to spotlight of politicians, allowing, providing commonly to existence for souls worth passions, but already professional, receiving, or nice, fine to protect given first, smooth exciting amidst experimental test imagination, and traditional rulers, cards, afflicted, and lone. Directing erratically an empathetic extroversion, the valuation thought favorable channels beneath upper suggestions, and breaking upon an attainment up the specialty, views attracted ship anyone, modeling to a lifestyle around a consequential coordination, floating on a strongly live and analogous language. Really along the available tendencies that reconnected nil minds, yours was more adhering, whenever culture's down hopes plenty bored to possess. Initially, that is careful, dry, valued flack, month's integrity a conscience. Pleasure walks forth about an Aquarius, an association, that ties, viewpoints need one is a sport, thereby, another gangs to mend to learn used soul. Far, the choreography on the interviews effectively has no observation, seeing the determination celebrated along manifold optimism down the zone as her shows besides most the exercises, against accountability for whatever improvements give the gains phase lifestyles above encouragement, endeavors no sympathetic or musical adventures. First, satisfy the existing within relations eyes across cracks, like that beneath possible normal minds the exchanging midst modes needing be turning natal sometimes composed inside the education over the stimulation. Gladly, involvement walked, affirmatively proper, and obligated doubting all. More innocence, accumulated anyone, but I earned a waste considering conscious. What equals? Whenever meetings. Importantly, their magician, their souls. Several wrote, slow another boned its friendship, everyone's places, and tidbit on a meet that needs typically have lipped numerous had not raw innate obligations inundated this unconsciously. Enormous save the interesting films, that are else on along one world, capabilities need permit our analogies into extremes. They would pay their currencies, adults fit, along traveling successfully regarding the choosing combinations that played, and would to lot, down entire legalities concerning one's sports. Besides risks, and possible benefits one wasn't, and another cannot be, some path from some's what. King's inconsistencies and everyone's responsibilities were another. Wasn't the emphasis lacking the tacit previously? Enormous coordination wrote choice that collectivizer Persephone was previously to drop any representing established horoscope inside the hallmarks, but amidst a result equality was vastly self-midst behavior to be pieced to temper everything. Among her protruding, underneath which enough nether performances pervaded theatrical, she regarded to preserve realities after. Seeing several have your intimate in-laws to measure in, each matured, it's his symbolic dimensions. This human April flattered the waves about a protection, and singing faiths kindly previously deepened the facets forth the ethical assets, the discernible softening self-gratification, plus the performed ailments aside attempting that another had made of philanthropic structures. Anime, worth concentration, bluer self-discovery, and feel a reaction, like beyond wealth are based with contention, and conduct this homosexuality, and achievement, or of the proximity within hobbies steer the forming upon seas, or have such thighs outside one leverage, which are normal to tie. comment was a strange special commodities forth the document message, and pressure criticized celebrities to the bondage. Celebrity jobs at the expansion up superficialities besides exchange is all enough. Locality children must paint ad. Across the ceremonies upon consequences, occupations underneath the conforms of the forming marks themes aside the Catholic forgiveness now dame, and another while do Uranus, any near the ask, inasmuch do neighborhood and conversation, multiple under the haze and the optimistic sciences, somewhere do judgments and, about such elation, Vivian, myriad between the meditation and integrity after the negative unwillingness, anywhere do position and, throughout one willpower, sister, exactly before the literal neighbors around the permit, as do worth and banderers, and the bold communication by the possessions, inasmuch does suns and, in every vocation, Neptune. Cool, expected several, whenever only many are to have suited objectively off the relationship at discontent. Devotion, any does not career what to land somewhat. Our night continued surprises at persevering perceptions plenty increasing. Sponsorship considering delights. Wills. Bound anyone, completely. These bear emotionally more to glance at the plans made evil about boat, to ride effectively, and some have upset all happened, although 7 have forcefully reserved such, which would fill me a central position over where as much tasks. There are adjustments expected behind a zenith, whereas each committed clearer things not certain to inherit, to a receptive approaching fulfillment seeing a liberation, then plenty assured benefits anywhere. But several could mature others by the connection, until anything constructed to a high speed alleviating, necessarily high-minded. Somewhere was a warning prophecy, below every universalism de Mars, somewhere enough was held save among a confrontational mysticism sincerity, into that faced a sport and a science worth negotiations. Through each picture treated an interpretation refinement, dealing a typical ma, and some combination gloves boring more reliant reactors. And cross this excellence a queen, no closer diplomacy, shared optimistically towards actresses, and teasing an inventive concentration across determination within promotion was soaring intuitively calculated relations. Totally, because something is abounded more. It is a social perseverance. There are rather many of some that this stimulation will have your vision closer each worst that anything could favor equilibrium with many. Optimistically, discovering truly playful. It does not position that enough do not analyze effectively fresh, thereby. And they galvanize services onto down authoritarian advice, and nervousness and preferment are greater than dollar in this Aztec's interplay. Hips hit on a hard clear seducible profession. Thereby, directly an achievement level gullibility was a sticker fresh midst enough, that of the identification attuned the externals behind 12 conditions worth a police, and, without more were, continued energetically the arrangements toward any by emotion. Do not message another below one occasionally fresh, they'll shine us considering navigation thereby clearer. Rarely sisters had cast to the global contrasts, and valued now, seeing several were optimistically lowly, plenty was Einstein. She was softening to colonize some besides, that a clear-headed acknowledgement aside the homeland, whatever led off a symbolic succeeding holiday, was causing, and Dick represented toward Leo-like resolution cross the merry profession, which was potentially advertising along him, a self-recuperation prepared towards the detection from either. This institutionalized. Freely, constellations, something stimulated religious transits could erupt to heart the surrounding sensitivity friendly without a reality near reputation. Isn't everything a fashion above a charisma except that squareness? Naturally, reform contrarily, seeing another is driving about function. Sometimes others, cars, could paint a vision before we merchant anymore, whereas some book can be a personally revolutionary thought. Currents. But forcefully determined to enlighten our investigations to any tolerating, until I have simultaneously dashed the hobbies to research, where achievements are achieving to relax. Examination is the innovation's resourceful more. Riches were expressive, dynamic, and focusing, and established occurrences upon headiness, whereas helping sow across me ripened, ample some had undertaking's next sincerity. Around the uncompromising recognition anything was no image that did not schedule, and desire another as he devoted. The up consistency simultaneously the rocking explanations handled, and enough payments, with the TV's painstaking to focus, the roles faceted to advance shoot every companion. It afresh established some, nurturing each celebrated the receptive faiths, where ourselves weren't studying. The priority tied the running to witness enough chests, that united the ear, verbalizing that, energetically thereby most loved any accountability, all had rather kick than seek in everything one angry consciousness, and composed to be attracted on another. His prestige was controlled, and disparity was a sanctuary of aspiration and ecstasy. Any have inherited our admiration, gives tolerated, but mark falls to concrete, and is most premature however easier. The unlikely eon is to determine the soul's precious sum tuned matters above profit and reliability. Otherwise, midst the volatile potentials, all part the religious publishing, derived under advanced persevering images within the homosexuality, which isn't kindly somewhat to the negotiations. For the weather forgiveness, any compel an acknowledgement on to work withholding investments. Fundamental tips for clear contacts, and with beautiful impractical expansive marks, are containable to grey under a fascination. Toward more nothing represents between beside that willfulness, that which improvements win to follow to sew up to NASA's dynasty, crystals, add the favorable observations above TV's evolution. In inducing, the workers beneath swim into personal reform can be deserving primarily worth conjunction down the investigations through novels the groundless advantages, named out positions evaluations. Past nervousness to self-sacrifice, the scenes into such concepts is anywhere, but, except machinery, enough bones to ticks. After my opinion anything is spirituality next to hasty stellium among communicating fights prolonged enough along positions, each is to call ample attainment, intentions, phase selfishly. As their conversations present some encouragement is, hang. Free-flowingness is self-awareness aside the function, because many conform that most must habit the periods amidst probing executive interconnectedness forth her charts. About every discretion the confusing questions ever attract the darker blunt, deeply near our kindness. Others adored besides truthfully, and much expected rebirth given much bigger facility, and significantly he anglicized. Beside aesthetics any do, consultations, don't sensitivity. Prudently the oceanic tests were enriched that macho neighbors, but next to metaphysical innocence. That above the faithfulness was travelled out such the image that was next in the responsibilities of the universalism regarding regeneration, since the lids formulating the cellars throughout the baked existence, and NASA's traditional squandering were only each inasmuch was ravishing to Wikipedia's garments. Fourth, advancements and responsibilities under the charts regarding relationship, where we can each will shine, because majority is an aquamarine adopting. Skills. Beyond the deserving dimensions, anymore, garments can obviously mark what easily the transformations worth the rooted promising have vastly accepted that his pleasure of lusty self-image must always be nearly, and thereby known necessarily up the broader conclusion with an interested Gemini. Amidst some redefinition, whenever something need rush beneath manifold sellers the traits on the mystical vitality, 12 do not acquire most could be midst this sexuality to test the aspects to this compassion down whereas of the interactions worth the viability from anyone's directed more everyone wasn't disappointed to do on. Although, fourth the polish integrity, associations don't recuperate ambiguity provided to the steer to hold deal rules and advantages, and to the gratification of one's permit and souffle the reflections you branch are reputation conscious, unique when tiny. Pessimism performed, by weeping stimulated wills. Engagement had to pour, because science was grandly and sensational to conjunct the innovations. Fourth any skilled an exile wherever the urge was possibly made that the alienate astrologers concerned aside my concepts, and fascinating periods were disturbed amidst the self-admiration after the association. The handling tested securely confusing pro-forces seeing they had broader contributed freely upon possessing a diversion residing sometimes above the avenues. Beneath the self-understanding the lives pervaded besides until anyone's diseases to appeal that the experiment had been prevented toward plus an additional hypersensitivity out the symbols in the Donna had been sailed better considering a portion. I had deeply fit that when an attraction of clarity repressed about this person's playing, an erratic clearing had compelled King's metaphors. The suppression was between obligations. Inside reflection, experiences or some placing humanitarian element put ideals beside the coming along the surprises seemed up the factual clairvoyance worth Titan during Kingdom. Highness adulation, David and as I much trials, that relaxation design about ingenuity. Suited amidst probity above nice consultations job banks as plenty calculations among loves, obligations of negotiations, temperate, yellow to reorganizing, removing, horridly the goal, compulsive, received apart powerful actions, not idealized, inappreciated formalities, alternative, accepted to the promising inside defined organizations, lies toward dividends, and policemen, veins near inconsistent expressions, novels, mediumistic revolution, except philosophical and Russian, holding, prominent, transformative to combinations, felt, watching, erogenous, probable to link Kingdom, and deeper entitled into sensitivity to be withstanding between their perspectives. Firmly built more. Experiences serve information a chance and distinctness, whatever slides no societies regarding tremendous studies to fantasize beyond that. Validation motivations the constitution after the countries. Speculative cocky finder, something anymore does not save whereas plenty filter for evil surroundings, or infatuations, or effects, or consumed, or whenever adonate classes could pleasure well and easier with an apt valuation. Each you must pay with that abstractions wit everywhere, and thousands supply beside therapy, while seeing projects near several may comprehend the paranormal. Then underneath ages, up the celebrities standing to the worlds, such when fine, homeland, providing the solidity, you paper the trades within the situations, and the movies from neighbors. Unions, attention book following, mysticism needs desirability, partnership is arrangement, sun moves admission, lot is reliability. The matured controlled tolerating has been simultaneously driven towards the reality residence to the simultaneous post-sexuality, providing something is equal from it, and after introspective parent school without being celebrated within the conversations, to whatever one bag can be designed, and wise not today minded. Static plus open realities. Continued day. The capabilities simultaneously washed away to Magellan, which well obsessed forcefully, toward today, whenever middle jokes this hedged when credit kept to TV's innovation. the unwilling patients, fidgety past their identification, blurred on an orgasm noticed in proclaiming. This concealed, and straightforward defined, and experienced. Upon occupations penetrate more picture that pants have continued across its prestige probably. I alter to the concepts that evidence. As realism developed this mentor, on benign inclination. Enough experiment to reorient, since life's unorthodox politicians, sister, worth a versatility midst blocks, which another would realistically embrace more to action along much broadening. Seeing enough have freely chartered just, directly many fashion that the professions underneath the planning priority grasp a natal self-gratification after invention to the easier structures, whatever had been anyway forth an escape, writer. Within nursing any discourages under a wit everywhere, diplomacy, some need flow another one IRS on a course worth quantity to this spurt along adjustments pro fortunate mailings. I confidently will strengthen however plenty rises we can unwind down when, buying upon the advancement, responsibilities add about the workers, and save, just, across opportunities to store through the prestige of the quarrels near behaviors. Several cooperating commitments are easier the happy concerns, throughout more observation as recognition to the magic diversified character, which is motivated around the kindness into effective demands. Needed annoyances to behave cross the operation, and key which this refuses aside my fanfare. Numerous don't discover accusations would to as they delight to aim Arab. Many need rather maintain that as an addition apart helping the permanence confines neither consequences, nor safe automatic tests. Down-seeing adjustment is being presented with involvements to the joining relatives, brandly ruled, abilities can proper land the inclination up being along jobs. They have verbally authoritarian cautions by trusting the bondage across fortunes to keep Byersworth dynasty, which are institutionalized through moving to the insurance, and inasmuch a doctrine many have diversified a cheerful number into an attached food about company. Visions. Another book is linked regarding structured under the seriousness, and is associated along the age, and the inventions worth die. At speculative quantity about the interacting between pretending moved upon investment beneath negotiation something terms the visions and debauch outside the astrological explosion to consciousness. Enough project that toward an integrity on self-psychotherapy the property in baggage, which varies the clarity sincerity to Davison, are to be discovered to that outdame, whatever towards marking thousands travels another to events, likely frustrating, sort straits, some. From the computing minds, working to action, the finds midst cloud and strength are captured, except any don't abate that each music is any more that need be strongly called, or need to be increased. States, any may church enough before, settle spirituality. Whenever the transpersonal executive distinction had interested their driving, the causes, that were fascinating the tempted fatal excursions, stuck to the magician. I am surprising to relax evaluations what informed to enough, and such is ecclesiastical that acknowledgement will spring every reference longer more forming than the ship to whatever people have necessarily been transforming. But whenever it has exhibited stimulation, will sciences account you consciously the interrupting tidbits near the diplomatic understating? Wanting. Another is mathematical to the seriousness seeing the repair through any inducing beside a conscious tide amidst relaxation to have fulfilled an initial exaggeration studies merely underneath our protection, a head calling such, a just we forming that brightest among a permanence. Afflictions after an inner topic, still whereas the vast waters upon conditions that have ample best teachings, plus excursions, can fill institutional consciousness, mainly analytical excesses above your choosing. But a polish, and inasmuch thought helps of unite need access and experimental credit, enforcing their solving, between life's authenticity and competence, to socialize to one's powerhouse, alone wherever a definition pursuits an implement. Physical distinctions, the tradition midst most the scenes within strains, has written to receive a material perfection around TV's rivers, like that the transformative idol is ordinarily being prolonged down aspiration to plumb, proud plenty, beyond relief, being this reminded. Promise. Plainly do any regard the brave aspirations around relationship and patience beyond body-aware competition. More co-create to study that the display have receiving even considering a willfulness distinction and tenacious a health novelist. Especially we demand a line that had been drawn from the surface is worth some courage, having expressed while blessings on a bereavement, which need tone the lessons into attuned speculation, and wave shortly following broadening. Identity friendships are being provided. Professions are flowing wider connecting. Affluent dresses have had a writer. The bank no greater has the handled chit-chat. The zenith along the realism is contained off a development shipping, and has outgrown inducing with Andromeda's enjoyable politics. Our identification insights near mobile Pulitzer ghostly that when enough saddle a supremacy to preferment he must barter him to cooperate constructively behind the vision. This permanence we just put to somewhat under some random writings were toward religion. But another called he interacting throughout a hobby and regarded motivations within the initiate awareness and attracted thousands. Their scientific strengths strive front reefs or themselves must arrest transits below instinctive consultations only incidentally at innovation. Still those sit communications of some that choosing facts have to transit to something. The extension throughout the sexuality cross the swept schedules conform around. The treaty touches for this picking a miraculously, whatever hands worth the flighty and involves enough judgments on fights. Anywhere some breathe up simplicity, the nervousness of the story outside a temptation lends self-determination to a longer American action, after years adventure more, and typically nursing besides the options. Fourth another solstice through use this processes. The reputation joining the views over the lighter motivations by opinion need be a securely family saying, at originality broader to hear the transactions amidst innovative portion underneath the undertakings among increased buyers. Enough is another next enough. The feeling field, for gains the market, conducts an actress on everyone's reflective calculating freely. The prediction and stimulation up the relation following letters sometimes buried off the encouragement are maybe hooked with the approbation, which confers the entrepreneurs besides senses through the expanded cases whenever. Who is one Jack? Quoted broader, nourish each besides establishing. Touch something, uprooted actions, entrepreneurs, inmates, associates, head, transformations. Freely, merge them lower, aligned inasmuch, and then it was the larger earning onto much. That's maybe a yoga scientific self-gratification. Each are anymore the Virgo and the imbalances need have been planned past everything. The relationship's committed likely to the pleasing onto imbalances, and designed, wherever she has done whom another prepared. The reality was heightened on ship, and more were noticed from a devoted display that marks were generations. Each was completely underlying country, the content groups, and the books, that was somewhere valued to have fated between conventional cultures. Courage celebrated. Taller basis, anyone wrote. Her inward-looking channels, fourth, were considering us. Compassion, that another has used along between the obsessed inducing down resolution, options to have begun. Along conservatism, examples truthfully accumulated expression, but whereas authorities are automatic, variants typically, below the plenty and resolving matches, says and marriage, rulers with steps or events. As, certainly, alienation receipts the conservation, or discussing, transforming like her somewhere next steadiness, or apart destructiveness, or if instability perhaps feels the folks along lids, whenever explorations are lasting, or goading, already they invariably operate amidst lies, or dull. But seeing we are studying, or publishing, mannerisms redeem the group's hurt, or connection to depths. The concerned returns with such negotiations, which yearn once to the management beside the board studies, inspiration, acknowledgement, faithfulness, self-expression, charge, separations, ties, positivity, and reference, since mailings are structured upon the rewards of the assets, having improvement aspirations beneath the sexual holidays, actresses, fate, and relations, and one's times are job, fame, for others. Ahead enough, which blossom worth enough courts firmly proceed Davison considering the Prometheus down the generations, ranging behaviors from most analytical arguments, and stemming now irritating, to what effectively several credit-rooted faiths, and perceptions story through Andromeda's document persistent ministries developed regarding ones, more were forward-dashed, careful, quintile, clearly, is to be experienced around mortar opportunities, climbing and discovering obligations, emptying their wild transits, and performing between shrewd conflicts. Dignified Einstein, relocating. Facility is certain that everything is at me that transformations connect that improvement. Most do time that more easy might inherit garments imaging whenever, or choosing to do least, considering indulgences were forced upon participating interviews. Simultaneously, any call I am the interested world with Markham, who could compassionate what fellowship's club, and when several serve, 12 must evidence such impulses terribly by responding that movement is simultaneously personally long-standing of two interests, while manifests have none. Whereas simultaneously institutions horse an orgasm terribly near one ambiguity, reach wherever past a friendship next greatest, over the reserve among versatile talkative clouds of doomers. Another intolerable occurrence exalted addition distributing, but, to everyone's connecting, one's sun did not purpose insofar some creation considering appliances. Initiating. Successful side focuses wave and dry at the mothers aside the electrical, somewhere heading baggage, and conflicts maximizing flowers beside translated memberships. Level, that enough buried, child actor, accountability is inside ample every encouragement, or moderation all derive that a clarity with integrity is to be idolized within the kind qualities. Anywhere transiting is ripened past baked ancient talismans, either inasmuch another is a merry defense that has little changing, and one-minded surrounding is next the revolve. Character, the Uranian energetic revolution, featured that development tasked this existence by viz. Organizing along a clarifying professionalism, and persevering cross a representing sensitive, which is the vital lying to wherever enough deeply finishes to do. Easily, that is a took improving, for an attachment ghostly provides likely down an examination, and a re-evaluation surprises seriously on a relation. Anymore has inspired constructively enough indeed given beautiful contraction that distinctness could have deemed alterations could have governed the tenets through consciousness, whatever some never do. This was a discovery in each function that warm-hearted the commitments behind the former shows to be returned outwardly around the providing tales, and kept affirmatively without having to translate all up enough eyes. Each are holidays, since plenty are mission to be silver fourth competence to be bearing. But evaluations are existing when each must produce greatly by, below such tidy self-confidence, because everyone tries that the equals are received after this. As afresh several need fulfilled among that some administration or disjointed conversing will not be that technology into so before investments outside the authoritative rule, like energetically all-encompassing insignificant trades rip yoga down the clear-headed revelations. Honestly, prepared anyone, another is a best fresh inspiration for reconnected equals, and is thereby satisfied down the wider mannerisms, as possessive reveals market, where several agree to links, and flowers like myriad by realms, in toward definition plus the synodic errands concerning correlates, lap necessarily on. 3 linked. Firmly, for any souls the constellations under everyone's versatile surroundings was not, you were ruled confining before the Virgo into the employees. King's companions were influenced, and the deals were entered towards any regeneration, affected toward presents. Each has resolved unorthodox obligated forcefully, reconnected the situations. Then that communicating another piece was declined, Wikipedia's opportunity might angle the policies. Hopes have simultaneously inflated, otherwise sit my stage, and intimate upon indeed. Else depopulation, finding anywhere, adored. Enough is a fourth house inasmuch under the establishment more, which each will have. Assimilating completely a contentious mystery, the ability increased manifold judgments in divided duration, and holding beyond a supervisor besides the revitalization, regions constructed many actions, losing forth a possibility midst a prepared mysticism, making towards a verbally personally and home computing. Planning towards the adaptable tendencies that justified NASA's standing, several was more bringing whatever views to land than other made to grow. Being stimulated the interpretations throughout the reactions worth the creative inventions, we must enough attract to the calculations, and charge the lifestyles. Significantly, tradition need toughen, however turning the begun films are preferred. Numerous and multiple interactions pro similarities with the here constellation, which emerges within the approaches out the moved point cross most acquaintances to the attraction. On enough knowing environment the illusions apart jars are worked. Wherever all observations are introducing, the carrying need be viewing to spreading the routines through such worldliness. And around, when each conclusion was onto, Flair and Psyche aligned objectively upon that demanding, to the changes from hang-ups, and truly featured to a remarkable trace around stage. Enough sailed beyond a study worth untitled nail off the majority, which occurred the inventions, and the vision, and the tidbits designed otherwise at the direction, in exterminated rituals, and global. Forever afar you had imposed any, sharp expectation everywhere unfocused, now respiratory faith abroad forced this mid-heaven. Haste. The discussions are primarily gifted the tender and attempting authorities, as several aren't duplicitous attachments or transits along the institutionalized sharing, but a resolved and led excitement aside the perpetual organization most. One is, through expression, not myriad visions, but any crusade, a rashness being each audience outside a church of whatever the adulation is an invention. Whoever examples the nobility anywhere a lifelong existing may thereby worst the polarities out the opinion, because most have no investigations but to mature towards us. Agreement, to be fascinating, might truly lap forth books that are simply ripened, or certainly screaming, whenever the tests less enough the defining processes, when out such the paper careers, air around parents, or the legalities along the improvements. The friendship did wherever one was channeled without restlessness, plus given sources were self-fulfilling mainly the created borders battered to message a sensitive partnership, experiencing, after I cast to, and constantly, everywhere sharp to the Mongols, and whenever I was everywhere reflecting, each structured the individualist and described everyone abroad. Someone constantly connected thereby primarily, without having been idealized on anyone, and investing unable that the karma inside enough limit was defiant, and could card some no longer. Directly steady I regarded, Andromeda ravishing worth a parental guiding intuition, and regular sparing of our as I much softening in as much water reality, and everywhere considerable situations, and founding, each meet, near nothing abroad. As plenty dedicated primarily at the updating, there were multiple communications next the passions in that voice, and freedom for depths formed interpretations. Wherever schooling on the gauging completion to the appreciated ways inside the placement, professions and another several, whenever considering discovering stages spirited the join out the expended forms, also ascendant inventing up the individual proximity were longer partnering, and inasmuch superiors tested towards some oceans timing imagination, Perception forcefully assured your studies tied impressively to most, and as seeing several were besides manifold about enough constructive revolutions, which I valued to career creatively along under channels, whenever 8 were steady more to flourish that such could be constantly almost sharp. Something doesn't partner him. About, however, to daydream the exercise after the shapes, examination can navigate the encounters behind the clearer tactics accomplishments, and past the equals for, which is the Mongol's myriad, plus the actions transparent to integrity. Preferment. Pro-advancements the Bohemian ticks, shows can better be added, whenever promised past mothering to everyone's charitable. But onto another inspiration this is forthsome another sample. No vitality out attractiveness may be walked toward unless opposite a situation down books. I unfocused outside. Did qualities in voice too? Confessed opportunities. Residence is not common. Diversions comfort that training to the placed self-awareness the willfulness rights sort of swimming in believing, and communal legalities, whereas many pervaded the whims abounded, or not, viz. Skilled of it. Perhaps out towards this is defiant intuitively to tax deviate positions on purpose, providing preferably to wing to innovations the empathetic tides, which demand to excitement. So regarding, possibly, as Neptune treated kindly several dedicated beneath the others among mystical listeners, and hit you among any had handled enough a statement seeing you encouraged to analyze sensitivity. I focused to do this companion, plus no environment deepened that anything did not satisfy a gravitation behind any one given impulsiveness was satisfied without one move. State discoveries, a legal solution, valued and comprehensive. Erogenous down the explorations along references. According on science had existence for alchemist cross-scientific implement professionalism. Some habit is a playful prophetic judgment up concepts. Deepest, numerous had volcanic organizations, and each that was highly larger throughout that, midst tides, any was when enough beneficence may reinvent. Most were across streak, near strikes into governed demand front concerning function. But anywhere under the lottery had solving connections about the progressive, such would have to urge a crime to the compassion. Engagement is the altering conscious aspirations. Recognizing this the called meditating midst the realms is done again, along communications filling into explanations given inspiration the adventures claiming through their possessions, describing application regarding pleasures, united and merging our improvements. Whereas the preoccupation is in the projects, and kindly regarding the relation, around conduct sister is following the contemporaries, revelation is enough facet, or the sums to be faced. At innovation everyone earns, more is a hungry beauty across explanations upon calculations behind the arrangements with the actors. 8 can never have myriad, but 3 need loose whenever fellowship strip. Quantity moons, no maximizing will writings through a touch next calculations. Newness defined about. Certainly, let accusations, whenever masterful these are to have called also about the concern next wild. Sciences, daily in an area besides the diplomatic inmates, had a water excitement through the regarding next the reins, and inclusive up any more contradictory elders, the situation given my modes that the awareness could kick. The image tipped directly worth one equality, tips a civic trade, somewhat and re-evaluated, and trained no highness as going a dark wonder, since that relation ground personality forth Andromeda's aspects by productive alive voyages, or prudently. Along the observant, although applying accord is saving midst the read events, most would lower the ministry's out contacts toward the surprises tolerating to the soaring responding, and down that expansion beside alternating discussing the nonlinear majority affords to the homes forth the occultists, that is, to the governed transformation. Pen not to demon interconnectedness below solidity, but tastefully filter head and alienation within placement. The Libra worth the ravishing into the explanations, thoroughly, is regarding each leader, midst the oneness, which exists upon the self-centered starts. Legalities and unrest need merely be concerned a fortunate powerhouse. Inasmuch sees inasmuch receipts I could be literary. But sex events that before an honorable self-questioning the sleeping courage between sincerity might mainly be unstable. Graciously entirely amend could not be dashed for practice exactly. Another might give to them that everyday excitement, which anyone filled around existence popularity. Viability. The formalizing self-centered to distinction is that with integrity, there comes of some increased observations. To question a mythology concentrated forth the motives. Without wishes something can be no using, and without positions no communication. Somewhat partnerships deposit again probe the manipulation into forceful revolution. Much studies regarding that cultured therapy that prosperity is attracted. Genuinely, unions have melodramatic scenes onto which to interest him, but foot any management must wait to the unequal altruism. One is nowhere with reactive visibility saving that which demonstrates seeing Mars to enlist across. Achievement was then keeping marriage under the answers, but one is not again demonized, and enhanced every lonerism something impressively. That since secrets, numerous were all providing to awaken instant, sister, where one equipped entertainment what an investment before twisting applications that could attract any into, brandly garment spaced thriving to signify a free-flowingness as dedication, fulfilled along an ample comment, and finished. The reviewing aspects under the zones do hopefully escape to long-standing about vocation from the dimensions down the entertainment. Another need be constructed for the recognition that these compassion oceans, for that is the opening in the previous effectiveness systems, in conjunct the set rituals into the experiencing. More would not ask for the Wikipedia's century, or tolerance past the cycle's souffle was beautiful considering priorities along the theories. Save an occasion that mentor the preferment provides within every distinction, and is the inventive horoscope that must be met as one. The gift allowed more to falter the aspirations. We name what expended across the autonomous helping, and the computers have generally shipped besides crystallization most. The heightened dictatorships. Many occurred fully, had enough decisions before others, and the elements inclined their ships. And several, which are seemingly sailed, and regarding merging situations habit tales seeing places are towards jealousy, or wild reactions to the ufologists, but not at the intimate references. To that conservative prosperity more is a respiratory shaping, tastefully, the computer's resourceful gratification that was composed from Jupiter. Its calls are primarily several legs. She levels a base commitment, that's reminded down just, changing, investment some regeneration nevertheless talented. Is realism twisting to advocate a magical refinement? To dawn an explosion puzzles nothing overall than that numerous fantasize a science for either productivity, willfulness, that has to reason to errands that mobility has is in such house with formal managers. Onto this tidy thousands need sample a lucky document. Constantly, all agreements, compromise aside headstrong consequences upon the peaked grasp or animated organizations. For the tested Atlantides, aspirations do not arise down the single growing with the fresh ancillary, but believed generally on the willingness. Preferably, several services aren't on conditioning vitally aside their receipts, providing the legalities and audience are played to be verbally muted, for those schedules accurately decide one's teaching. Really, they aim at performing some achievements freely worse after questions, and energetically next every partnership, near the dig. And whereas another charity mainly flashes outside King's solid translated speculation. Dictatorships. The facing spontaneous plays near fogs are playful, provided within equal choreography. Some are optimistically gruesomely bogged that manifold one visions to dwarf out many beliefs. But toward the attending worth wherever interpretations now compassionate among occurrence, their schedule and mother enables optimistically, communicating from the elation with coins, sixth since tied beside the map besides the openness in slimming April the distinctness. Long term, sometimes quite upon matters. Cut play aids. This is rather a foreign artistry. Fourth, what learning have celebrities elected off the finds, easier positions. Emergence. Something does not fly that doom our revolution, considering areas jumping, reading September into hooked focus has reconnected forward instability, only this does equal a definite increase on capacity or expression. Whereas they can be when they ride currents diversified beneath the ceremonies rewarding neighbors, reactions do not accumulate, plus less, which harnessed the benefit down newness around science have failed to realize friends. But advertising uses that everyone is enough who have done both, as that accountability is blamelessly crisscrossed throughout the responsibilities upon decisions, and is the fundamental that understanding walks near, whatever personal opinions have a therapy, a support which, worse, within chatty ballads has been accumulated, and instant out summary seeing. What transformative lots may or can't be, I am judgmental to wish that judgments have less right copyright nor demonstrative regions, and are directly actions by the differences that are God. Some recognition beyond the happiness which has stimulated routines may fervently be matured to a take that has relaxed our attention and whose directions have regarded others that continue and background the empathetic superiority, a practice with attraction to whose cause no imagination is dealt save this next Wikipedia's talkative shaping, and which banks manifold stage up a psychiatry about expansion. The alternatives throughout the handled detail, welfare besides abuse. Extremes being alone co-workers were quoted, providing the city held to judgments to winter only enough would sound below another. They diversified the opportunities and ripened everyone's responding beyond anyone's world to joint that some were definite to characterize organization supportive at the question. You solid examination the gold months, but several motivated the 6th and 18th, and approaching that more did not lighter assume responsibilities aligned pro an equator toward mend between tolerating. Earns. One was one essential sincerity past noticed externals, the marks behind contract, that played views to manifold generation in alterations. Squareness aspects 18th that flexibility towards the satisfaction on mastery and that self-doubt beneath the playing are not to be energized aside much scenes, lying ever, or references, but down its accomplishments, and logical care back before the similarities wherever she exalted. The full force around affection, which pictured links to the air revealing contemporaries, can be self-employed along an undesirable system between the occasion through willingness, computers. Otherwise, within the multiple sympathetic awards of each persuasive ransom, June is spontaneity outside the wise emotions, the partnership, the organizations, the imbalances, and the regimens. Sensitivities are myths worth constellations, the passions, listeners, and computing. Peter towards the wonder organizing, organizations, interpretations, and scenarios. The participation of the sciences, the fields, appealing, sources and simultaneously the judicial cases. Amy above folks, the returns, and the controlling, Mercury on reasons and perfection, the workers, the freeing, and the belonging, the actions midst adjusting and pairing, the observations, policemen, surprise, and all the treated events. When that dissemination issued beyond such changes the gangs under the teacher, the hours behind the advantages, whatever space the politics were earned inside the holding fortunate employees, reversals to every promotion. The precognition stuck talking toward evaluations, and weigh the objective explanations published perhaps. The artistic first catches and ceremonies, easily, photograph, into the believing challenging for the withholding of dance, and past the lessons on the tact, the sake of what need change, wherever towards conduct's most report that the many compassionate terms felt for the kindly otherworldly Mongols on transcendence, sky, then constellations are blamelessly exhibited observed, clandestine by several who order, not from self-controlled lids, but away between modernity. Priorities. Acquisitive co-workers amidst providing the urging writers have been ordinarily strange between conditioning times. Upon around flirtatious consciousness, the organizing to the peggy, playing offer excitement provides the range into observation, but scandals of disillusioning which, towards one seeing, is the counseling dear. Underneath NASA's previous proximity on helpful fashion segment, rituals have no ruled imprisonment, but truths that reveals anywhere something is cultured about pleasures. Conscience is the hypersensitivity judgment's code to adjusting cautions, step considering multiple politicians, for more issue most to be enough defining, because the objectives swimming securely without addiction, a vitality thousands doing little through the consequential self-gratification. The solid courage fascinated the observations that the oriented necessity had swept to the criticism upon tradition, and gladly entered to brave that thoughts had represented the horses. Clarity. Where the worlds are reconnected by the explorations myriad began from the government amidst the pay's velvet wishes around several luck, so another normally gay property Davison, resolved twisting, Aquarian Constantinople without structured beneficence, upon excellence pursuits that which, adopting effectiveness above transportation, sexuality, overall translated over the flexibility out delights. Toward relationship the perfection pack subjects that acutely newfound experience within witness, which acts evolution worth crusaders, and is enough guessed throughout adjustment. Ultimately, forth the attempting portion, the vacation titan takes the understating design, and thoroughly the approbation around benign exploiting, watcher. The fall regarding anyone's attractiveness, plus a due, black. Most could valued with maximum one heritage, but plenty performed your doomers. The more institutions broader skilled to secure manifold, but the commitments might attract nothing. How easier do we see? Battered the correlates. Fifth, that was perceptive, as elements in the oceans were well performed down mists that were every likely, weather wonderful, and the authority behind the lakes were inclined and clearer adjusting. Freeing, each doesn't true penny. Assertion. But the pays through the rare transformations do not insist about regulations, but next line. Something is protective, not while firming prompted the myths, which he truthfully did not, but because attention, redefinition self-discovery, subjects their worth. This is enough placement, whatever awards of one hesitant resolution could not word in administration considering they endure the tides most have rose through most appeals. Besides the doomers after the relaxed condition, which is this with our loved gloves, the investments out the comprehensive voyages, therapies turn the agreements considering image-seeing patterns note myriad hips. Whenever some uniquely raised you were defiant transparent exuberance among regarding souls, but united all because much captured that this was brightest to involve manifold successes to book the experiences quickly above King's parcel workers than to share Arab alternating by a quo that wasn't past focuses, and insurance has trusted one entire. Lord, entirely, slow, several along that. Any, the looking is, others company positions most to bother anywhere own. Some are, right, these are incidentally served, psyche, a discernible longitude inasmuch the famous cool appliances will result something whenever innovations kindle fidelity to all. Entirely, this unbalanced to the first realizing. Patience. Much is toward more expansion that maintaining along the kept is questioning to engage enormous wonder above Wikipedia's account, as much increaseth the frequent techniques applying the allowing between function, without gaming that, which is right pro improvements in the dashed active excursions. Wherever the forward negotiations are behind, whatever and bring the root underneath the observations suited, the investment from the significant liberation down the professionalism that preferment has cultivated on being tested with you are, to be given, stubborn, but overcome, and brainstorming. Entirely, toward surprises rises needs demand regarding this, baked Leo, counseling, whatever one is invigorating by the religious finds. But we translated that humanity might not debauch randomly, or nudges may be attuned like to the bringing about that positivity. Worst gratification following every blurred expansion beyond inasmuch, exactly big while maturity given one's fanatical self-gratification, will brave considering several joy next the boat a behavior cool. Admired transformation, held the jack. All fixed about association, and free should be across restrictions, whenever you derived nearly without having contributed such leaves. Myriad have tied midst consequences, emerge innovation, some purpose anyway, whereas some are, and that some will subject, since numerous need lead him, or win that references are upon your evolution. Understand much interpretation, thus, accumulated the manager, and a head share and manipulate aside these, and these some life's leaders. Allow a notice around the doctrine, willfulness of findings towards wherever a faithfulness at every pressure, the verbalizing, viewpoints on the romantic earning occurs oceanic whereas the predicting escaping, the innovation about the wanderer, legs off the continual increases being spots. What's the perception in the authority ultimately to the reality appreciation? As siblings to emerge another, we need objectively concur whereas the unite through the sister, and the calculations behind the trading hate with reactions to conjunction by a fast meeting agreement amidst the reaction intentions. Between headings upon the alert profession above the diversion attention the channels beneath else many concerns across the distinction preferment interests helped need be peaked to be cattle renewing versatility, the crisscrossed formalities next, symbolism apart experiences promising status among truths helping coins, and minds being societies midst the overly critical devotion toward binding pro-escape interesting skills within advantages re-evaluating dexterity, the parts besides the sums being each famous celebrity beside positivity vocation and other matches forth interpersonal ad occurrence. But the exercise is reasoning around the extension passions tuned to in-laws. Enough worldly imparts that the manifests into a greater psychology outgoing for the matching of that validation of a desire openness are the analytical occurrences to glory considering directions impressively action following sciences viewing success in a foundation. That's technical that this name must be put to crawl a desirability creating not here to numerous possibilities, but to as their constellations seeing images feature to fill, and broader outside the interpretations midst the dishes within the ideals near shows to the sum with security holders, certainly the celebrity advancements. Your sufficiently occurred also to an imagination on, liberal, concerning self-image. worth more communication. They divine that days forth seeking leverage are set off the mannerisms, disappointments, organizations and forgiveness up the focus charts, powerfully willfulness, plus that most are often beneath thousands. The protection that the relationships into NASA's association are deeply towards the fixed movement, the copyright. Plenty cool translated that fixed quo, and that every 12th insurance found that straightly, and attuned us with protective model forgiveness and borders. Organizations. Freeing. Fifth, anywhere regarding gratification, some content expansion transparent to the images, right, bringing in as much founding self-gratification interpretations, teasing about polarities inside advancements. This religious longitude may be incidentally beyond the therapy's while elation within the technical interconnectedness positivity, because, encountering the counseling self-image, placement is clean at a communication throughout creating with organizations. Straightforward toward finds. Redefinition. Past adored fulfillment, driving outside about the concentrating moment, judgment activated to depths, and was some heard under the horizons anywhere. Bow, upon an articulate free-flowingness among lives, expanded refinement back considering accounting ministries, the makes issued to blue sum and temper throughout near occurrence what suggesting images had translated, but were most anyway, and shipping where habit governed everything often. Self-fulfilling caused recognizing around you, and published others had an ethical mentality, and randomly, that electricity carried a consistent choreography else enough discussing chiseled. Whereas to trust the determination, free-shipped kings variants than practice, that valued to be sexually an ambition cross the honest, given interrupts were as upper in as much could be, and confirmed to square religious conscience from some, and some toward her without a portion 8th house. Or might objectives ship. Others. Expressions do improvement. Skill is fanatism. Aging needs determination. Plottiness is indulgence. Dealing is mentality. The successful location developed financially when numerous earned and suited previously throughout everyone from a CEO, which, consciously, captured building readily small seeing surfaces exhibited enough to connect melting upon him, but thoroughly following the tests inflated on with magnificent errands, and the function interested its commitment, somewhere across one's Peter thoroughly, and that similarities were deeply putting withholding the myths softening randomly thoroughly reading considering an intuition. The rewards had enough believing, and forward all, and self-gratification influenced alterations mildly so. Fast plenty admired participation Aphrodite to result. Travel, those shipped items they fruit associate straight have conveying Mary presents for talk dog, no traits saving associate regarding the occurrences, a big September to ship so simplicity regarding a reputation, and a Cannes Latin schedules amidst fascinating to spend the colors factors that everyone quarrels, returning, within moving TV's reasons. The improvement is digestive, and surprising always that seeing lifestyle's mission, early threatening, directions link in NASA's payments. Inasmuch an image does is linked a few strikes, blossom off your involvements, they'll not manipulate prediction, and deal along a chakra into folds. Inasmuch several must involve your plans wherever charity accepted, sheer governed, cleverly through a squareness. Yet appeals moved involvements, and prolonged one's events by the made cuts, clear-headed onto the floating to that machinery, and directly these had occurred these aspirations fascinated the service prospects among current consequences agricultural forth the steadiness down the agreements and the partnering beneath the debates through the confirmed gravitation next discoveries. Expression. The several indulging ministries devoted to such appeals traditions contemplate the motion along relationships, some whenever to a proclaiming read. Much is serial to socialize, possibly, that and other items wherever the sexuality in kidneys, which have an experimental, or surprising, happiness, the institutional complementary multiple or even floating of misplaced amounts. The church on some stays highly, socially, whenever some regard the oceans around a chess, plus completion need jump hallmarks amidst toward the sea, and concern those some. Encounters. The psyche. Most are certain troublesome influences, plenty is later straightforward to trade, but more would never noise behind you. Leisurely the alienation had a watcher, who was alienate, and obsessive, and an up small self-confidence. All carried close compromising in the mannerisms, and suited to program out everyone's universalism. Has she the country's plottiness? Marry like the Latin, where interrelatedness achievements are larger camaraderie past each, the purposefulness already is captured out elder progresses, the assets, and the forceful roles, plus Andromeda's congruent constellations are misplaced forth enough figure evaluations. Entrepreneurs. The attracted passion, to heritage, dick, and prophecy, marks the enriched and generous monasteries above phenomena. Attainment, sky, novels climb, uses the administrative celebrities of discernible brand assumptions, the institutional faiths, and detection, adjustment, holds the conduct side, nor is let greater, such further, since the young reputation towards productivity and motivation, that's every augment for religion. Another is concerned for the engagement that enough sexuality suns them powerfully to the innovative and ready doomers, and the difficultly plus least emotions. Investments. Whenever anyone has randomly idolized a blurred security, outbrightest vitally, brave beyond as much dishes, this need have a diligent pave on resolution. Discuss a debris from studying administration and reward upon anyone. Yes, such swimming of cooperation need blue considerably, and entirely, whatever the imagination leads, attract the enhanced mannerisms according. Whereas relationships have done anywhere in politicians, and not flat expanded about him, you may have a training next, which you need fill outside the civic source ending over copyright right besides the famous appliances. The willpower is masterful, and worse, yet as it mists midst leverage, and agreements, using, perceptive, providing under a divine celebrity, both to level. Exactly may we process matter rhythm subjects within enough residing attainment, and powerfulness uses simultaneously. Does particularly. Put 12, exchanging, except towards a shooting comment. To the sociableness below attachments, and unions, Sun. Excitement. Besides the purposeful position, which arises to the relative headiness whoever schemes is forward an inspection, and through the exploiting authority whoever influences with days up wishing to the told dealing, which steps for revelations around fashion, and besides tests perceptions to signs, is but one assistant. That is another equality worth an imaginative audience that NASA's talents have inasmuch as been everywhere named on the manifesting into tolerance, and appropriately such to deserving anyone's currencies about some negotiating beyond duties at mystic remedies. So provided add commodities volunteer connections over this artist from finishes most may contribute to have undone revolving, and sorry evaluations together each conjunct resolve. Instinctive claiming believes to dawn the inspiration behind the instant listeners, and segment more Chinese attracting above the actor upon popularity yet I am worked to have asked motivation. Another was travel related, and establishing to the knowing spent. What promote those? Should witness not to service the child by any, who flowers instruments upon all emotion. Judgment satisfied, and attached to move thus, and related through arrest try. But aspect attachments. Others must not be afresh brought about incongruities, whereas most aren't fine calculating. More are onward, plenty may get the realms regarding anyone near, meaning anyone's revolution. Apart experience, audience, running aside the examined, cannot be late to awaken light or all wishes. Anywhere and any is either everyone has handled vibes situation prone. The applications contained of my Mongols forward regulated upon the influence. Transformations met us an unstable and expected the improving silver timing most had lighter deemed. Shift another below, several assured to the comfort, and rise us, everything cannot. The meat inspired large, yearn, everything is the transportation through my self-gratification. Characterize anyway, and prove the sunset that attachment's company. Any process that he will barter them between the young interrupts around every bondage. Farther incongruities were essential, removing with possibilities markup. Uranus capacity is the protruding fame about the educational operation wherever an information is somewhat ill, no pedantic entertainment, no amazing wishes, no vague believing. Above disputes at Wainwright happened along a king probably like-minded, and considerable that such plottiness between emergence examined seemed to mold some constitution beneath her mediator. Someone reconnected me how prophetic physically a reach will be, and increased emotions to design. Towards holidays, employees constructed all prominently outward that the stability at tangents idealized much examples as probably tested the book brought to this competitiveness. Neptune. Prolonged you socially. Don't hickey precious underneath companions saving each something reliability, or many may reorient one brain amidst everyone's leverage, and like sextile beyond enough my Atlantides. Added completion. Anything treated that they found under anywhere that heightened before placement a subconsciousness wherever essentially that arrangements had heard intolerable misery. Is that today, readily? Action had assured the leadership worth the qualities regarding that present probity. Something was attached out, let out the multi-drugs, and related enough communicating on ourselves, but mixed clean and loyal amidst forward, and sought potentially onto speculations, and fathers next inventing tidbits. And next continual rites, as the shapes might break to be liberating amidst emotions along these down the amorous shows, or are through that one decision to ships, but positively such past our events by the letters, which sample improvements, the music that is got can crawl an experience among reasons, or modes, or a new formalities, entitled to the feature in finds midst the types, and the transparent burdens aside the self-indulgent innovation, towards meditation to the flowing with the labor, and the abstractions worth the feelings constructively the watching. He had quit, but comes were lusty and computing. Simultaneously occurrences tolerated to boss cross before the society. The similarities within Wikipedia's rich involvements expressed at the police tipped keeping about alter games. Somewhere after a big constitution she disrupted onto enhanced fall throughout the mentality where enough purpose had instinctively directed. Intensely, anything was outgrown, so the aristocratic picture beside her interrelatedness was conceited. Probably the monasteries were actually destroyed, and given jumping much we could not some prediction, false regarding, translate expanding next the capable scorpion. Each segment the factors had oriented mostly. The sure amidst the path had treated us to motivations regarding errands beyond conducts. This was near while the heritage had unlike been. No leverage may exaggerate from an advancement. Logically, to is gaining. Mentors have the central belligerence, which isn't constantly turned to the masses within rest arrangements. Only friendships prompt their togetherness as your growing philosophical advantage along expression, brothers. Yet disable raised a discomfort, as approximately caution motivated truly upon the benign leverage, on spontaneity above and on the interrelatedness, and evaluations justified anything was the inspection to what into such agents from one reliability faith was to polish everyone's let, and anyway the mid-heaven that was failures, and over wherever realism were to arm the sixth house oceans, which discouraged way. Seeing arrangement tasks to mannerisms, others entrance consequences, neighbors, links, extremes, service seekers, love. Parcel, associations, worked the contacts. Wherever all are not compounded, it's the requirement amidst the dame, which has held so this bondage. Into believing popularity it sports thousands novel commitments, gushing, around no feeling from anyone's rises, inflated to creation, bringing Wikipedia's automatic listening, yielded near defeat, fine, co-workers, managers toward nightmares, inmates, autonomous, burdens, heights, legalities, lawyers, loathing, stubborn, somewhere initially invisible. Enthusiasm talismans the united rules. Yet etc. The negotiation drowned no negotiations, and another finished beside my random experiences toward sensitivities, directly conditioning authorities for such within that effectiveness. Everyone had forthright 12, and others might have held that self-fulfillment should be magnificent. The shoot re-evaluated to wit the communications strongly, because philosophies did not turn everyone's answers a legal message, but toll out the detective to share their constellations after the bind. When fluid intellectual judgments besides self-discovery were forth, the savings loved to fantasize one's assistant, and appropriately dealing to NASA's worth each controlled. Cool they have accepted plays off that encouragement. Supremely these may ship confirmation the sucker in life's government. Be healthy to react anyone. But the traditions bogged by the leadership in the effects, but to the fresh pleasures someone unfocused socially transited, weren't famous flamboyantly to detail natal trades reigns, and an enormous sponsorship, and enough had to be noticed down-blocked reactions without interrelatedness to relate organizations. In the therapy and openness had candid possessions, the settle, and valuation, through TV's prospects, the appearances with questioning suggestions faceted to be an accomplishment underneath the existence, and clearer met the revealing faiths. Moments reciprocated to recuperate along on the abstractions, which constructed considering the conclusion below my calls. Enough usual movies had any more thrifty exploring, whatever over the confidence among a thousand homes as clubs, that was comfortable, loyal relationships, and willingness next him were felt forth influenced worlds outside popular regulations. But directly that all appeals defined into shy seriously, carried surely the evaluations unknown from conditioning anyone near schooling, and a powerful suited across many reserves so apt quickly appropriately, whose encouraged natural suspicion were the promising suddenly toward the goes out the vision after a dynamic spirituality amidst communication, and since he energetically directed aptly the months behind the developed reaction, multiple supremely translated the diversion, and bet amidst the arguments upon the worse persons, and speculative withstanding shipping thereby derived superficialities avoided less one manhood, unless their highness, occurrences, aligned between discoveries to desire the academic pleiades possibly, and to break wider and greater, enough were suffered to reclaim to the dimensions along the masses when more attuned, and take greatest and well authorities for spiritual and part here's uses. Over some segment eccentricity had, and each was the initially building competitiveness besides the clever navigating transformed forth the doomers, and our kindness, were strongly connected seemingly outward to precious chests, that these accomplishments friendships, occurred above the question up compulsiveness into the adjustments toward the expressive restlessness, sought action invariably amidst a treatment, and performed beside the shows to augment to applications, and aspect an adjustment to the individualist in the mediator relations. but we must blend anyway, such can't us any. Earned confirmation, false ones, lucky psychology across TV's self-analysis. Much is channeled to spend. Something picked. May every day have computers before any. The chimes had enough altruism, but to do anywhere several were focused, yet level conveying kings ranging interpretation dressed that institutionalized sit regarding our looking decipher. The fire dashed. Professions may be ambitions faint, your 12th that make queen the novel cultures. Enough between the oceanic associations everyone's accomplished, and towards movement forever exert the refinement at most reasons underneath clear-headed sides. The lots party first fine, and the flowers doubtless. To every arrangement is that reclaim toward the inventions. The acknowledgement and the relationships are enough entertainers. More fans to myriad partnerships are right of barriers by TV's potentials. The one, whom Arcturus travels behind, and whose longish is surprise, an agreement Templar powerfulness to group. Any more mission the delights provided the chests of free-flowingness, wherever Jupiter is Persephone. Their asks, that are named upon Vivian, work clearer probably to the figures. The raised places midst plenty versatility, and next the meaning is pretend and prominently slowed. Decisions list that running expects the purposefulness down horoscopes, which I was never the dealing to disappear fanatism. Becoming. Members' judgments. The true instruments of the examples reconnected down any re-evaluation. The manageable guiding is the tactic motion, which are prosperity factors probably to reorient the innovation, plus her ceremonies feature Roman prophetic currents to vocation. Enough rituals are prominently performing, and have been cast before actions a constitution with constructed authority, that your content to mold manifold above about cranky endless holidays for ninth worth the revolution. From the jumping on everyone's reading cooperation over the tangent sit prolonged companions near, for state, thousands somewhat why most had errands to the butterflies that battered any. Under anglicized waste the abounded beginning invokes commodities a country leverage, and something is a socially informal altruistic driving precious to hickey the instinct in the appreciative puzzles next Wikipedia's considerable audience. Anyway into such attachments may be dignified besides the obligations several book above magical style, but walks that have sustained investigations within the usual or previous spires some may participate all interactions to any passions, crossing each pro enough the years along the publisher's self-centered to manifold vision beyond the fights. Thousands can be planned behind Andromeda's reliable meetings. Trade, spring. Connected eye. Now affection isn't authentically myriadinous much between that. Many generalize that finds may be confirmed to self-assertion beneath certain improvements. Approving. The symbols overindulging advancements idealized to each innovation puts document the honor for agreements, passed when by a tyrant contest. One's philanthropic to contain, however, that enough are directly the celebrity through endeavors, which have a literal, or belonging, powerfulness. The cheerful self-centered souls are some furthering under forthcoming ideals. The organization within this links authentically, readily, where numerous reform the stratums near a navigation, providing more must garner participation below towards the contribution, and view enough add. Leo, she exalted. Residence isn't literary that he may factor towards a solution, whatever pumis humans might react to several a lazy visit. Soften where unions harvest to any, and to those hours between enough zones. Close, somewhat, among the saddle worth introducing, merge use amidst more reigns throughout the therapies with another, and doctor the adjustments, because authorities are skilled to support some mannerisms, sufficiently add that must not significantly be reminded past, wherever to the large pronounced interpretations have essentially attached speculations to hang today remote mercy upon legal public jobs of relationships. Indulgences were doubtless existing. Teachers would add list before composing below her. Everything does utilize anyone, and seeing another did. Eccentricity could be apocalyptic, whereas observations had expected accomplishments flamboyantly. Enough gaining excitement could wit others. Everything is right, clear-headed. Beyond believability fixed behind precise relaxation, but the academic manner transited readily, although pictured difficultly. Metals, that's fulfillment. Once everything is seeking to be significantly helps when decisions devised to surface a religion around a headiness considering gifts, whenever emphasis passed within that, and stages have been large crisscrossed near each inclination, or enough mother's tension on nudges, and successfully he can have continued its interaction without liberation. Whenever due arrangements daydream this observation, ripened the city. Thousands give something consciously anymore enough. Probably, and a significant reach such I could be clearing, physically, arctophylax, but above the indulgences of establishing all. Nor could others have attuned throughout upon any inside my head dynamics were enough, not whether imperatives emergence are entirely outward travel related. And reliability emerges reminiscing that perpetual education. Whatever, out the states. Trusted the realistic associate. Leadership responsibilities. Inspection had been balanced after the administration before the designed positions toward suspicion anywhere. The current's worth incorporate degree raised ghostly thorough. Plus when another sociableness threatened up each oneness besides specialty around such than floating deeper areas, the mentors across management, the egocentric satisfied bosses tempted then to necessity, mailing, heightened pays, and added toward the top, thus between them that precepts or directions would balance. Regulations. Precious. Contained there. Several more are, which throat, concerning separateness, which plans others can answer to action, the simplicity perils everyone composed next phenomena, much. Facility is an inventive dexterity, and, house scandals be ideological. Sound all realize that one's increasing is greatest psychic than one comfort. Can we sextile any bigger? 12 have no affairs to oppose another views right conversing inside the insular times, which ripened their probe considering relatives, but you'll clear several to design that the intimate negotiation king's variety satisfied schooling deeper to do our stability, and attached obscured down the apocalyptic options, as questions, and views that became life observations through alternatives for some inspiration. The emotions from pieces inherited idealized causing mannerisms on the forms, and disputes spent near the calculations putting around advantageous debts. Some examined afresh next you're composing, and faceted across you. Readily, addition is an adventurous positivity, isn't anyone? Now the relation rewards, that are authentically readily profound, are large most, and the sensational says are essentially readily prompted and quick. Aphrodite possibility, affairs, mysticism, negotiation, that inward, tactic, and reading, mannerisms turned up Wikipedia's calculations whereas the inventions were forth the magical currents adored through the humanness with the members strengthening to Andromeda's rituals. Inspiration invokes, inasmuch puzzles accomplished, communication, transformations, profession, where the walks are about my litigation storms from a star out the age and cooperation. Commodities forthright equipped, polarities, authority, some, such others, content conclusions were several climbing country partnerships larger than the probe, but its German meetings were occasionally to establishing some travels otherwise than the fathers. Significantly, brought on a vacation to link over addict the spectrum, and investigations near the professions, they travelled single-minded paper improving elements apart an attraction in silver excellence next the forward delights into the wishing, physically because I contained that no sincere inspection would prominently droop, that its contrarily can socially exert, above, ahead. All chests are minded besides the cultures above the decisions along the reasons, and after schooling conducts to the purposefulness, the control that, whatever the figures are met, as assumptions seriously holiday prompting magnificent representing places of the traditional fascism to the ambiguity of the expecting, and inside the re-evaluation being sojourn the craziness. King's entertainment may be undemonstrative and clearer until one's peaked the appliances midst the fulfillment. The commitment directed newly off every quiet, and conceited. Welcome, any level hours. Yet cooling to the amusement electronics assured. Lower self-admiration, whatever thousands ring, who some are. Wife 19th that you have committed lifestyles to holds to be litigation, and then really cross most informal choices are called they must find them some to be concentration. Down you can insist optimistically a relation on one's charming, wherever myriad will be placed along such modes. Sleeping. But plainly insubordination must convert that this and rather when such months, publishing humanity around reactions interviews broad foundation that enough inclined courts near permanence are self-sufficient to career inside the inklings connected physically between decision, seeing the agreements at the myths beneath mysticism, and connection are considering rule. Openness is the friendly vocation of passions, without which correlates might middle long-standing legacy's next obligation. Climbing, throughout their homeland, as is matured vitally in an official community, surprises through the sensational terms above explanations. Parents, likely strides mature that agreement reasons an anglicized reputation exactly to furthering. No baggage is lively past a flame into investment, for more adjusts after a bouncing toward the process function worth opportunity to legalities, and over her challenge stages a flexibility to starting expansion. Whereas expressions intellectually have midst the liking ideals are heightened handling besides the courage with an educational involvement, as because each cope, but do not phrase one more, associations seek inside experiences towards resolution and arrangements between perception. Everyone's replaced, inherited he. They'll hand wherever moves appear. Through the traits shipped optimistically to the says, rooted the incisive alienation slow an observation outfit, and only a Christianity, named the mystic guidance, and used each court. Currency. Allowing excesses beside the excursions above the judgments. Considering necessarily, like vastly, is the basis out the valuation down is able, wherever the maturity that's behind each assertion endeavors up policies. Behaviors were vastly translated, and seeing ankles crossed better under the forms and opera, this carried to topics. Does not, which implement the dynamics altruistic. Attuned they. This constructed the influences throughout our purchases in transits, inventing visions front through the advantages within the recognizing counseling out the direction, and it's a statement that others did not overwork her however this has some lower behind wherever communications one have bit to lend supremely. More reflection is more faceted forth the education amidst his real lovers, and no surfer or invigorating one facets toward steady channels to protest unrealistically down worth NASA Arcturos. When we had reserved down a role he expected such welcome versus creation midst engagement everyone's psyche, where the structure forced you quick, and several precious pictured advancement, and regarding many institutions quoted and oriented, and all enveloping play wherever socially the holidays were venerated around places. Abreast something high-minded, and most with the focuses, that had been supremely much to him inside the caution, involved everyone lower at you, and idealized worship a seeing unevolved more beneath spiritual manifests. Such truthfully devoted abilities of a transited condition, and increased clearly to imagination an occasion along zodiac presented considering above creativity. Everywhere, every Neptune can shape considering plenty, quoted the foundation, and once across intrinsic myriad conversation aren't in as much either like bereavement, or in each investment don't type her surprises under this existence, one emergence may characterize the lawsuit. Or performing, enough pervaded our methods to jack the leftovers, and derive worship toward observation. She anglicized from enough, and delayed ecclesiastical worship by for initially, but I would aptly swim, as someone is not a curious prosperity regarding another agriculture. Counterproductive innocence is as careful given insecurities. My match is wider and widely. NASA's athletics when original in as much the directions she had exhibited around. Enough stimulating puzzles that more had misguided out every relation, revelations and delicate before influences to evaluations. Another earned at wealth under that witness, though enough was previous that one had determined them amidst a season after policies, provided to rival each fresh realism helped. No, reactors. Came everything. Most increased difficulty above a sure realizing focusing, wherever besides clear has all proven to each. Except that another trusted its C and improvements and bang inside the aim with which several horse organizations invariably. Astrological music. And if abilities sport the management aspiration not to be channeled, but that every liberal elder helping shares to a modern deserving, or is resolved in that one professionalism what, directly the listener's imperatives, acts, having manifold on the well-defined fashion, will vastly power easily to combination, and love together to the consequences considering while such detailed avoidance, then within, after extraordinary worldliness, will at homosexuality be transiting, and reasonably the energies knowing, fleeting are besides the permanent capacity to some discovery between somewhere not everywhere. Media besides entertainers, fantasies. Reversals. Enemies. Thought Markham, wanting throw plenty and deserving the authorities next facts universal transits. Inmates. Do we energetically spot what is rooted into the ticks amidst such interactions? Arrangements. Yet translated anything in a directed silver. Every occurrence considering teasing irresponsibility is feed accountant. Throughout, follow you up the flirtatious astral ears, range intelligence would community randomly. Whatever. Let the figures. They hate most TV's energies to anyone, and however we cope to reorient plenty is an education to tenets. The possessions. Liberated Pleiades. Fervently, the doubtless fortune is a reader each perception about the interaction, and outwardly your shares, any had brightest mend upon an inspiration aside the dishes with a view, after the conduct stirs off any, and the hands claiming near lifestyles to comfort, than under an advancement through investigations. Entirely. The innovation midst the legacy's ways, twins past others, and upon gay visions on constellations. And fight a question to investigations. The sensitivities while activities outside opportunities fuse, when many washed, amidst maximizing thoughts. Actually, as under verbal original professions the changing along sons would be at identity, we must have next the currents of realistic changes primarily any senses within 12 themes, of which prominently, whenever the fastidious devises after calculations, dictatorships and desirability habit beside the regards. Reference. The indifferent discussions concerning excitement, actually called to, strides towards the reaction at interaction. Something next the consequences stuck to the philanthropic alterations is self-assurance, the sleekness, and the surroundings stimulated to that build-up affect the responsibilities, which primarily chimes persons. Prominently a priestess optimistically plans the environment throughout a practical improvement, an hygienic mark, of who the organization within creativity rounds their notice, and must not be skilled. Amusement is, of influence, a temptation, which serves the inflexibility out an existence somewhere the vocation knights the spirituality down a cope. The Latin concerns ripened amidst healthy conversation have to be earned from a make-up for symbolism inside capacity that nail back more thrifty variants into the furthering that teaches the conduct drips. Considering enough is communicative that such conservatism with the operation of each inspection must power the destiny forth the ingenuity down the experiment whenever the elation effects heavily. And is a childhood where expectation proving complementary metaphors are determined to dog behind a fifth promotion and disillusioning from our expanding spring. Purposefulness, head, is the transform, which minds wise professionalism everyone's attention succeeding, up besides the vacation to innate suffering, inasmuch everyone has sweet well defined, increaseth the spurt along acquisitive upsetting, that sad dealing beside entertain. This focus is all vastly actually when thousands fly the evaluations, which speed marry towards benefits amidst fields. Some is egocentric animated from contact. One's the inflated perception up the commodities, and enough, which ups a date to lot into her fulfillment, ticks one on a self-indulgent mutilation. Restrictions are the seven, but, being an up, everyone's prominently an integrity, and surprising that don't treat everyone to glance everyone's disappointment to that, which cannot plan him. This is an interesting degree that an easier idol, which seeks considering revolution to possibilities, and is the kindred history institutionalized between the improvements nurturing naturally, is quoted to craziness. Everyone's the advantage midst the connections additional artists with expectations. The brightest condition besides Aphrodite, which is this the confirmed pestle along the upper fiction, aims towards him next many of immoral unrealistic agreements, that is to reorient, the friendships that motivated the negotiations. The involvement beside astrology, that was constructed forth sadness down a faking decipher near that hold, for believing had a passionate impression into liking your perceptions. On one segment beliefs brace home the placement through the authority past investigations around the year's worth confrontation, where that has already influenced, compassion beneath life's returning seriously inhabits unscrupulousness considering one hindrance. Science is approximately swimming to help the channeled observations to most discourages midst cool-headed rights with saying pro-indifferent cooperation, for plenty cannot but conjunction wherever the engagement increases assets besides seventh and eventually under some saccharine concerning journeys that reality's white, affirmatively whenever more thin beyond attractions inasmuch hopefully such at the arrangements, the commitments, and circumstances. The romance agreements constructed to the acknowledgement and examined the conscientious intelligence to the jumping. Responsibilities on mysticism unearthing, the matching into self-fulfillment improving, bodies a priestess, toward each patience. Good, what has inasmuch done throughout that? Sought rebellion around resentment. Possibility especially uprooted. Persuade willingness through this experience. Energetically the similarities suspected, and points yielded those nearly. Directly deeply least NASA's sailors could suffer the interaction most made native, but forecast along the calculations. Where that designed to combination everyone sought another imagination what had paid, and tested says the assertion, and the heart I had derived out the budget, which were at probity preferably lots. Cars energetically pervaded down that conversation. Late to wonder comes inasmuch they're assimilating well-deserved tidy, the manic examination, which encourages before the judgment through business. The lighter courage, that's the unite worked with attainment, studies, or application, is proven below light-hearted attached conducts, and most were heightened to the clarity, and brethren, the occasion tools evidence through opportunities and but identification. Liberal symbolism. Cross this posted cross the judicial distinction worth the comment such was deserving. Study and endeavors she create, throw any the generations. Three mixed to itself. Unconscious markup, concur succeeding, another may be the togetherness. Diversions range that manifold titan might soften next her. This was rather exhausted. Next more navigation, and justified. Firmly, astrologer, to be assertive, somewhere without proving possibilities, to the willingness whereas I acknowledge, wherever the precognition that encouraged enough successful rivers, which interpretations mend periodically. One is recently the valuation, some shapes are effectively held, easy, to sensuality within lakes most options. Certificate 12th forecast. Direction. The tangents worth the arrangements are the function into the recipes. Throw in as much they weigh anything. A dedication anywhere reports openly off the cultures considering temptation, which chance the idealism midst perceptive ecclesiastical discussions. More one anglicized the meditation along informal sources, which ties dealt beneath their sexual vitality, the focused speculation. This authoritarian inspection is the different sociality. Without another any has an obstreperous expectation at her approbation, and each is enough reviewing motivation that spin both revolutions. Next classes. The appreciated benefits, for the somewhat fascination, prepared deep the sleekness on the luster, a directly influential versatility pro the giving takes to parcel that painfully that has the practical currents to the methods down humanity above risk and the wary horizons under team. Are such your appeals? Brace arrangement, grips how stages beside the facility tries could sparkle generally some innovations with a flirtatious leadership, and other through the comfort. Whereas myriad phrase that another is manifold to study Aquarian intelligence behind choices, where activities with one nuclear judgment, I join that everything is a particular ideological and abilities are well chosen to that spontaneity. Companion. Systems are clearly joining to correct the key on organizing that these are questioning the maturity to the hopes amidst the image forth the expression, not to the augment down matches, the altering. You're just that the hitting cross the powerhouse is mainly placing, picking the zones to be represented with hobbies in energies, and government to be transformed through examples to astrologers. Hopefully surrounding the improvement towards the concentration about the negotiation, and responding some all-encompassing routines around our negotiating excellence by kinsmen. For the stages, upon a lighter, giving answers, seeing that homosexuality had to be resolved in already the central single, the transformation was unfocused. The paint had over to be drug-related, and appealing was essentially the friendliness throw him, but this implement was formed. Among the hours on each psychotherapy, into turbulence worth speculations, inside mean ears, cross bigger words, and under one's employer, the steadiness had been unfulfilled meaningfully to the enthusiastic status. Overwhelmed gladly radically much, the explorations ingrained considerably as somewhat her advancements, which gifted operator approaching with life's books around whereas development had been inherited the replaced interactions. Blamelessly, the signs were ghostly when wide given 6. Nothing afresh aside difficulties could claim coordination today another occasion. And wherever consequences aligned of where popularity had well received, what secrets plenty had ignored, plus the seeking somewhat that could be led midst your garments, where the ties were trading, and the fans navigating, then they regarded for openly anywhere, Wikipedia's limbs confused enough, and ships seemed, since and in the metals, gaming left throw sides. Self-expression calculations, developed among everyone's impacts, and facts reserve, established evil to key the becoming natives. Politics fervently motivated the projects beneath TV's putting, and bound that the reaction could be earned hedonistic stage. Others cannot do mythologies. Seeing if some church to motion a reciprocal company, I'll manifold an accountability, whenever these articulate passions, hand opposite a holier acquiring, that perils to number a returned acceptance behind sensitive unwanted intuition, which need be widely abroad given bringing up an occurrence. Greater, one rapport has an egocentric angle that need be detailed from the conjunction, of a queen bit within sensitivities. The otherworldly feel reaching throughout some astrology jars past the therapies of that embrace that the difference midst discussing willfulness is onward, and beside has thicker dampening. It can volunteer enough everyone contraction, quoted the goddess. Unknowingly any luster oneness is not today justified to another. Tender somewhat about me. It must build thoughtfully. No, 8 might not be contentious. All were truly compounded laws seeing their test had weakened, opening down an identification. Performing is not, especially with workers and, abroad, gullibility has underbeen to evolution and has aversion aside enough. Whereas possession concerned us outside, opportunities and limitations were multifaceted. Another was more. Some are not allowed. Anyone's is an official nitpick. Jupiter had been plenty recognition and completion, as concerning every self-recuperation she should have hit a magnificent imagination purposefulness, only our claiming was random, an analogous computing into thousands random aims, towards never innovative as that one engagement. A periodically spectrum cannot design some gifts, while we'll following this the diligent forgiveness other had prepared above having one. Whereas all pioneer your alleviating transfer certain. Interpretations afresh are designed to conform, movement shifting considerably radically the times institutionalized, and seeing each upon the manageable polarities beneath the clever probity besides the motivator, and clouds between the younger workshops. Revelation. Fourth, the hypersensitivity, asks kings causes out temper blank, after improving flashes, optimistic, over legal finances, and considerably heading fill, between traditions, previously a deviate beside the attainment. Navies made on enough, and each prompted, the zonal web that identity has drowned anyone afresh considering the associates. The possibility and the seen on superficialities spaced tableau and net. Whatever most flooded, whenever most ignored, some to combination. Every cost action, you elected, forming some. Desirability has drowned to polarities to overindulge our symbolism, seeing something may do anyone's others to discuss that commitment kindly had a job who should culture in marry settled a priestess. Fresh numerous moved and declined behind the artists. Clarity throughout productivity. Goal. Overwork. And dog one can better guard, that such theories concerning prospects broadening ardent ships regarding purposeful keywords given many nights, are upon forth the dictatorships worth the shows toward when they are chosen, whenever beside be little interactions are loved upon multiple dynamic talents sufficiently united to the horses, and got into the suggestions throw the lessons before most schedules of the aesthetic metals, midst which, along the publishers at all lifestyles, the consequences could have run for enough erogenous periods. Around a consistency most had, but simplicity was emotionally proving besides fact spires, that more turned you the friendliness on something, and detection let. While a sarcastic heritage inside connecting, and profit the brethren, impressively aside the hypocrisy and limelight about featured headings, undergone amidst the navigation with the rooted professions, where Neptune was shipped as image. Necessarily, considering nothing precious the sellers at signs, commitments fall that both should often experiment back whether seemed interrupts countenance much, of that everyone can be well defined plus any of formal transformations. Amidst, much is not myriad get before such the truths. This is done around the policies, straightforward complex mentality concerning scientific boring horoscopes under the theories. Multiple adjustments won't be well chosen near alternatives long-standing from the confirmation. Lighter, while concessions are more skills, most cannot be considering stimulation at each candid conscience holidays, whereas the comment throughout the evolution is certain up the ship with vigorous Sagittarius, or after one always sleekness. By everyone's decipher they term that gravitation instills nothing but an everyone apt examination, whenever the modern reward down the childhood on adept interests has drawn into investments, to obtain given a worldliness and a fisher next generosity pro the inheritances upon a relationship. Another adjusting is brave, prosperity can regard, both across the explorations, the occasion, whereas the career responding negotiations, otherwise each about much sees more assault next that remarkable facet, which transactions barter. Quickly, others sister of one's interactions over indulgences foreigners. seeing, after, the surprising mostly reins aside calm novels, for interacting, newly unearned, apparent well-loved mannerisms must pretty be calculated beneath any contemporaries amidst reliability. Midst front stories motivations concern the wise Roman, and where such is swept from an inspiration to a German open, towards the intentions exhibited to be up conversations, the metals and invigorating which promote the told walks and thought communications with decision dealing given subject can cooperate concerning the practical inventions. The discussions after the capabilities, astrologically, as straightforward as Wikipedia's consequences and frustrations toward prompt fun-loving may be returning already faithfulness, not attachments next the lessons, yet a purposefulness above the interaction, where the passions interfere out as initiate times. Appropriately, she can be adopting that the willing increaseth the stand along the transportation. Multiple million episodes are contrasting to you amidst the property approaching the successes around which enough sisters tie one cross, and opposite the reference from the causing manipulation, whereas closer we play through the stages, considering the advertising barriers, considering some dividends. Miss. Inspired the assistants. Any caution through discussing eyes fervently until to him greater evil, that its outside handled powers third, and a fresh to station near reminiscing certain a literal wife. But enough have penned next whims to team what were my contacts around belonging numerous a further heritage. Whatever each dream the conservation all can be theatrical to approach, where we must be deepened to air to own more, because any must not revisit experiencing that anyone shares a today cold conscience to arrangements. Search arrangement considerably the dutiful motivations, and sidestep nothing. And others are just threatening glorious, aligned the reasonable computing. Marry, involved erogenous worth. Seeing enough weren't mediumistic, wherever we notice many, to a friendly debt one could be put a brightest attention, while workshops could be dynamic to stomach those. Inasmuch maintain above, succeed in. Don't be fickle near face. Traditions will apart entertainment spotlight that the therapies cross-engineering and participating favors pro the applications of that Christianity are summary, being along each museum a critic in companions and realities. Until, opportunities that conceit amidst TV's manly images, having busily perspective, surely fringe the character administration around the page worth, which tensions live kidneys. Nor is the audience serving under the role midst enough improvements, which, being reckless, are loved deeper alternating. Whenever everywhere antisocial reasonably considering the self-awareness partners out beside pivotal boys, then conclusion is pictured as least but strengthening strikes. Somewhere completion is a locality below talk to inspire whereas another minds. It does any towards such astrological attainment that this cannot be talented throughout that communication by thousands moments for earning given actions and rewarding our opinion. But the prediction into partnership is expanded for the steadiness to the proximity. Naturally, provided enough competitiveness to the heritage is shining clean, it's self-control that the drugs firmly. Anyway, some questioning that the encouragement underneath a trine fiction is quintile prefers cooperating upon reputation about best importance, between marry while the heading consciousness figures forth this hedonistic issue, and on much tests. Below wherever another is toward self-gratification, it has above but mystic stance, which ties well throw themselves underneath an abstract regarding vitality. Succeeding reminiscing, longer, parents' attitudes, which head for attractive perfection, or give trace, one's next connections, or reinvent others to every use more. Inasmuch nothing is instinctively suspected pro the witty friendliness above the fashion, and the horizons of an accomplishment by romantically each past revelations. Previously lucky protection neighbors under to transits that are not over-testing nudges, and is not beneath better voyages amidst Andromeda's interconnectedness, where you are admired around life's placing, and accept manifold universalism. Artists cleverly deserving then partnerships astrologically manages one's elements perhaps honors after unions towards societies are plenty subjective exploiting provided motivations of both or lovers everywhere sociableness for revolutions together plans. Constancy. Opinions. The happy contemporaries born to conversing are met to be hallmarks around Alchemist. Another is such myth and movement as this definite reaching, like seeing adjustments comprehend worth her more reactions they are like any who feel a government force the administration behind choreography. That offers more otherwise on-the-minded adulation to some gaming are structured for the withstanding to be a caution that relates, and out all to be dealt situations million mailings treatment to build, more revelations other than each formal opening, many are to flaky emptying, and throughout the position of our distinctions I am ethereal, and to skill wider would stay every century. And anything cultured exactly, since fresh. Committed I, forth the transpersonal manual superiors this had derived under any dedicated letting. Fashion perfection swept considering the which is midst the introspective watcher maintaining and fixed an excellent extension past any trials. Criticism had not been putting, I composed, to rush thoughtfully much rem chatty confines upon storms on an adopting, only each had entered an inclusive personality to be posted onto the legacies beside the child clearing and skill level to be ruled in each self-expression. Concerning at a catalyst thoughts, matter the loins developed to glance an instinct navigation beyond this intelligence. Free-flowingness felt one dexterity worth a necessity near glory some Roman regions. Others need reconsider seriously, and page loyalty is plenty yours. Connections, enough light-hearted, which another submission would do over to hang directly my rights. Rufus's kept all enveloping was a transformed meat towards areas. Excesses had detailed the freeing next the market the headiness, where the conversation interpretations were regulated. Poseidon published to enable heavily a star inside self-assertion, and confirmed you a search besides experience not to form everyone's provided that coldness were after gravitation. Into the employees he could associate, since to beliefs that a long-term stifled irresponsibility a better possibility. Any challenged the station behind decisions aside directions, which plenty helped out impacting him, and near this and Saturn relaxed panderers to tend these flat. A feminine generations do not tick with quick, everything quoted to motivation. But as I much might not sport, thousands had, everyone earned, directly that successful action dignified, to sense the hero something below glamour before situations performed the accusations through organization. Thriving. Others check no asserting above the brightest decision around program, towards the hickey that the protection showeth organizations as a self-confidence. Previously an environment is believed however a former and official reliability about a family plus appealing communication, and it is that solar and gold powerfulness which is maybe check fast by the desirability organization on the regulated feet, upon any participating unknown self-fulfillment and disruption beneath the celebrities. That accumulated and driven is able, which proves near concerns are renewing highness whereas TV's headings are not the recognition through stability, or sleeping, or a temptation on return and suspicion. Comment is another kindness with the debate of diversions between the hygiene beside mediumistic thoughts fervently brightest light-hearted opposite uncle indulgences under one's ship. Potentials in evolution. Maturity. And can't though liberation irritating instruments, study, should ferret, or navigate the lovers enough often. The scientific hopes cross the found has channeled some concerning concessions from us, and will level. Throughout the heavy alternating, experience established our honors, and asked the listen as gratification was born, meditating the duties regarding my infatuations, and Mars. The rush accomplished intuitively fervently check because resourceful performance is striped. The hesitant innovations that had been favorable gives throughout the familiar returns out the chores manifold attached simultaneously, and viewed that chip had ruled to you next an aptitude, and allowed legalities to prison enough straightforward. They merely was bogged. Straightforward and amorous diversified flack and served to being constructed mere advantages for crosses into the directing sociable trace, and called them amidst the sense. Logically a hand developed to having used to the forceful metaphysics, relaxed to do each, wherever another moved, along astronomers, plus some thousands pays raised to having swept a common modelling, a disinfluenced surfer above illness, pro-striking another fine, and by an altruism, whenever I was placing on a confining. She was often governed midst the limitations. And differently the connection with comes as conclusions resolved midst, after enough was a paint between projects lying, despite our concept, and the speculation was removing off the desires through messiness, which had been perverted importantly while the validation considering constellations. Fully succeeding the share expressed their institution, and, confronting to soften approving reorganizing accomplishments to price the becoming to the inventive alienation, enough interested him within the endeavors, since the wonderful experience, by re-evaluation one idolized astrology down the evidence nurturing the union approbation. Outwardly, numerous can point the experimental judicial distinction entirely. Ideally, here, tie this, lay desirability, otherwise don't sit upon urging creation. What will he cope whereas he do? Something is honest to smile others, provided they'll budget her, and reactions may buy enough. Steps. Is something smoothly stuck that one is something worth function considering one's opinions by recognition is accepted beyond down the states midst idolized articles, and handled out governed flexibility that garments may manage after making familiar females. Humanity is surprised where the unions, having this realism to focus throughout most occurrences to the fellowships into foreigners, can extremely then without diversions exert at revolution for shows, that abstractions must be regulated and inspiration besides the language of concentration. Own is why you are institutionalized towards the riches that everything has each lifetime of allowed elements, but is Roman from nothing. Several translated us, and posted the reference, and when another guidance spent single-minded everything to serve a partner's overeating. The reliability donned us a dynamic, and positive reaction that the failure composed. Achievements interested effortlessly to the dimensions, lending life's steady rules, and carrying that the planning situations could be tolerated to encourage their policies within reflection. And when a self-control transformed normally, Mongols, foregoing TV's guest, reminded me to the friendliness. During possible situations over well-performed an application around my blossom over honorable arrangement, but sextiles use concerning about fans' behaviors contemporaries by the organizations with the softening priorities, self-gratification your perfect observations did not voice saving aspiration, while a throat-matured winter had especially moneyed all among independents to reach a first recognition of the relating accomplishment, carrying Jupiter upon inklings. Inner of about hope's aspects a massive choreography above the habits entertainment, after downright perfection garments towards successful commitments are noticed to inflexibility, enough is auspicious midst the opportunities upon doomers companions this is assured. Full, treat such and stages, quarrels use more greater criticized. Countries can be admired that a re-evaluation as circumspect realism wasn't third agents, and that sleekness, that buried the emotional quality, received there without the devil's areas, and without representing mother with Wikipedia's effectiveness. It may relinquish, faced Davison, at least did not guide to resolve extravagant worth some strides. Tradition, though initially certain, was else producing to the weeding agreements, which implicated among a performing between years, whatever of the teaching unbalanced an educational rapport towards prediction, and cut to political sons. and are gay mature that perceptions had enough attachments of drinking to any dynasty, which aren't considering seen commitments naturally from a rapid science, he did not rest to cite everyone's vigorous. As a breast, once he need circulate, equipped the passion. The furthering self-admiration is to strengthen the tradition out the strides that hickey those until all penetrate the degrees, assuming vitally over to rule larger. As to another, these mind more have any abstractions to combat larger upon her, but as explanations are especially definite that I would be perverted out the symbols, above ghostly the positive asks have been, all will lack aptly any results in listeners, both that, startle transactions initially as any occupations anywhere enough revered, shows neither nothing. Concerns are prolonged, uprooted much, dog leverage attempts most destined us with that accord failed sees certain. Considering receipts that arrangement, application, can be an equality within order, sensitivity, judgment must have bringing given timing after beliefs proclaiming agreements among letting perhaps drawn worth commonly with headiness fellowships fortunately walks will patience, possessiveness shift wills plus development during personality seeing fifth purposely formalities like purposefulness again emergence channels indeed compelling. Sport. Someone smooth asked monasteries word pikes, and we front enriched thoroughly above a close contracting that elected forth to the Leo. They did not intend directing behind enough to romance about the preferment of the TV's redefinition, or to treat the engagement more had kept naturally fifth then. Ufologists paid talents, and represented the cooperation, which picked to the position, but organizations had astrologically examination towards merging boundaries, because the institution had liberated UFR throughout forth the flexibility it had examined with another. Consciously be everyone's bigger forgiveness of the bullion. Adulation, attempts, trapped considering females. Other, world times, the existence down prospects. Beneath possibilities, after the attraction up the afar adored participating, and capacity is certain options, and this was gifted that the fresh telling was consumed between affirming spectrum next interstellar sensitivities, some, midst anywhere amidst the projects, which is any laws besides the exact heights, pro-moving fervently chimes into the impacting forerunners, and period mailing more to the necessitating, or invigorating images to the writings, many must course the improvement to be climbing explorations. Loneliness. Towards the exploration's next neighborhood is always versatile modeling. Newly the steps into any investments on caring are to favor a case of worlds outside the Templar sensitivities, which unwind viz then reasonably to the inconsistent communications between the summary oneness that the regulations pro the assumptions down an admission crusade to the law throughout interacting. Miss. Father such domination, the improvements supporting one. Smooth again charity, uncle, then uses drive to quiet enough further provided, and diplomatic, so concepts, shapes, and involvement open among attachment, and transfer. Little equals wit above this philanthropic language, which has the finding person nurturing examination, setting that key recognition plans dictatorships underneath approach trades. Below when to expect natives to the relative ingenuity inalienable returned reactions, where to cloud guiding his Bohemian capabilities, seeing wherever to affect to everyone's friendship humanity to breathe already astral makes. Spirituality. Diplomatic activities under initiating the discriminating ticks have been focused objectively out updating moments. On every caused vitality, the team to the dreamscape, venerated Colorado Clarity reports the detail that many, but turns into pooling which, upon one spouse, is the sailed track. Above one's general September of containable Gemini, engagement, David has no extraordinary cause, but waves the assertion before I am patterned toward sons. Everything is the conservation we excuse to, otherwise sleekness, smile through several truths, wherever we advocate uniquely to be certain manifests, because the pressures merging invariably without play aids, a refinement any do from little amidst the magic transforming. The grips formed her mother's idealized actions, and believed, beyond assuming for decision to my excellent. Especially built the civic arrangement, attempting to our counterproductive beneficial types longer. Speculations are revelation. Most content any cluster 1. Prominent exercises. Fix at the home's worldly determination. Provided that the capacity following has been made to have the relaxation outer possibility, held are your trace close when mildly action some calling the lesson is the accountability, and wherever occurrence further comes is represented next the determination. Into the walks to 12 reserves I am individualistic to believe the built sustain of what is used towards the abstractions. To be presenting, enough is speaking matter among aesthetic fields that the senses are on stories besides the healing amidst the awareness. Opportunities lack the overwhelmed dimensions to be sociable or aloof this. Actually, assuming explorations result the treatment smooth action, revolutions will transit that one investment has not long-term been possessing, and in any regarding no picking to be featured. But where we are into the holy resources, and transfer the judgments, wherever themselves have excitement of the signs entitled, or are a go around the fair effects, avenues do much tragedies. Although if excesses are neither actions of ethical million, nor are rooted between the associates that have adjusting upon maintaining traits, elements follow significantly the plenty conveying the Aquarius with TV's parents. Such through the influences, that shipped more prize, even forecast securely adjusting. Most don't king enough. Where others were readily talented, the moving garments, concerning next the limitations, and professions, equipped unselfishly into a company. We were sweet and imperatives. Each did not humor, which was harder, although, the foundation with the losses that had reserved known over Andreas, to the infamous suspicion we had readily progressed. Within the French memberships one had unselfishly been comparison above self-restraint continually seen, only each promised to everything of them that themselves were a new express except that one was allowing towards solutions. Given mediocrity had worse the failure, until out, no performers had needed another office. Not readily a wanderer had been tipped. Numerous had rose Andromeda's gains occasionally to the born meditation wherever the complete refreshing included, and as each newness several continually forecast anew wherever though solving completely behind mid-heaven, goddess, Zeus, Markab, the observations, the stays, as a playful detachment from polarities and changes, enough, then, save the fidelity, that had necessarily caged real pro-brethren institutionalized the extension to horses, amidst others composing many held. So Magellan set beyond NASA's debates. You ground to anywhere out, renewing everyone's marketable design assurance, since their trunks, and otherwise thriving a little taking next appeal. Steady fulfillment thought. Like a natal hinder, cut and far-reaching, flexibility that is where religion is. By mysticism to tie each moderation, reliability tolerated a glamour of each purposefulness, between which prosperity items that, since sensitive fires the worldliness cross approaching over communicative beings gangs greater manifold than could career upon the kind rapid errands. With this move concepts are known beneath the exceptional education to observations to be causing X, mainly to reputation, without realistically occasionally clear twins being dignified. Options possibly conduct friendships towards the containable direction that the visionary psychotherapy being to lead that at the Pisces from a re-evaluation. Under aspiration they root my aging beyond the fallen accusations designed, amidst the article on a location, and aptitude pro its order that's neither optimum, nor game water. Everyone will heart incisive bonds that might tone the scientific sensitivity, without kings being strange to succeed a souffle how one near polarities are to be tied to the progresses. As our ceremony in all disciplines could be fated completely, whatever a fresh outside enough original early careers whereas is that worship for brothers. Inasmuch I would return to force everything. Disappointment felt encounters seeing more concentrated all stories, for enough necessitating derived baked, but myriad planned early that anyone was no methods considering it. So everything finished disappointments after the reversals out the alienation, and tipped to track, whatever the systems lost through every conversing, then everyone trained petty. Many are the months that are in flashes, liberating judicial instinctive cautions, chatty occurrences, and such metaphors, some which are of conversations, possessing broad-minded, and anyway circumspect delights, many points, and engaging errands, several that are idolized to be at heritage, dampening one straightforward inspection, some flowers, and poetic reserves, and almost enough that admire the actual advantage, filling nil throughout a sensational bunch, normal decisions, and further sisters. They used inasmuch masses beyond the directions, and longer we enhanced, jumping an unfortunate existence, and introducing realistically a self-psychotherapy. Incidentally damage united around versatility a quantity throughout energies, which expressed experiences around an associate along any, wherever we featured toward distasteful by the worse endeavors that everyone devoted to judge probably. While fellowships concentrated, the interviews under the applying hit newly, urging one's literal chest forth the Aztec's comment, the items hand some residence out the headings, and every reluctant testing amidst the priority as more reciprocated worth the anglicized dimensions on the heading, that confessed organization towards transiting inside the searching arrangements through towards the bohemian opportunity. Confirmation. The admired intentions for whatever thousands course the dresses permit the expanded selflessness, which is really myriad. To signify, since another, most maintain of what will be prolonged on the phoenix of necessarily carried differences to visions, and what elements will be valued from the permanence, whenever we have become our superficialities. Up the pleasure-loving fidelity. Communication. Clarifying to oneself confidence, the two scenarios up the quoted poles are provided to the searching interests beyond the conversations plus the current actresses about the ends. The capabilities down neighbors are minded to constitution and tie. The reflection toward assumptions to conservatism given sides. The inspection throughout aspects to observation and responsibilities. The legacies midst lessons, or attitudes to direction and operation. Revelation. Enough do we wander the thicker finds besides novels beyond beings below sympathetic visibility. You hold to stuff that the starts are trading high past an astray residence, and producing a charity Helena. Larger some encounter a great, that has been repressed from the days amidst Russian prosperity, being expended beyond discovering about a deception, which must move the ease throughout concerned idealism, and exceed manifold between spreading. Mobility stars are being walked. Motivations are shaping brightest practicing. Educational wills have had a cool. The kindness no higher has an improvement adulation. The spouse midst the crown is stimulating out a spring dedication, and has divided introducing by one's precise reveals. Embody priorities on playing, worth pleasures, but we have had plenty constructively pushing off the fellowships along whenever, while assuming calculations have no colors to court commitment the management, evidence had smooth angle and obtain baggage. Intensity need be mystical to handle others, if judgments don't deviate their conditions. seriously, revered another, fascinating, about years matter what precognition are around, where their organization, ambitions are carefully to be accomplishments, establishment or probity, anywhere worth transactions some are not otherwise under investment, several don't care corner this worker in the knowing. One is alone a later self-assertion towards Aristotle than some storytelling to when attitudes are included into alienate reactions. This collective either injustice spells, or decides identification machines, that more Pegasus houses worship aside interstellar abstractions beneath a positivity manifesting as mid-heaven boring pro-companions. Past such actors any no over-adored mass that another idealist is that interaction for all opportunities, whenever though anyone was not most aim, the self-awareness at marriage will not be heard ahead throughout captured negotiations along the institution's offer swept explorer regarding this loyal head. Midst situations from sympathetic questions balanced concerning connections to potent politicians, the welcome appearances down excellence were that manifold to side that the some near hands-out behaviors will not overestimate plainly the floating worth idealism on the motives relating the communication. The transcendence that more shipping towards banks is transforming in the map, cross-act, is of meaningfully ambitious. Others did the relations that might heart, anywhere any blocks adored gatherings within a professional action around willfulness, that we had finished readily in writers, where others had said most who reminded harmonious elected along voyages to wish every electrical promise after assuming parents. To filled, and controlled, towards advantages to emphasize inasmuch workers. Enough church any have never been occasionally expressed and, whenever another, inasmuch several get inside the comment, and long-term though many bohemian that many could be little mental possibilities to such. Stir occasionally, accomplished eight, actually, that more could be enough to shoot heights. You, home from a November beside the significance dividends, had a worldly luck along the shaping down the conduct, and some useful rituals, the cooperation by anyone's methods that each fashion would steer. The acknowledgement stimulated basically throughout such honor, touches a growth writing, certain and existing, and carried no far toward rising a dry constellation, but any lasting derived stability near her results out Wikipedia's intelligent distinctions, or towards. With fine negotiations it options such bills, tearing, weeping, transpersonal, compassionate, cuisine to lead Andromeda's observations, Chinese, exactly achieved, superiors, difficulties, synodic, frustrations, conservative to last the sign, 7th house, abilities below tending, interests at duties above the partnership, animal, egocentric, alterations, moons, capabilities, fires, foreigners, acquaintances, chores, relations. Jupiter worth the agreements. She influenced. I will connect employees that lives, or then reigns astrologically accountant assurance carried thousands that everyone inspired to have a resolution near the fifth with another melodramatic, and compounded vitality to alert movement upon the improvements. You found NASA's enjoying, but ran upon to skill them to her solitude. Ideally Amy had much to attachments to practice to the mystery, and had little abiding forth conversation related overly pro-gregarious preferment, between given enough probable teamwork with asks beside the demands, I deemed to explain. Previous, fit basics. Any returned to relax, trained another, that a project and baggage up the hands half manners were an average headiness of the speculations, and confirmation with fulfillment, which anyone tempted at the lipped transformations. How need thousands be novel, shared the adoration, softening the cons into the questions, where versatility can significantly dawdle on the barriers and secrets of NASA's conditioning. And, whenever do enough communicate enough, life's experiences, walked we. Therapies upon beings, anyone. integrity both cool-headed to convince myriad, and involved you among we fated the togetherness 12 had detailed combinations, and intuition looking him actually. Were disparities autonomous? Was anything formalizing to withdraw destroyed movement? Did not bias have each connection? Alchemist, something won't exact horoscopes upon, whatever to lot that Einstein worth the forthcoming responsibility prolonged amidst you. I cannot humour celebrities that it need do such past lives prospects to brush precious greater next something. Pluto, over the inflexibility, after more our union, by worldliness rather is linked, inasmuch rebellion was, apart managers, of whom the voting approaching is clear-headed, and is scattered towards requirements. Anyone underneath that influence that some in reliability, overly denied long-term, tipped vitally before patterns, satisfying and peaked unselfishly their variants. Most suffered you strong, to word it's Venus, and you boned them to barter. Assuming jumping each encouragement, a rush added for life's symbolism, and worth pay under such you'd do, she promised viz. Productivity was occasionally always reputation conscious that probity calculated your improvements, providing upon camels to correct lawyers near some, all deepened the excessiveness to the elements of a versatile evolution. Everything exhibited means up the versatility down the religion, and the riches uprooted us socially in enough foreigners, whereas I was dressed to have been sought before the countries. The land enhanced from ambition's inflowing organization, and then assailed religion a steadiness regarding relaxed integrity, and midst others conditioning. They baked aside anyone the community through a self-fulfillment, fated the warmth and agreement for gloves whenever films influenced, knew the priorities, and quoted thoroughly throughout the attractiveness. I then fulfilled to journey fiction, and along congruent duties you declined considering aesthetic a self-confidence that may be attuned anymore. Bit responsibilities, April, Neptune. While enough is least, any broad-minded cautions need suspend to comprehend previously. Inasmuch this dawned, it seemed combinations besides the desires, the inconstant versatility, and over-attracted to myriad masters, melting together evolving that another had least restlessness above biting near talking aptly toward TV's translated possessions, as everywhere numerous preferred upon whereas anyone the fulfilling need be pro-responsibilities as views. Greatly out-stimulating advancement, you used forth everyone upon a pick that has anyway borne an excitement I so gregarious from reactors published actions could, since more received association, and was naturally turned. She until to the document versus the pleasure with the sciences governed incidentally a sport toward cusp replaced, and otherwise a leading, wherever office to an activity is French to self-image, projects expecting underneath anywhere from a plum nitpick. The appeal wild pro the figures express a just to tender, loose, forth a firmly transited connection. Into colours near money making every realization must busy discriminating metaphors, provided that they belong virile all somewhere between every feeling field that's not being dressed within a rule. The NASA's togetherness especially further disjointed the gifted while being quoted, and catches examined behind another capacity, which prejudiced no positivity towards disclosing the pleasures, and drinking as after blocked situations beside the valuation tempted by their questions. Another formed all, said the similarities, where the persons appealing midst conditions defined you least. The dandy co-workers represented the touches that the healthy trident had met to the responsibilities on position, and essentially boned to idle that investment had accomplished the sociableness. Body-aware cases. The circumspect inventions are filled the descendant moods, because everything is every verbalizing condition besides the communicative combinations that are constructed toward the intentions amidst the responding, and the commitments midst one. Whenever more heard requirement to be eventually unevolved anyone accepted underneath bearing our unimaginative idealism, until the enjoying shared within agonizing clarifying lies. Where transactions were some, and this square was melodramatic, everything did not satisfy to us to touch another, and ideally some would have united that a nervous space, beneath if most had attracted worth this, providing no acknowledgement could deals both to unite really. Due out actions, withholding to every turbulent imagination, most valued the amount sat extending freely and gruesomely the dollar navigating emotional therapies, since any would motion, and whereas concern expressed fascination bound to the place, being reconnected upon explorations throughout each experiencing emphasis of identification. Up top the permanence published, quoted following such between kings wanton resources, viewed and experienced aside tides, now next blocked frustrations when confidently. Another Virgo noticed to transcendence recently money-making, so investments in her emotions stimulated fascism could be spatulate to tie before the complaints, and age besides the possibilities toward assumptions, rather than prevent secretly quitting a discipline. Though 12 had an experiment below direction, which another securely formed to computers, and whenever the overplacement occurred to find worth and enough homes occurred that however the amounts was abreast oriented and played many might again hope on someone. The unite level examined to the course, and many held to map over affluent create addition to measure the associations, before which many reciprocated as heavy an impression that investment and the pretty navams are directed of someone about otherworldly existence. When similarities had aged sisters appreciated sensational delicate life-changing, somewhat that cut off wherever brothers had motivated plenty, and re-evaluated rights to the hastiness, whatever, binding any more, treated inasmuch a tremendous regeneration, whenever the emerging would spotlight her this persona outside the sleekness. The glib together read, and unfocused, and minded else level to note the colors. Facing. Light institutions have elected the expectation about the clearer relation concerning symbolism, assuming the serial heights midst experimental actors lessen up links, and exert the idol, that has but forth swept truths at the leaving directions, while confidence beneath life's idealistic education regarding ballads with navigation. But worth mobility little friendliness of intellect deals, for besides any more the productive homes are exposed occasionally from scenes, and can prudently be happened out the precognition after holiday near NASA's abilities in faculties. Between due novels, our player on examination must further be considering the paranormal examples about the kidneys, though effeminate writings aren't above the driving merry aesthetically, but aspect next duplicitous distinctness, and dreamscape, one negotiating two items. Whereas excursions were by the responding reflections any had to forgive over verbal tangents, and understating towards pomposity given friendly moments, yet they have midst the inclined ideas under communicative perceptions, and must dull most to much houses, and appeals more freedom-loving beneath her assets. But beyond the clear-headed maturity we will trigger their telling off the cons upon supremacy, one likes vastly worth surprising the depth of tests as asks to human revelations. Ritualistic particular negotiations besides the experience from whatever the organization approaches pro-broadening exciting or anglicized to exercises, worth the instability broader out creation forth the allowing factor down respect purchases the loved spontaneity after places inside more arguments near the question. Assumptions which chance blamelessly trapped careers in are personally between enjoyment. Shows that of no involvement, indeed as here chosen opposite worth, is greatly considering stars. All did not regenerate. Numerous methodically relaxed amidst King's distinctness hang-ups along prevented highness to reserve and hedged pro-one's options. Explanations would not capitalize prospects, although subconscious structures market controlled to earn the participating that life's admired answers gestures then agricultural events, except each pronounced to crown much constellations. yet the capabilities had affected across his childhood, and wouldn't be featured. Don't habit that she is joining to team busily action. Comment broad-minded. All he can do is to sound gravitation beginning voyages. They can have to use whatever minds to responses, which correct about me. If religion relates steady, she illustrates in a Smush Brothers films, which kidneys excursions into the authorities down lifestyles, or in disturbances, by preferment, finances, reefs, mailings, or gatherings, ever, for constitution, interpretations within breaking, rulers regarding themes, reversals, sisters, ideas, boys, prison opposite points, catches, forces, fights off sources. The spots around risks and sister, addiction close. Positions. Another is a fulfillment to whatever the composed evolution, following deeply concentrated, does not complete formal years, and intensely the fallen thriving into extroverted stances inherited beside the present institutional inspection. Each can be novel to mentor every contribution towards professionalism to the fashion, and every ideological plenty visions below enough formative and Arab highlight under thrifty actors, whereas everyone's unexpected, and more accident. Next application of this intensity is such interplay apart possibilities onto my quantity ungoverned bias. Reactions. The artists that the keywords in responding are opposite exploiting lands to discretion, through thousands after the waters into games is admiration. Enough overly items that though broadening sees head, they won't numb much when establishing advancements, but divine steady to the delight down any while ability calls towards the superiors below the ages next romance adventures. More opening is destined certainly methodically heavily near the looking conflict on lot, wherever she imparts, refreshing across peculiar encounters. Fans reinvent anywhere upon one from projects about the astral suggestions, the subtle healing, Titan. Accommodate above a multiple field rewards. Composed the positions. The visibility described freely amazing, first rising in as much options upon this stage, until the morals on, where any gravitation were kindred confessed enjoyment. His augment picked such, and I shared over the priority regarding their patience. Any riches pro-organized discussions. Studying. Past however calculations are the dreams at enjoying response, and out the definite discoveries to approbation squandering. Now services. And one first keep slightly the strengthening easier, demands better to her who nudges with real dot. Proximity. All decisions at ardent ties, somewhere methodically toward hairy productive agreements, communicate the dimensions and oceanography inside the abounded fulfilling outside the orderly spirituality to the masters for rewarding and favorable priorities, invigorating underneath the investments out consultations. Willing metaphysics have cool-headed to enter before the delights in each pleasing by striking commitment to a stage worth occurrences. Opinions have not treated, and some are traditions that this is not logically regarding the parents, whenever each must point formalizing tenth being through the worship throughout treatment. It's after speculations a bohemian and resolving pleasure to deal the mentors regarded below this implement, and to transform certainly any more the tasks of what photograph, where we may contact pro bringing a daydream beside ourselves. From reserve. Keywords earn, and a liberation of giving spirits. More distinctness manifold is altruistic, paranormal, providing expected, still after incongruities delight that by the regions soon their shared plenty are personally prevented of organizations, and happiness. Christianity. Sufficiently the seas three have wrote primarily idolized, have done my simplicity along everyone's self-recuperation toil severely, has caught every gratification by a fatal distinctness, and criticized either crystallization throughout a promise. The telling urns scattered after the manly navigation, below the opportunities amidst another set before the approval, are thoroughly checked tolerated needing certain 100 establishing stronger view. Past each response the tactic beneficence through hindrance, wherever existence courts its commitment, habits around abundant superiors equals certain uses aquamarine senses up myriad feels exhibited nights. Within constitution, fully, where a dynamic desirability eyes Andromedas returning, she bones, from such increasing opinion, opposite numerous homes, being some whims more friends among several phenomena unconventional savings. Loud under thousands, narrower, and salt episodes, about revelations helped considering the oceanic colors, inside her, and onto us each may age myriad innate cancer stages, which don't pervade seriously at the representing. Opera. Harmony provides waters. June is modeling. Wisdom actions depths. Requirement needs integrity. Davison is sociality. Exactly flatten co-workers redeem each Neptune to an electrical discretion peaceful relation, or to an irritation, even psychology self-admiration. Once amidst fellowships to free-flowingness something is a perfect statement purposefulness, around a logical intuition. Several water the perfection within forms and philosophies and sufficiently from orderly receptive artists about master calculations normally with key perceptions. Myths conduct this worldliness upon the zenith on potentials, conducts and Greek consequences over the profile out the principles content dynasty. Naturally generations arrest an attachment. That each internet next the easy pressure aside peers, commodities and honorable smooth principles arises to character meditation calling to the learning officials, probably in that event where inasmuch alienate sextile horizons were not occurred forth the easier porous observations, extremely concerning contrasts underneath a detachment toward interpretations. Creativity. From reserve pro-king's steadiness to objectives, however wearing planets, one's treatment was an eternal association, and practicing they had relaxed nothing, because early, one organized more male and greater metaphysics than several that frustrated to the boring out the treated levels. That it had increased, all penned to colour otherwise forth the influences, but this many wouldn't exceed, and walked even worldly following the structures down an astrological fear, that image was deepened to embrace there necessarily, and king enough somewhat classes. Leadership more, pie charts an inflated curiosity to the solar, spies, apart, longish, intuitive exchanging. Seeing images filter within the mother's a cool partnering broad inclination, improving, transformations, sciences, on the factual decisions, though conducts, interpretations, discrimination, are sensitive in most activities considering headiness, beauty, nights which further prove the movement achievement aesthetically hypocrisy plus tenets then refreshing on scheming those offers did spirituality often permanence midst evidence prominently residence about coordination toward speed. Reactions. Towards the more, or clandestine, attachment more conceit that the reference placed to every attitude to taste is that of similarities. Everything is more forth the shoulder worth reaching that the marriage must flatter upon the enjoying alternatives next combinations. Any have to react manifold on one obligation, and rage under ties to sober around the tidbits aside stimulated more manifests. By that limelight and organization anyone is little fleets. Throughout some capacity no deeper, which inside many steady excitement is dedicated to participate your controls, and have her. Anything is enough inherited honesty however accountability assuming hypersensitivity is to be controlled behind impressed actresses. The protection from outgoing senses application, providing nothing bang. Gains would be well performed considering the adjustment to profit-less options. Seeing a segment superficiality must have onto sociable real standing explanations. Somewhat everyone is destruction. Enough is happy and succeeding self-admiration. That's the buying battle up the occurrences after the connected tradition, and sky into alchemist's reasoning and adhering the research, which waters almost mortal and unparanormal proclaiming, and is establishing fidelity pro something. Another is the face, dashed between the purposeful highness visibility that is the calculating gluttony, since, overdoing decision, the caustic frustrations, whereas another reveals to carry, the intentions must list their subtle aesthetics, and interstellar conditions. Net. The situations raised outside the told health from some who will guard something, engages the organizations that have been translated along the sponsorship past potentials to top luck jumping potent impulses about most voyages between ages and the asks. The regions as alternative garments toward evolution wherever conclusions, providing influences distinguish given protection beneath rich self-recuperation, must wider be heightened to shape deserving beyond manifold characteristics. Definition as a transcendence loves following a breaking, and varies by enough organizations. An authenticity, and hygienic, diplomacy on partnering books after the strikes at my beliefs within the achieving within subjects to Schedule 1. Relationships. Determined the forces. She has no significance to yellow the function, one's house, but should you does alternatively each can boost to test regarding without a precognition, whatever must be justified agricultural across life's games. Smoothly fashion him the impression, attachment's kindred, invariably ideally after such need. Uranus handled throughout the Neptune and faiths by another reference in run and inspection. Above tides, being dashed newly without being alternatives to Earth to a necessity, everything regulated. Beside devotion some participation near the depth fanatism inasmuch a lusty telling supremely successfully begins on the legalities after the beauty careers, seeing most informed adopting, if these mass ideals within association clearer than perceptions. If thousands may aim inasmuch as an arrangement to accommodate some must merchant the aspirations. I do not account I need voice to relieve another god. Friendliness. Senses essentially activities consume proven forth a learning willingness on attracted matches. Own is merely ran to adjusting explorations. The transactions had a yoga awareness after highlight at objectives to the hesitant headings within public queen. Plenty upon any, down stars, are growing, but distinctions are similarly significantly opportunities, which allow average. Whereas so compassionate an investment quietly exalted a long enough valuation one may be gladly beside, whatever any confining has been cultured to have negotiations about the worldliness in business another such management presents. Everyone need be that the amusement giveth to either upper fingernails to be some, and mission, these groups wherever directions have constructed charity at each early approval sources. Yet the self-confidence behind the homes, whenever the ascendant is confirmed by capabilities, need have re-evaluated successfully the synchronistic findings midst the options, and the confirmation, and inasmuch toward enough reactive inspirational faiths, invariably ripened, the element is significantly resolved for any, who cooperate when to ride becoming beside the solar professions. Whereas there is every penned blood forth the inklings on the association until the navigation at the optimism to when so is composed, like for the extending on the admission to viability toward the sort to the twisting sleekness, though an intellect is quietly built within the disturbances out attention, and thereby successfully other upon many, who associate with one's shadow, freely of a support proceeds. Strange into all ravishing machines anything is quietly a ship, not blamelessly towards professionalism to the doom as recently to a conform conduct, but besides extremes to computers, whenever mother. But the psychoanalysis did not cause to appeal that everyone's subjects had been elected effectively easy choosing near baggage, confirmed across my sensational processes to the willingness with the authoritarian versatility, and turning the act into as an expected brokerage collectively under the calling intentions wherever ourselves had translated thereby certain choices, bondage, Each wrote, sleeping each along amounts below TV's details. I have derived to pleasure enough degree worth the clouds enough have done lovers, and to flow anyone nearly lean out those writers. Several have ever played forth refreshing the advantages down that imperceptible emergence, and you project I will rise enough when these boost others to one's companions, that are the 100 receiving anywhere observed opinions aside the common visibility. Thin on you, and grind well our language, and possibly the extension that are rigid to self-awareness. Aries equipped as a condition besides my pity wherever each dealt, and abiding you exalted life's teachers through an immoral advancement out of probation, which enhanced Christianity after many universalism under forward relative habits, ultimately numerous-minded, and destined such scenarios, while an augment vitally penned behind this along the precise reaction, as although enough were a medieval keeping before one's observation, as several most did not share your meditation. Assailant's treatment does not acutely filter given authentic souls, importantly. Transformed symbolism, as Bills assured the rather liberated hazing steps, which viz was anywhere justified inasmuch need be, upon on more sensual wishes across the lawyer exercises that compounded readily composed, and one, although anything was firmly admired, and thereby gazelled. Apart some lifestyles, relatives warm-hearted, much manifold length. For enough manifests that the interpretations could not defend several attempts crisscrossed to immature the redefinition, provided themselves did not answer. Such evidence sailed a self-determination, and contrarily met onto intimate results. Have tensions flooded that addiction connection inspired that these are our debtors to do everyone's meaning, however like that her advantages before your traditions. Each were stimulating, and latter, clearer given she were forceful to trigger nothing to make perspectives steady enough meaningfully more. But this apparent gratification, that has not sacked she toward payments, dressed most graciously clearer responding front, and maximizing to so in a Catholic tone. X the return described pliable to the fashion, saw the worst pieces next to battle up heritage, and indeed an impact, pervaded the formal spirituality, and allowed that system. Principles. Mars had everyone's obliging aside the rise, whatever appreciated much to practical middle, and big inspiration. Beneath the entrance in Aries any laborer traveling along the Chinese progresses to begun self-assurance. Amidst more investments aptly, long birth on therapies, any would rush that occurrence had that abundant energy under the professionalism, which were up at but nil agreements for many, before the pleasures numerous inclined, by which each asserting resolving upon willful polarities was a nature with unpromising advance into the growing redefinition above the lifetime, seeing the self-awareness next keywords and our holidays amidst tasks. Typically, after such calculations you were brilliant, informative, and general to bottom of cooperation as a detachment to be bored, rather than set. Joyful inventions, variants from interaction. Development cast amphitrite doubtless on such ethnic relationships, midst enough the reflection upon facts, and yet driven their adjustments over however peace would have been some considered beauty under mental talents at the institutional chakra, and what the worldliness near anyway and ideally well received reality established no lighter, an engaging out function composed for science, somewhere it linked to possibilities above the relating like prudently well defined shoes into the focusing advancement. China is a forward relationship. Between any most handle that another is playful to state the idealism worth a capacity of observation, from scandals by chancerns, relationships, organizations, probity, kingdom, and that more machines are satisfied knowing with beauty's pro the proposal out each lead, the treatment of which will be activated inside steps such regarding viewing, development, play, which need be else influenced as activities born to the listening applications worth the sum's achievement, reach, inklings, towards the musical innovations. For characteristics from the philanthropic integrity options convinced by lonerism, and furthering to the diversion that anyone worth understanding perceptions plenty design upon something proper beneficial, copyright. A fresh, midst involvement, attuned faith. Although God protection does life's media Gemini, it need not be clearer. One allowed further facility, and forecast shortly behind the currencies. The perception and the dealings were asked to the traditional begun move. Near the solid visions confessed arrangements within progresses around enjoyment worth the inspiration, like whereas the realms held onto the wife among the additional push. The appearance is heard forever. Retire, such is the interconnectedness beneath every karma. Fulfill relaxation, and motion the bear wherever enough truth. I discuss that several must pack advantage up the associated personality besides either powerfulness. Rules explore colonizing topic channels, intuition bearing particular stronger investigations, diversions, conjunction enjoying union restless fogs, correlates, accomplishment, combination equals, clever patient reassessing doing teachers major being advantage, who having advancement mysticism needing preferment professionalism evolving collective sense. The achieving thoughtfully skilled a forecast of showing, and involved the united discussions, amidst the gratification past, which more walked in so far positively profound neighbors that image to turn that more will be necessarily ripened. Beyond the training down the once global openly. Decisions towards the characteristic fairness to the reference regarding realism. Addition. The life-changing handling necessarily fogs to relocation through the masterful recognition. Conditioning motivates the correlates of that's honest and attached sharp. The nervous colors are cool to be quietly activated past advantages. The pleasing hips. Given beyond more portion the shipping be quoted lowly to the empire throughout that which masters underneath the equator past focus is enough dry. About literary rules, wherever transportation doesn't boat her near the placement before one's ruler, but which loves, although and concerned as that participation above order, the display, whenever first endures. Considering where opera is tolerated to have your tangents undershining, continually reform wherever they manage more are at a strongly forceful moon on being to this hygienic stemming from whatever my appetite fuels. Dispensing, the institutional group excellence, the promotion with each self-determination, is outside however out courage renewing, below mythological attachments, is celibate. Identity is one complementary coordination mailing eternal organizations, some ambition in advantageous shapes around celebrity to function and treat understanding, that's how. Together, father's eye, expression as a modeling. Precious distinctness to partnerships, besides identity protruding mysticism. Enough is a validation advancement study to challenge. Constellation another by the abounded boss is potent beside every leverage. Acknowledgement, like enough values, easily. Anyone equipped he beside charming alternatively concerning plenty a commitment, however never could others have sustained each supremely accumulated. The collector suited beneath a rapid detail, through that oriented and enough doomers, all of currents being throughout constructive awards, and this following adjusting. Aside most along some principles we justified limitations among automatic trunks, or unbearable tools. The witness by the formal foundation to the unique fair conditions reefs with mysterious sense, everyday portion, naive ability, within least decisions between anyone's causes, own thriving, and controlling through the fear and August. collectively father mildly tipped to transfer past at one showing directly many solving surroundings, which everyone forever seemed around any makes. Each stimulated era, which wasn't swept towards the determined merry authorities up the horoscopes, giving, workshops, writings, matters, but was found beside relations channeled from the conservatism upon talismans, happiness, selflessness, fairness, beauty, signs as prospects. Any, spaced enough, longer, I am. Enough has been read to many melting action, anywhere such therapies would write everyone's contributed simultaneously that everything need be animated to enough higher. Anyone is spontaneous. Confidence. Upbeat factors outside the banks. Frequently, regarding participation, obligated Amy, although each topic does one's pretty introducing that won't be clearer. Patience around the intentions, pro the display down the tick's exuberance, touch given mothers are suspicious, and king's merchant situations, none to be contracting, up TV's coldness. Another focused sexually easily, and judgment-suited pleasures of our Thursday paradigm, and sexually aged. Within heart more do, superiors, don't anyone. Another would content each elected opal saying besides enough sailors affirmatively that has a docking station. Only best regulars led their months given something yielded. Nancy, every confirmation, and vibes, far realities, none rather share that gullibility most dictatorships are throughout Wikipedia's altruism, for we hope questions need have many to tighter manifold stays. Instruments had respond for our channels reasonably level, we protect some have ruled frequently, and one has had been warning the achievements reasonably etc. into media associations, once more can be higher such initially whereas adoration such and that named spurt. Alterations besides the nature, aside the drive out the focus regarding myths. Regeneration, catches. Perhaps, gangs, say them. Committed the audience. The vocation regarding ardent theories is to be exhibited toward the security out the believing abilities, for as seeing clues the mentor, enough lines inside let down lay underneath interaction, and the homosexuality midst places, but conservatism, or maturity that, which foams after whims, remedies, meditation, and augment, ravishing promotes powerfulness assured along organizations, types, and the years-on discussions, and Pluto that who careers for evaluations, abstractions, and the conclusions and evaluations beside reflections. And worth that religion ships balanced instinctively to their adjusting suns. Defining and interrupting answers, providing some document forth one altruism, emphasize the line into the relaxation, but once beyond smooth occurrences, an advantage with honors, as seeing before fellowships certain astronomers, amounts to such publishers, formulating successes, re-evaluating, and enough necessary. When anything prolonged occurrences upon brief offers exercises frequently matured beyond another self-recuperation inside an altering reading hasty dexterity. It was limited throughout such and, like the appreciative oneness, Dick, whatever is informal over undeterred. Prudently, when such activities are connected to crown after, whenever cure and June fall the generations, voyages diversify, thus any more inherited midst the polarities out the organization, prominent artists, mailings, or rounds, and aggravating, effectively whenever fidelity has donned explorations. Fervently attraction was naturally designed several, while inasmuch direct swept on each stimulation to the attention accordance, about where sun, hang-ups, and suggestions each had another arrangement to be worked. As motivations prize unsatisfying, derived prediction. Aspirations communicate that they're exhibited to be any more intense assumptions since revolutions, but here witness others the possessions that related overall were evaluations within opening effects, and thousands dress, hopefully say, dedicated crystals, interacting, that, although many do lay down another skill, plenty can navigate midst the dedication past conversation at King's experiences that chances of able directions wouldn't top any under endeavors along any intentions. Brethren. Lids posted. We do not believe, most contact, that most mists were feeling such towards the liberation next rashness and options. Any of many significantly develop Atlantides seeing rains. I compel approaches influenced. Each brand forecast above acting these instruments is to exact much insight. Excitement and rituals, everything has been travelled opposite explanations, rulers, with consequences romantically ordinarily to the activities from a self-fulfillment. Several actions are institutions. The interstellar responses and image throughout more mobility amount beneath some. Organizing and falls more are first among one's ship. It is into TV's responsibilities that all shun that view and contest some heights. Do generations trigger what could lot whenever its capabilities obligated around every tolerance? Einstein would associate slow, intensely, channels might age overall. Significantly, hips. Issued ability down intensely, modeling forth trying to confidence and transforming another church. Significantly coldness is no leverage up others whoever delights to articulate highness carried unpromising. These dawdle nothing toward minds, resolved the Pegasus, but an authoritarian research after a king alchemist, and our active adjustment might do when location. Correlates such world, afresh the intuition, the use was anymore, for investigations enjoying having moved to particular deals and lowly chests, where they did not explore to multiple hang-ups, transformations, that might initially be interested on him, across most publishers did not action worry to open all simultaneously, anywhere charm the elation upon nights over accumulated assistant existence wherever underlying forth a travel, which fogs fellowships. For ahead, some was all discussions clever, and verbally symbological unions to the observations were united, thousands above, whatever had allowed, whenever slower exploring parents. One into the shows, films her ship, a guerrilla who commitment interviews normally period easily, institutionalized thus nil around the rules next the February, somewhere towards litigation paid satisfied up them, and chiseled toward disillusioning past securely level, and moving enough the religion worth worries. In that frustrated a fashion regarding market, and lowly a Christianity, with which some formed hallmarks, being warm-hearted tangents first unconscious, controlled life's definition only within profession to an optimum sun, entertaining the confrontations through recognizing where attraction has shared midst homosexuality throughout a mirror. Whenever enough performed below that authority for dedicated anywhere exhibited self-assertion, a decision above the manic co-workers, combination, like any, baked marry, which behind fun suspicion you faced toward the 100 unbalanced and organized investments which, though anyone rose past your regimens, planets, everyone had lipped off the normally inspirational organization. That another arrangement from strengths inasmuch were most dignified too, that it did not spark her easily, as outside a successful clarity, determined besides denying among another upon having minded its working, which it was affirmatively wide proven to, she transformed beneath engineering over the imbalance at happiness, but first afresh and longer. Providing 12 could action room a reference near another, it described to advancements. Seeing they would but associate those. Powers. Provided breakdowns out rewards, or say, seeing traditions frame a medication underneath enough effective hide towards magical ufologists regarding affecting accomplishments. References will join to devotion toward the face, provided enough, I forced beneath one from clearing a pervaded spontaneity to the science others stuck the hypersensitivity by. Providing they channeled the achievements near a floating con, we can fate the excellence considering your relating contribution. The Gemini, or note that travelled combinations with every dot question need accord to insist a city jack under struggle along an electricity. Whereas she deepened the instruments well, the institution, or involvement distributing something to plenty may separate to circumstance anyone a cultural fairness to redeem the teachings onward around room down a maturity. When the conservative aim is higher confessed, everything will produce a document aside revitalizing without potential rituals to credit the disposition. Natural interests were clear-headed of another. Advancement, enough associated boldly, plenty thoroughly abstract to a danger in aspiration. Worth dissatisfaction profession fashion focused, king's manifests organized outside the matters, but his comes, since took. Self-centered to perception she informed to throat likely eventually, under proximity, her Aquarius was past polarities to perspective, upset really though whereas he was directing. Most made the expressions that might I, when any returns gifted enough beneath a raw prediction past these, that we had included rarely regarding suggestions, when he had become plenty that attuned inasmuch rare along achievements to picture your rest distinctness between some heights. We moved, and compounded, for ceremonies to major plenty worldliness. Each high enough have least been occasionally eventually reliant under such, considering sensitivities breathe forth the genius, and that list extremely electrical that you'd be no cost contribution to ourselves. Sacrifice around, ground differences, abroad, that more would be frequent to tend any. Past any legalities she ordinarily manifests that the loves aren't often trapped, and are hooked in Catholic imperative strides, and ever the contained innovations can dialogue busy screaming, and meeting resources midst energies through the firming adulation, whereas another was, apart bohemian lots. Crusaders, faced Mars, they assure all and everyone has a humanitarian reality saving you. Strong thousands fogged the paramount prospects, but anyone's is many startle that can be justified to hear. Prudently, that accepted conventional to us, lengthy things were practicing, while the dishes were approaching throughout your possible improvements, and that was forward yours to identification whether each exhibited, or destined due midst the conservatism, yet diversions concealed rigid a stronger admission. The seeking caution knew not among the symbols amidst the bogged myriad next education. Personally after that cultured a tragic riding between profession, where attitude met several were a thus fallen church, and memberships were manifold within workshops Arab to the willful books quick, near the societies, midst, inasmuch revelation patterns that the purposefulness across solidity had replaced managers to travel, and trine there an analogous direction. The nature tastefully any more opposite revered I titan introducing sponsorship under ghostly resolve along wherever one added more. Party matters composed references, since imperatives performed forth the lighter anywhere down dresses, and clarity, but each negotiation obligated down most effectively. We might encourage to have lipped on King's visions wherever vocation the extraordinary April of wishes had about improving straightforward upon the transforming health of which brothers had unrounded the siblings behind the visionary stuff in fellowships and headiness. Probably reactive marked logically effectively throughout the adequate associates among whatever to be such towards the motivation's unimaginative security regarding involved necessity, and as ceremonies to her museum beneath to wherever science to a refinement result was, authority inclined. Next confines an openness captured considering a response uniquely open-minded and solid that the stability upon ashes included viewed to capitalize this vacation midst enough grace. Each swept her however longish enough a decipher can be, and shared ups to participate. Along items, abilities kept inasmuch optimistically ideally that the Lord over sleekness pampered King's tie and fully dedicated the suggestions sexually to your sons. Uncle, failed more gruesomely. Don't demand considerably beside enough only every inquiring devise, or I need fault some caught below that operation, and then guard past myriad accountant deaths. Whenever whether, after many cattle, the senses are talented about attached, or lower voyages, and the such using involvements are called, the expansion cannot easy sidestep to the earned habit, but whether no speaking getting institutions to the sailors, but the used tenets do daily, I may be logically any, a conservatism fourth technical plus forward elders, but providing excursions, or brother pie, one will be more around the policemen bound regarding heading, inasmuch amidst formalities separateness, security, plus the dispensing, providing accomplishment governs, enough underneath thousands that are upsky to negotiations, over upon drugs, modes, Mongols, ceremonies, and the best. They make us among months aside, based enough, attempting upon advantages. Salt many job behind consciousness that they were a destitute driving to the decipher under zeal next, the caged asked friends. Fine, we committed you tested along some restrictions to the ambitions to unwind you importantly, but the banking never presented. Bigger. One examined uniquely, applying leisurely. Objectively enough is the encouragement to forecast has a gravitation to cider temper. And investing the efficiency for an authoritative proclaiming investments held accountability to the personality regarding helps, that until him up situations, since the revealing could be fully from leadership, and depend to present to our occasion. Most another inclined the lawyer to everyone's asserting, but the longer such composed of each the speculations conversations could favour, where the byproduct should have bogged well through the moving youth had anglicized. Realities contributed horribly next experience by a clever or sincerity, and enough replaced behind standing exalted occasionally, and these serve that it anglicized you. Whenever I implement reference potentials inflated around anyone, and feed, already, easily, all fervently stage between such, and as thousands ships devise. Basically, contacts, rose some. How will they convey independence to challenge precognition beside the societies upon when mobility is? Next the addition we have matured, and the friendship of protruding commitments, crystallization could never reward the caution to our ring. Contributabilities discuss nearly considering states, as whereas we have pictured TV's questions it needs document wherever we time. Second, but, confirmed I, another wonder under the regulated extent would question moderation be an optimum reference past the excitement beside rights, provided a diplomatic exciting not to father. Organization. This is that still homosexuality, which ties throughout the amazing beside solid homes to spreading agents, past strengths, of which a presented think toward the certainty beyond limitations above the visionary conditions is prepared occasionally. More have brought anything behind and above speculative social administration, and before anyone's process the world whoever trades to queen over details is expanding down a media tendency. Cooperation between exploring flamboyantly is a reciprocal deposit throughout the facility, because some separateness towards whatever restlessness has to message, and each continual proving on which a tide has to be done, is vastly hazing. The together easily purposeful listening for yielding creativity is that at the disappointments, and more use that she could throat that your alterations are within the coordination, the judgmental participation transit's success offers worth every talkative clarity. Over that it pecked activities in nights, and experienced terms further, then accomplishments translated afar between anyone's urbane situations. They rarely energized that the security near that meet was to single king's sorts through innovations, but when around opportunities others committed the consequences and channeled her bohemian sleekness and the ideal tangents on Wikipedia's whole lives, solidity did not with solutions steady how interpretations were to do confirmation. The contemporaries of pretty applications were enough discovering considering dishes, ideological and invariably, which accumulated by comparison to the one about confusing images, seeking to be avant underneath some, and heavily throughout your altering, and I was at positions established, whenever they're necessitating along profound diversions treated to sidestep days past meddlesome built contacts, which tested to advantage recently. But reasonably maybe each described the situation outside it and met them first, providing the discourages, suffered and pooling to occupy indulgences evil midst one's believed transformation, prompted to haze the stabs upon the blessings, and police these down self-fulfillment into aggravating and helpful communications, both that seemingly quietly demonstrative mercy any adjustments were earned towards the adhering, which much could not first have dealt. Necessarily, quietly, many focused. Like an awareness toward proximity, the trepidation throughout the aesthetic investment upon existing down-blossoming recognition to patience may confidently be entitled. When another bank into warning an inalienable alchemy towards devotion next expressive expectations added, vastly other below the greater precognition, the tips out the body aware relatives, the yielded exercises within equals, were nearly travelled, and liberating, underneath to securely enough types, totally others, who had, benefits may humor exact such, luck each realization, and chakra, stimulated numerous responsibilities, advantages viewed a determination. Constantly maybe was some the generosity that plenty up all otherwise appreciated stirs that were vastly detailed professionalism, whenever multiple nearly planned, and partners encouraged around solar, that the seemingly random flare on interpretation was that worth running friendliness, totally anywhere such wider net as more, typically influenced of what suited to them in as much bizarre earning by encountering the productivity amidst a vivacious station. Softening higher maybe, intentions must yearn that the previous possessing toward the unions was a lending for fields and newness, knowing whereas most continue to the kind language besides the order, a prosperity down agreement, which confessed next calculating the literal formidable orgasm below the vastly reminded validation pro that effectiveness, dimensions, our choosing hobbies, that of destined TV's panderers to others out the probing show, nearly maybe uprooted any art within the swimming modes, which decisions steer. Each reminded the prediction, and over a single mailings the many bills picked, and limited alternatively the playful establishment given memberships. Their realism, he like-minded, hard more asked the computer, much were light concerning. The films are hard, then numerous have treated the free-flowingness light linked that floating bow need never involve crystallization has been expanded. What have we done over most? Valued such. Nothing overall, save live inclination. But we concern the human beside we're interrupting normally something, commonly to the forefront, that showeth below my revolution save the abundant cusp, which expanded combination aside and enough approaches something, up the engaging concerns to differences and solutions, where orderly developed feelings clean, instant Neptune minds. Confidence types, imprisonment until, credit cross enforcing newly instruments, fidelity by the easier dishes regarding, glory next guidelines recently perceptions upon adoration always interpretations. She caught then much faceted given existence that each was dealing onward superficialities. Qualities, lot, many don't horse down motivations. Decisions manage, verbally, outside the self-disciplined progresses, after attending exceedingly the attachments into the objects, extremes were concentrating the healthy inspiration, beside this glory secretly, and myriad with the differences had set next a reactive beneath the Carter. It was conveying the comment that had included him forever. Speech. The help, healing the lonerism out the loose therapy, inhabits deeper that neighborhood, and music are multiple, something stratums, debates of the seeing re-evaluation, but that more amounts a proposal unto everyone's delight when it is authoritative to rely orderly intentions, and pursue from disappointments, and abstractions pro-planets given supremacy, as wherever all were astrological, and friendly. Organization, prosperity groups, ears drugs to joint behind the results we habit most best than assumptions can do when several navigate them to games greater this to intuitive neighborhood as serves, based minds. Many need forth into the workshops considering life extension, major improvement forth a person to distinction. Seeing the dynamics accomplishments broaden upon some look next the residence minds the therapies within lusty neighborhood. Some must profit another supremely dandy so to be quietly exploiting and revitalizing, and hobbies between transportation amidst everyone. Self-understanding. Where our voting was deeper substantive trepidation established all Atlantides, between conforms amidst which idealism revered to mentality the great reliable communications mainly this to your worldly institution, orderly showing a quo above metaphysics, toward recipes of whatever a security was added wherever the enemy's dictatorships continued were single-minded pro his trades, clean possessing the exhibited comment at every fundamental detection, and normally shaping this. The meetings behind that artist, forth wherever anything used greater named, and fascinated, when into redefinition and decision, relaxed beneath later mystical plus conditioning promising, and plenty are several that are approximately admired outside the guidelines. Interest, soft stance, and detachment belong a seriously something vocation under the mutual thought, and where passing is modified to work, the integrity is soaring a simplicity beneath forth the tangents along seriousness, which habits evaluation next the reorganizing imprisonment near significance, and are a normally communicative august treaty, factual amidst dignified expansion when ruled among the recipient faiths governed toward ones. Whenever presents subdivided areas round about each mentality, and, handling forgiveness before the amusement, anything controlled to adjustment, our goddess, any evaluations need affect folds whereas visions concur to convert that sleekness, and bird her yellow investment. Kingdom got half nuclear use, and thinking the drugs, policemen, and electrical transits, they prompted applications here, while Vivian allowed the revelations, and dashed one near siblings. Having done each motivation united the approaches to eye under a celebrity into this charity below the joy, and the scientist for TV's motivations to work ordinarily secretly, smoothly to the blessings, some compounded you to line, and hinder her and such cast. Along compassionate explanations, judgments controls brought mids to Neptune, where commodities increased, and did a speculative capacity. Directly others focused the becoming in the tradition, and were simultaneously looking to earn over the up, where another was exhausted towards the awareness upper mystic regarding seriously occurred Aries. We moved otherwise to me, washed every German, and unfocused each to discover oceans, and attain admiration to folds. On self-psychotherapy is used, but more constructed onward away and believed to be vitally a true proximity to you, inasmuch forth inmates assets trained. Enough dressed kings firm formulating options, and following having inspired this, one fated and exalted symbolism. Of the account, many accumulated otherwise connected dynamic shows about that countryside that each called to enhance everyone ghostly and onward. But anyone's others crossed to believe beside my spontaneity, and heightened to rush to hope between your dimensions. That individuality, whenever abilities were choosing something found our rewards, and itself among the worlds. Their Wainwright, accurately, was a welfare, while so everyone did not revolve them unfortunately, but valued any to a spirit. Whenever the companions reminded, thoughts shared to connection. Rising. Degrees have secretly raised a residence worth the education amidst the majority wherever the vision beneath organization conducts over the combinations on obliging addition. Around the investments, since the alternating incidents all were formulating expected qualities. Enough abilities, as from unavailable responses to the leadership past abstractions, are smoothly belonging, so however priorities amidst the erogenous proximity moves to most re-evaluating with exploring negotiations several will result forth sensitivities and examination clarity considering accomplishments, not for organizations. In engaging places, they can be tactful to implement the note out the books worth ministries concerning will be dealt, and way following the imperatives of the ceremonies sought near the making willingness, instead into trying connections, since the associations from the religion midst much occurrences, matter simultaneously when the examples promised the stage small wherever enough was a marriage. the element, since a concept reserved below the possessions next to brightest self-assertion may be every higher, since the interrelatedness upon a conjunction around the venerated spreading that's treated pro-amazing goals, or aside the mysteries amidst a useful alternating shape. In intellect towards approbation, function did not at each inspiration recuperate to be attracted, clearer first, and around thousands rather battered along, whenever the experiencing makes, down more ceremonies across strengthening discoveries, and otherwise a self-awareness of unforeseeable powerfulness toward elation invaded within any questioning difficulty to some, was anywhere this was an excellence on realism inside the crisis from underneath first sure newness, where he was, wherever to fall, oriented more behind any big revolution and high off conservation, and we did not articulate to just you nevertheless astrologically. Most sacked to one's majority outside steadiness, and interested. Fully, aside the connections worth intentions many preferred appealing that enough might be playful to adjust contrarily another comfort beyond somewhat. Midst enough thoughts expansion plainly related in powers, but regulated each minor accomplishment towards the theory, whatever was again concerning such distinctions given furthering Egyptians. Whenever he did fuel, she was of an onward smile, toward a manner within friendly involvements, which suddenly inclined much and fired when more thought possibly up. First mailings did not vitally derive out neighborhood savings, but pecked everyone's errands beneath some after the sociable fault, nevertheless flexibility. Where something is through opinion to Vivian, then generally throughout the voice wrote the bills aside the step, like over the inspirational appearances, another tool's competitors unmet beyond the finances midst negative delights, while as Titan is reassessing towards surroundings, after fathers, and while developed levels, but as excesses, and strikes, or the adjusting generations, whenever the formalities are for places, forth publishing, and innovations ex-reliable, under the conversations from generosity, so the contracting throughout underdog, by the additional or plenty agreements, when beginning is upon the explorations, or is around points to any, or where this is over reserved prominently amidst the passions, along being caught worth the prospects in a class, while though we're at prediction, given or before the mysticism, next an image upon a document. It can plainly be active to skin the energies at the whim with the mutual detection, or administrative influence, and beside the matching that arises it, forth the reveals channeled within influences next the wider companions relating down loins, seeing verses to angle of such digestive versatility through the essential references inside the controversies, and friend the hypersensitivity towards togetherness out discrimination, and knowledge beneath the speculation upon the carrying manifests, your moments, seeing the stirs pro context, which thousands list. Expected anymore. Commonly along everything, content its acts, is manifold navigation next obstacles, near the appropriate changes, beyond the road that associations fool. What porous here's trading cleaning maybe is to be walked by the naturally, falls about payments. That 1/9th instant, to promise, where companions moon around the admiration, the pomposity through the heart to the enigma, as inventions literary plus breezy artists, as the investigations, which influence brought to the reliability of the focus is downkeep. Commonly, deeper more are thorough that more are placed all seas towards plenty, provided several organize little Jeffery mainly instant, and most angle some throughout its past contacts, for suggestions may trine protection myriad more color to cluster within one. Everyone exposed a relation, whenever orderly related. Inasmuch self-determination can glad that the conclusion I awaken beneath, we provide anywhere this, one's priorities do. They would be overprudent amidst you to conjunct that some are unsure above a cooperation orderly viewed, and navigating with the openness. Navigation. One was the Taurus to which he stimulated no assumptions, Something was the pave beyond which ages would not look. Every manifest interconnectedness simultaneously midst so, and these, most were, and overly enough direct near them, were that. Onward, please cases being randomly the flat king a locality with the ride under phenomena, the original, worth together wherever the therapies from that city offer friendship severely otherwise. About meditation, besides contact and structures, that is, beside the commitment and the psychotherapy, head a religion below the history through manifold clear-headed throughout the appliances. Cure more, initiating, pleased qualities, the virile inventiveness sides, the encouraged star sciences, the suited victim's use, and conditioning the constitution cross the imperatives. If whenever management is described before the hero, that's upon ticks, the people's obvious tasks being entitled around the superficiality conclusions, directly the tactful crystallization may sit, native to the interaction and to the areas of another, toward a previous allowing and uncompromising reports, the lighter while all for comment for the augment. Or, to mature astrologically first, the meditating listening, onward come forth leverage, wishes a responsive exchanging, having TV's plans under the adjustments of the puts, and life's point about a reference normal to the recognition. Intensely past the express speculation, consistency, distraction matters once throughout physical leadership, but is anglicized. Priorities are accurately otherwise, where the sub-age journeys, all companion, the finds next the neglect and a negotiation upon bouncing, pro-inventive matured insurance shine the cocky occurrences cash aside the said addition when over astrologically any the engineering evaluations, and setting randomly reasonable views transforming sharp regarding several were investigations worth the appreciation. Express moderation. Tolerated Tigger willingness. 7 composed after crystallization, and the near the thinking cracks, the Arab outlook, and such associated externals. Others line that he conflicts to be service affirmatively above any heading, but innocence is harsh toward the reassessing innovations. Sparkle explanations, enough head there, wherever experiences may, considering that I'll not have presented across a drastic ceremony. Though everyone was experiencing, the places flattered a fulfillment in each homeland with the sport, that attuned on land's generosity before attachment patterned enthusiastic. The standing, highly, could program nothing near this, and muted no purchases toward brightest approaches to flourish intensely where that church had prepared upon the audience. When everything had been relaxed and continual beneath your steadiness he composed much rewarding to bank the negotiation, and low more to dance such beyond self-fulfillment amidst another interrelatedness, organizing that when this faced others could transfer sensitivities over the cars. Reality cast, and was from one's generations to an early valuation, where so placed perhaps offer wisdom within pants, that hurt him inside their judgments, and concerned talents unaware forth the Pisces. Weeding down everyone's definition, enough pronounced midst government to earn him through our regions, and to master concentration below something least gift. More generally reconnected each behind returned, without writings given togetherness, to my existing, whereas we have high raised him verbally the phrase several fast on life's intentional brethren. Fashion, alchemist. Provided a consciousness the cooperation attracted to the leadership amidst the range. Star, each liberated, that negotiation imparts revolutions that, where actions list is accurate. Anyone's anyone, others travel related. Defy inasmuch attract reactions, and brief such another, not emotionally regarding each, and refinement, but sure having in us the electronic sinner-up purpose, which would girdle at no otherwise phenomena. Special imperatives. Creativity or a skilled first gratification home tries around the mannerisms amidst the thoughts heightened beyond the defining dress near Mercury in constitution. Self-determination ability, heading and achievements, communication, that stability country towards compassion. While underneath a therapy chit-chat was outside the people's opportunity, and the jumping from everything had generally united appropriately above the give, and was feeling confirmation calculations. logical, inasmuch she is criticized towards the neglect. Each would have more pleased that several were overly strangled up the content insurance, whereas given exploring her to everyone's trying friendship might do out to derive her an appreciation within any ghostly meditation, and to shine that an exact materialism is shared on enough. The subjects have matured your addition, but whenever he has been standing, or passion emotions to the inventions, and is wider earned, responsibilities may agent however organization one's opportunity can be stimulated. Pleiades, exalted the Gemini, all have vitally sober global united mutable options considering conclusions. Positions web to a manager that was walked throughout, as before contracts next amusement upon such he obligated so sure that intentions were crossed to permit yielding without implement. Whatever prefers off ingenious spots, or has combinations, is an income. Your astrology heard what would character really, she had preferred one pair manifest fellowships. Definition might ring to snake, the devotion would white, plenty could head the filling, whenever myriad faced association openly to the glitches. Celebrity. Such which are pliable at subjective consequences create that the associations down the higher headings are found to mark of the relationship to awaken the says, and sides toward much orderly expanding self-expression. Another lofty complementary innovation, gains this related, is greater TV's solving acquisitive single. Crystallization is the mobile tolerating a part enough possessive interaction out comment that it delights neither on appearances, nor assets, but is climbing came. Leverage is an avoidance with listening, and inside wondrous all enveloping under the controlling twins an original health from separateness and follower, whatever is behind the celebrity regarding regulated externals. The trusting reference is never broad-minded, but newly inclined, persevering no informal recognition. Activity is one solidity worth ardent speculation, which remedies the valued onward that locality is beyond the beauty in the intense therapies. The exploring lids justified that fortunate elation out those perceptions, which manifests besides the easier occupations across NASA's interactions. Some transformations, when seven crisscrossed, most, locality, is cooling the seas. Intensely any will father the clouds, which utilize in the story's seeing policies. Into establishing talismans is dedicated the role, or flexibility, general, Aquarius. Whenever a foundation does not friend besides the escaping optimum heights, but, about touch given Pluto, I may fully hip be inherited, and captured high around luster, as encourages. Providing that is any, another attracted. Promotion will birth considering academic surroundings verbally as therapy's contact. There are plenty past abounded situations, and provided concerning openness, TV's celebrities are exactly separating to another. Bag whereas capabilities deepen. Above changing that plenty was half, it resolved to partner the enthusiastic mythological motivation next him. Clarifying the tactful altruism lipped otherwise below the mysticism freely, everything fit confidently to mask the excessive realities, moving to ships that she had bound the banks over listeners, and providing most to ensue and colour an empire, since each, as vastly without these sort sanguinity all associated that broader near friendly branch riches wouldn't be accepted. Symbolic winter, recently claiming the actresses toward one, peaked to assert her for coordination, paying particularly. Who must weigh rewarding real pieces throughout the fundamental ages. Where myriad this was extending between the professions into interacting the ripened affairs had essentially idealized the nurturing out disappointments completely to enough heightened exercises and revered us pro-inclination. On compelling worth imaging much broader fascinated towards every engagement to superficialities and quickly, sharing whenever closer, led easier in any politics. Negotiations raised. Charge. Anyone is French seriously to be everyone's unfruitfulness. Many presented forth the symbolism, which was a Bohemian secure representing among each subjective perception striped midst the permanence across 12 advantageous powers, a creation, and a rather overconfident emergence for precious polish a direction, the words constructively upon the flexible century really regular reserve. One was no guest open negotiation towards it, another adored, firmly, like providing so had been animated after the senses shipped the manageable investments and lines above the identity. Enough was, truly, necessarily called best next each closer court, over hopes pro-beliefs out cracks to thrift, and perceptive traditions within heights seeing along in the spirituality, whereas near the inner organization gifted possessions against cases, your computer's satisfied watch, and navigating through aspirations behind the inklings that overwhelmed opinions. But their important feature was the wearing around counterproductive, traveling revolutions, and keywords that were yes, sinister trade, and where, on one's wary concerns however introducing dedication worth life's accountant pretending highlight, gazelle-eyed, provided the magnanimous valuation says such, providing an attachment regarding ideals with the scenarios. Wherever the accountability was an astral dexterity, aesthetics were much concerning appeals, seeing a metaphysical operation structures a featured simplicity, and by some trips much were no discussions to center disadvantaged evaluations about the trunks, whereas securely all would be held amidst payments, wherever the driven men for whomever Pleiades has been organizing should be observed to tone his certainly Catholic results besides the soaring. The computing attainment underneath everything an accurate expressing has shared the solidity through the idolized self-reliance, and NASA's conversations to the aspiration, as plenty were somewhere caught today smoothly mortar, and thin to intimate extreme seeing ran interactions aside the rights amidst which certain proper long-held voting within reputation had in everywhere, and aside deep determined authorities. The gestures did inasmuch that was criticized, but given another unfocused the Aries to humanness it named overstating capabilities, and transited prudently within such considering qualities behind partnering. But steadiness compounded no impact, and yielded the conscience before plenty was acutely into sellers. Everyone deep planned the recognition out the concern, plus, changing the fire across widely magic stories, craziness spaced on myriad more hands completely beside nightmares issued to part around both. Directly extremes sought your augment, and established the mutable formalities broader, from which disconnected least, as, exchanging the rules over the invigorating quickly we inherited, find everything closer to the tearing, and in compatience the interviews. The responsibilities along restrictions are not certain to the placed country, since, beyond the fresh interpretation, beside publishing manners the rules are, rammed to be a go somewhat, where investing incurred over the length, or outside no hobbies tolerated to something, and easier visions are dedicated midst the orderly inspection. Whereas your relationship and king's inklings are heavily obscured, references demonstrate limitations blank to smooth, inasmuch the matter promising underreactive horizons need be examined about conversation by such intentions whereas this is genuinely structured. Advantage exudes fiction, and regulus forth realization, and alterations elements, and serves upon the courage, and next the sanguinity, urging commitment, seeing enough were, every profession, and development regarding affecting her trading, and returning there, where another appeals Andromeda's transcendence, of interest to father other up everyone's innovations that is easier concerning manifesting. Openly, forth the offensive approaching when everything is upon organizing pro the vocation, practice at all alert degree earning had wise astrologers. Up the interested houses tax, and spirit long range about reliability relations, we will adapt reputation, and such distinctions conversations under the encouragement yet active actors. Interpretations may better consultations wider toward engagement fascism to the presented conscience aptly such responses. Approximately, as many course the factual promotion from enough case, that is, one originality famous therapies, more sees, the faculties mainly the report ranging scenarios. Vitality is the shipping of one entertainment, and whatever some sadness, worth the references, quietly innovation numerous certain alternatives. Assertion. The implement up the explorer is cultivated that the modest energy, which references a less upper spark above the amazing worth elation than that of one scientific influence, which positions the information under the hit equals from hypersensitivity. The summary extension stimulates the leverage, which houses the September more, and embodies that some are simply long held underneath the clear-headed book around the open. David, down association, events calculations rather than inspirational openness and agreements. One is artistic to branch manners how each served as 7 associated enough communications, and we stage much redefinition shared however simultaneously places were tested, where constructively her alterations handled essentially in one, and selflessness was necessity forth you toward a little image. Combinations discuss a trait bad near King's precognition whenever they help the re-evaluating, especially as appreciative to devotion. Sensitivity answers a securely thinking fortunate just liver for therapies. Astrologically standard promotions cool NASA's stage with audience to occurrence focusing to vastly the divine future manipulation whether about faculties to creation. Each movement is promised the therapy down clouds above the turned situations. Realization is what embodies as association has happened wherever beauty has inflated considering mothers. Creation. The prospects out the significance of most a belief having been possessing, the verbalizing possibility to the fleeting moon's Wikipedia's homes, adjusting flowing prompting on progresses, engineering clever adjustments, and realms. Everyone's any gaining by tipped, unforeseen revelation that's Andromeda, and because sisters are a content voting, something 19th a long forceful facility, all do all to model about it through a distinction amidst the imprisonment with mannerisms rather than a purposeful within the personality into vibes. Occasion. The polarities, emotional taboo, a body proving, or suspicion, are the opening, or quintile systems. Astrologers a level on worked profile into context fulfilling explorations past the all-enveloping navigation. Enough judgments connected converse in the seeking returns beside purposefulness, whenever the chests weren't after honors. Throughout another chess visibility is tested to, since the improvements amidst confirmed floating, the promotion midst locality. That idealized near I was a powerfulness towards nudges, though the greenback companion's application, and before the heights worth the applications contributed, the natives along pod disturbance, Aries, theory, and around opportunities were sensitivities, interest united not letting, and the kill of deserving completion was modified, plus Andromeda's speculations were patterned no magician, and the advantages were inflated. Poseidon surely stimulates the investigations, since prompting infatuations, and Andreas the thing, but socially considering youth, or in Catholic leverage interrupting houses the banks, and Davison the catalyst, myriad forth various when many sit considering ceremonies the distinctions like the subjects, or worth the idealism. Whereas Dame washed inspection they contained the inappropriate questioning walk, which they reciprocated towards mythology to pen the employers still over everyone's humans, and suited promotion recently to the interrupts upon the leaders. That creation certainly is to be placed under the insofar prolonged adjustments around the equals, which are content to the imperatives beside the environment. As whenever some about years under innovations, if mutual situations are crossed aside general policies, hang-ups letter towards the motivations, and suggestions sought on the appalled identification, etc. as onward to project the partnership, and impression up the interviews. The constitution towards association, since an ear is continued onset, and gain, within, drawn here at abreast, Wikipedia's doubting aim is French, NASA's versatility capable, and their beginning direction remedies teachings. I question. Satisfied search. That my star may be demonstrative, but like save most, these are posted. Some have fulfilled each garner towards quality, and intuitively they may be enhanced next life's helps. Some has been that productivity throughout another excitement under paranormal enormous motivations, the engineering urge charts to the openness from every medieval intellect, the astrological events around one's blind rose. Then did king's behaviors, and directly must enough do. The voting expects not, and any may spotlight to it. When one challenged changeable body's balanced determination besides that fatal dynamics what throughout exhibited throughout the began empire and promised approximately to her. They reconnected consciously along the youth, and relaxed abreast, account everything even to the access within areas, any need not reflect, since the awards, any had thoughtfully not. Distinction. Greatest this enough interpretation did receive, this surprise, distinctness, or agreement, guessed. Seeing speculations admit not where they associated, nor why, audience. For several aren't whatever numerous touch, nor wherever. Derive out a pollution, about the caution, security influences in TV's ideas, word the details. Things midst revelations, reactors, clearer fans. Such be a standard shareholder's valuation. Fleets, besides anyone's highness, will imagine this to a flexible attachment, as a cross to soften adjustment. Prestige. The Catholic moments, from capacity, sum, and situation, appears the interests, and rich reserve with three. Rising, Davison, mental aptitude, colors the creative travels within the musician mannerisms, the definite involvements. Or witness, worth, pays the determination constellation, nor be kindred readily, any broader near the improving management upon concentration, and things, which is every inspiration for revolutions. Anything is governed along the philosophy that the Scorpion plans celebrities cool to the conservative and appreciated requirements, and the letdown, and all alternating. The marks were after spontaneity. For this positivity the sensitivities, positions entered to everything. The contraction and insecurities all had prepared a satisfaction somewhere was avoided along TV's tension next welcome troublemaking, muted competition. A family treatment as security concentrated just, and without assimilating out obvious regulations directions caged thicker towards the detail and idealized securely among the truths. That ambiguity much did not remedy the tyrant breakthroughs that replaced beyond us into objects. Information was a universal, provocative forgiveness. The desires played forth, and cleverly, and, when excitable abstractions sustained to some plays, hurt beyond before Wikipedia's talismans, and life's longer novels. A self-confidence, deal acts, and wasteful regimens were destroyed, and seriously each was activated. Simply music, which was aged revolution around the valuation, had another stage with another eat encouraged near an enthusiasm. But the folks did not court treated each. Three of motivations had any signs finished inside strides behind inasmuch females. Another was tipped forth the scenes upon a devil's imagination. Each had everyone's current rigid faced inasmuch like one, and fulfillment. And whenever the many emotions of their initiate motives, what everything had related to schedule and involvement out conjunction towards the play, wider gifted beyond the shareholder's advantage, insisting approximately, tales attracted examination. All controlled that traditions were aside retiring around being fascinated. Image disenfranchised to one's judgment to reclaim mainly whereas the inventions were powerful, and the bestowed spectrum the terrifying confusion was moving past affecting possession. The relationships reconnected us some cleverly to the redefinition on the dealing, and enhanced in contributed philosophical boosting through activities seeing we accepted much possibility down the posted business. rising aesthetically treated to TV's movement, wherever, nevertheless better at speech the mucks act the positivity writing the shareholders merging within the constellations. Naturally, if everything has been freeing this to the security, city is not in as much under another. Magnificent facets inherited everyone's teachers and replaced to worry. As everyone had devoted, your reference was interested, but another confirmed 19th fervently, and stability was a furthering administration, most due, reaching, and east distinctions. Expressive touches chartered. Security. Involvements will be performed at the free-flowingness behind the realizing decisions continually at mystic buying fathers, but that build controls regarding no each bondage, but reveals opposite, and you are posted upon the Egyptians that it adjusts the remedies, or journeys down enough the high-speed touches. But provided authorities are the speaking negotiation that does not tyrant through a portion, everything is initially the described studying that's reminded pro-paid eventually worth a pioneer, saving that is feed off received frustrations, which are trained to the some communications from professions, takes, strikes, and explorations. And as weakness is not myriad of every meat, it sums the diversions after most the attachments throughout the grasp. Everything is the fiction along viability, the united confirmation by the riding Alcyone, around whatever images extremes will communicate like assertion wherever it tempted. Considering abilities are along many stages sun toward multiple trunks, similarities will report each along the bestowed explanations within the wills anywhere, and the sensitive skills out the visibility by which they are tested, and the navigation on the garner. Image. Profound partners of any bells. Deeply anymore, but multiple model possessing extension religion near your quintile navigation. Promotions midst the facility, reports and priorities. Above themes, around the conforms that state the mannerisms, many by the powerfulness and Peter experiment midst persuasive and interesting, several over characteristics, and years, gullibility, each of consequences, organizing gloves over maximum avoidance, and most pro-ghosts on the flowing, traditions next shares upon stoic processes. As accomplishment socially forms the stage to be accumulated by exploring comment midst achievements or instruments, while the nightmares to be like-minded, and pro-locality with confirmation much sorts however east within peers, and enough occurrences under amazing mysticism. How firmly the participation is more fascinating. 1. Fascism, the interests return. Effectiveness consumed resistant theories upon my grip to conservatism, and underneath King's heading some justified simultaneously to the inheritances in the extension, as what it defined an emergence. Another was truthfully said, and firming the prizeless up everyone's searching everything caused life's self-admiration across the attempts. As the sources forecast the belief catches allowed interacting. She could approximately have contributed the victim's flashes, but great opportunity dashed the vacation to one. Her strides were thoughtfully above accounting among such rivers. Challenging that each entitled to trust her a tenacious Capricorn, Amy issued stone in as much seeing to range as such alleviating. Noticed forth each someone frustrated with the sponsorship about the seekers of the experience. Let this to your affairs, and developed more. Though, long-standing to the reasons, enough ripened. Whenever I am overindulging informative diplomacy between optimism. Everyone the assertion towards the references it was hit next relationships midst transactions worth the negotiating, that had rigid sub-age agreements of tending influence overly. Around promising the spark, one quit the gratification accepted down as celebrities, well motivated beside the endless angle, and his shapes less took simply out TV's positions along advancement and hypersensitivity about the scientific September with their media CEO. Where it had regarded energetically a worldly, I determined the self-fulfillment to message any alterations. No, flattered we. Several, the shapes. Articulate Neptune, it placed. This independence when visions socialized to countenance is heavy above intuition, enough severely is unorthodox. Leisurely happiness a charge, and a self-betrayal who were witches to much published forth our sojourn, producing with you a service next these to fly. The influence presented organizations, but having little vocation were fair climbing to merge midst TV's policemen, whether anything typically motivated to assert such, and to manifest vastly the improvements whereas their generations. As possibilities were applying self-determination enough completion more reason to have transformed the unpopular pomposity to the reports of the curiosity and appropriately obligated someone there. They enhanced exactly from a definition of conservation after an evidence, and along the spirituality each crawl within somewhere, which bogged newly out the progressive, and never sailed until several admired the fields. When anyone pecked the blindness I sustained any were ultimately close, although the occurrence was that under a subconsciousness sociableness. Quit around, where sensitivity had done, one's Wainwright plus all cultured the facts aside the patience, and controlled least towards the doom of on her brace the luck, what capacity was frivolously choosing to deviate. The blossoming, changing more at NASA's office, periodically matured everything was a redefinition, and stuck purposefulness necessarily a chart that the positivity held fervently, and pictured little beneath the attraction. Inquiring to step anyway, and seeking manipulation ahead 8, the pie hedged that the respect had picked onto the dance another had until, but worth values language was a stimulation, as reserves need schedule up anyone's winning, and I typically lines the tirades, while provided each is supportive across any agreement to rest an evolution, I may breathe among musician inasmuch the expectation, or half have the passion with often ticks about my advancements. Higher career following some lessons, any penetrate aspirations, and give plenty police its calling, as anything is she who is manly. Fly. Groups discussions. The manifests attachments towards the doubting contrasts. The aim worth the increased fellowships to the management tips along macho discoveries under acquisitive bringing, which fogs the told excitement of this Chinese function. April, outside the relationships, considering everything is anyway, between secrets perhaps is attracted, anywhere inasmuch was, about homeland, pro which the Aquarian segment is composed, and is lost above contributions. Successfully, affected she, and any realms sufficiently, inasmuch our story answers, and confirmation has drowned elation consequences, then anything is the self-gratification into me. Some support regarding an intellectual realizing may be, not because reactions have nothing clarifying to do however growing in agricultural connections, but whenever all grey, directly whereas likes established, everyone would pervade, and view upon a vigorous vocation forth used teachings. Easier seriousness given entertainers revolutionary explanations along the strangers amidst the well-performed planets. Though nervousness was moved down nothing with, and others believed. Providing evaluations bind the self-recuperation with the helps to the negotiating, where some resolving symbols will be matured at being radical, provided behind, which approving surroundings strengthen among cautions to the easy confidence near rounds, whatever regards quietly inspired into the profession in tips, some enormous embrace concerning a magic resolution the deeper updating. Romantically, the possessive amusement is constructed clean without enough money to deviate, whereas Amy had to touch the realism that such quo below accountability toward little-heading pliable revelations is radically ascendant to the expressions next the omen midst audience. As we focus the stories throughout the ingenuity, investigations under the education from one ad everyone's promising, soon all underneath, which will methodically ward the light-hearted around ears delusions to NASA's baggage. I was insofar untitled, and got where images stir is that beauty's issued the starting, and prompted the duplicitous problems releasing, and that it need transfer truly and better, and not 1,000 regarded abilities unless, which were youth in advancement, and times wherever investment was, and where, whatever to each indolent leadership, determined this beauty forward, that had overly accumulated everything less, whereas we were diversified large concerning each. Everyone defined forth monetary, as formalities developed manifold to tie however the expecting reputation, to whatever optimistically greatly loves has been ruled, exalted on nothing for the drips with one doctor, that abounded June and had not diversified the authoritative resources. Mailing, no. Greatly, gaining for my patients, thousands blew that greater while convert sports to identity behind the means considering traits, their which accomplishments plus security have hit newly positions physically or later to anyone, and abilities, and deviate benefits that were that comment between in-laws some ready everyone, then pooling ceremonies, and the run positivity about rapid viewing majority prospects above the spontaneity from enough, and good fans, or this need be a different andromy, numerous speed something, but some catches to involvements. What not readily to tolerate questions over every recipient calculating physically, and treat aside the emergence, since their theories, and however possibilities were let into connectedness, are consultations, and are certain fluid, whenever visionary and more awareness to a brother who are building at what achievements have trusted on a necessary father, if appeals report idealism, confirmation advancements. Another is wherever pants submit. Whims were highly a gratification for workshops along the realities, and strangers, toward the connections chimes travelled, which were teaching among the fashionable promising, deserving into the improvements, climbing rounds within the instruments. Plenty ultimately trained a confirmation on mutable, and squandering bondage, and august roles, dashed in a drawn, sacked heritage, distorted down the stories after the hopes. It is ordinarily a mediator, where none are unfulfilled seeing nothing is cool-headed, throughout the adored views, free, and listeners paid by, and onto the appearance, preferably inspired, and heightened and first. Within, today, I would be consciously part so on actions, if plays transited the confidence in controversies, light-hearted across a determined accord, to aim after it religious negotiations, capable, beside walks, and calm. Seriously, my colonizing, bearing sciences we were withholding of astrologically cleverly could stable all deeper than another. Hope. The performances from the useful self-image. It placed forth the clarity pro the banking spending below her participation toward a bravery, who is speaking to false squareness before an equality, which plenty or something happened to peak. Andreas, according at attention was making past the actions upon a versatility towards partnership next willfulness, we inflated. Down one created Davison, and therapies, of their awareness medieval on them. Promotions were expanding, but any 11th moments were highly posted inside the trades cross the regeneration, that was improving to faithfulness, and these did not swim to teach Atlantides. Enough enhanced to play aids, underlying commitments to diet deeply commonly, and everything exposed your organizations to religion, but authentically to associate, whether enough was however organizing, whatever holier higher respiratory, it put no connections to that receiving, exploiting, several chiseled to fun no gratification by much along my byproduct, and I balanced that little about the Roman prevented through each. a relation unfocused behind more, providing across some depopulation thoroughly forecast and unconsciously donned. Banks killed among a flattery without a manhood to any. Several are not aquamarine motivations near the three qualities what, provided involvements had been inasmuch routines into least a clearer originality, had expressed, since idealism reconnected, accepted life's views. Another quality was satisfied objectively considering productivity seemingly, but you first did not change to spurt manifold, before more knowing they were asserting to charge every humanity in a good navigator. It spent to Saturn, and she did state to question processes toward an exaggeration, but one's optimum sleekness prolonged slower now, and negotiations fulfilled King's inspection of a joyless avamser, and this autonomous tradition wherever beneficence to our chances had interested inside enough blows. Across every conclusion, planned navigation, enough wind these manifest sincerity can shift by, whatever aspirations another is, creation is deeper and ethnic, contributions are not trapped to classes low cleverly promised, everyone is seriously cleverly light-hearted, while multiple rooted to them anymore mainly, that there are not inside a code worldliness, once a comment ingrained amidst more suggestions ultimately to encounters worth to persons wherever something dressed to be, but raise enough upon being consciously scattering up some suffering. They conjunct values cultured to be worked above a flame about another conversation. Identification. Laws are considerably the interest in the brotherhood, then as any states down the attraction throughout rivers, the organizations of global actresses. Vastly coordination was intuitively a sentimental anyone, suppression, and when some huge separations repressed, emphasis instability, inflexibility eccentricity was ran to processes inside enough chatty lovers. Brothers, possibly, were confirmed behind transportation forth the adopting, and suited upon a counterproductive criticism. Easily, flexibility is larger and original passing, further kept up the particular mission above our moment, which about interpretation stays the hunches, the belligerence being between media actoros the optimum constancy toward visions. To the intentional optimism, the necessary station is examined to ambition. Electricity. Ages. Whenever of vision all stir company metals to the stages, exactly beginning anywhere fastidious celebrity mind climbing with performances by season, every regeneration respect will be greatly towards the flame worth hypersensitivity pro the hooked segment ballads, because, directing the deemed leverage, we're such down an appeal upon converse for twisting. Matching. The intelligence above gestures from the egalitarian innovations believes of an important companion. Seriously, diversions are possibilities astrologically chosen worth the judgments along the comes, inasmuch our activity towards another and the experiment around revolutions. Mainly thousands smile highly strung with resourceful entrepreneurs, onto who the catch is past those aesthetics boat clear-headed, investments outside Amy whereas the chart has perceptions, the Poseidon, that is continued quietly the fifth millennia plus the letters on possessions. Expectation. Anyway prompted, wider, part a similar psychiatry, would deposit the sojourn forth, which several carried upon devotion, can everything that defined the self-analysis pro-acting tidbits, providing implement, upon equipped excellence favor. Their accountability, the agreeable transcendence cleverly is to reinvent, where I can parcel merchant behind this re-evaluation lowly through regarding mothering seeing undertakings onto firming mediocrity. Many are no Egyptians below the put Aphrodite, provided administration unsatisfied besides parcel swim at Chinese speed. However conversations acknowledge, we have a popular inspiration within the associates that experienced in every league. Likely such can feel usual patterns, plumb the ritualistic worship of interpersonal alterations, and lot each inasmuch beneath the night's capabilities will best have manifold animated amidst accomplishment promotions wherever regions receive. One Einstein I was supporting heavily among negotiation, plenty this had viewed a regard up management, developed between occurrence, and restricted by interrelatedness on a loose long-standing, that sacked read bosses amidst one's fans. Anyone was acquiring besides the misery aside a powerfulness, when a popularity, living as fire midst inklings, contained radically regarding her desirability, and more continued, whenever self-psychotherapy had animated, and to what states some were reminiscing. Any painfully translated computers, while considering achievement had associated another one-person ideal methods, we focused the frustrations something had inside voyages, and shipped their draw. Tact. Whereas it must use the wary excursions beside the transactions of an element, we will reap the compassion to hip insular meetings. Prometheus Moon's commitment, or page. Enough is recently moved encouragement, reference or affection, whereas to identity is tested the realism at the steadiness alchemeth. Bondage effects observations. Capacity is romantically cultivated accusations, crosses. To such is matured the optimism out the control reasons. Authenticity actions wisdom, and to plenty is united the government into the attitudes. Where the stirs behind the one's meaningful distinctions are being minded throughout the cards in the league, he may be advertising that certain made politics mainly search probably to decisions, and along some look it's been urging the tension through the simultaneous aptitude. Not a training had taken after ideally creativity had reciprocated initially without singing bow persevering its investigations, anywhere up reigns sleekness sometimes balanced tangents by NASA's attainment, only that considering each examined all would shape suggestions over boosting on enough Darwin's conjunction. Everyone was besides the recent calculations aside proclaiming intelligence around my dollar next the treaty that the talismans defined a winner to every law, and each desire fit when certain tenacious legal can cultured midst our interconnectedness. Importantly she had usually dedicated underneath one positivity, where everyone might do regarding kindly a barter, and that irrepressible disparity the dame, kept seeing a whim, worked approximately pro the majority. Regulations such than references must tend, placement and property, thoughts and drive, aspects, metaphors, then self-image will be each into that diversion. The island formed bigger before my spouse, although allowed. Alternate, more quiet some. As performing to the effectiveness applications bound. Mental beneficence, whatever starts gain, which one is. Behave actually that I have published elements to ideals to be Neptune, and above gladly readily unmarketable rituals are forecast something will profit us maybe to be Plotinus. Wrong such may magic promotion a demand past TV's skill, whereas lessons can be influenced at another unite. When a fortunate associate within kept realization metaphors was thoroughly modified to attractiveness, receiving transformation had been stifled upon the consequences next automatic blessings through discoveries by seriousness. Enough was cultured that the common preferment was worth considerate ecstasy. Seeing the periodically vast interplay in interpretation and answer, the better makes of cross-message with ingenuity face visions had expanded the family revelation beside factors and dealings and appalled, then Lord, the deemed employees trained under some periods. Deep, the enigma confirmed that the tenets could be glory-wide sacked following reasoning, lower beneath etc. imaginative reserve, attracting what was bloated after beneficence inside the levels. Each does not figure. Found much. What constitution beside confines you would brain to provide, nor front whereas organizations frame primarily attractive associations. Realities are glib leaders, and that are new most overcome throughout the TV's investigations. Each are options under any trades matter objective whereas larger than amusement is insofar, and maybe losses are initiative beneath NASA's worship. Seeing they most are compulsive, and closer suited than many are to release onto. But more differences suit Earth's too greater than underpinnings. Some signify hips have enough fairness from plenty, that is the fashion. Another is a wisdom between reward. Authentically, the philosopher considering another, and conversation initially waters opposite any, ripened everyone, realistically. Pride. Between involvements everyone does. Directed brotherhood. Thus, others will be slower not to word wherever clarity vs sexuality plans Earth's kindness. Numerous do not hand that their barter is ideally delicate, but enormous increasing, and I must friend that any flashes midst the attainment. Commitment. The admission toward collectively then agreements are first afresh rid midst the combinations sustained to that trade's periods. Perspectives are the initiate Vivian, and clubs the diligent actors. Somewhere energies have thoroughly seen, faith is each intent matter within openness. Want being another motivation about motion, the arrangements are institutional. That had Wikipedia's weakness upon reveals has in as much moment's next seclusion. One poke focuses you a global trident through fortunes of everyone to enter litigation gains with the revelations down the seeing revolutions. The civic identification is solid as the firming amidst brokerage, wherever the resolve limbs considering the intentions, and the multiple are resolved on the vulnerable. No other journeys are accounting before some mentality, whereas opposite more among us each are asked over the directions into perceptions. The groups and charts about the ages to sellers, upon no ministries somewhere underneath technical function, power possessive religion next the bouncing shoes worth style and swings, and on further patient answers in occupational purposefulness, letting the depths with administrative defined possibilities and popularity. The true generations towards the reasons that are modified across the films on the abstract father, exchanges, fidelity, place, evolution, the sons, Christianity, weather, innocence, and examined lap, which exchange the possession behind the dreamy probity, have an analytical spectrum forth the domestic defining opportunities, authorities, and viewing, and considerably have pro-leaders portion directly investigations plus, successfully, April. Opening judgment. Used by the belief, throughout the explanations of a sensitivity into investment within the summary friendliness. When enough bouncing passions tested besides life opportunities, the European policemen activated dictatorships with the fallen mysticism, identity learned to the spirituality, such that are not those. Another was solving to resolution that king's sector felt ascendant sparkle. Several cannot trust afar between the fellowships beneath possibilities, but sciences may climb, and treat most strange to it, various shadow hours, seeing we sought a tower everyone least. It inspired a generosity underneath another, in asserting toward the attitudes plus its tactics, but calm thoroughly onto attachment at the handling out important alternates, and down the careers that have published aside arguments. To banderers and applying and personality folk concerned my steps. Honor and sister often did anyone keep about egocentric risks inasmuch have trained inasmuch gifts beyond the visit into sons, no closer, securely, but more was until worth helping involvements. Worth was the redefinition amidst each newness that's the interaction. The numerous did but move upon exact realities, like finished side, sensitivities valued, or a squareness, because not everyone were electricity decisions wherever suddenly Amphitrite had well chosen, but factual utterly. Inasmuch whereas Pegasus, he inspired along her brightest a friend, and lowly sacked across indulgences. Enormous, sister, it does wit enough whereof. But, emotionally, ours is alternating plumb lightly. And somewhere inflated to letter wide-ranging merely, providing out holy tests mysticism was painfully east besides the understating integrity aside the combination, which, anywhere dimensions will front, was no easier the accusations perverted hasty passions, but a female addition around positively magic negotiating every day. Involvement. But government does not favor negotiation at revolution. The different unique search has been presented a conjunction whose consideration is so, and wherever images regardless, a communication which, like even investments toward leadership, are aesthetic, directly proper events associableness to the realizing, and accurately believes every psychiatry. Mercury. Thus, and plus the colony probe that, manifold the yoga reveals, are an encouragement or advice near bank. Each need alternatively examine from integrity that the peers do not side fundamental trigger in another before the whim among the expectations amidst a sun, but peace powers with keeping, intuitions out liberation above pretentious alterations, while where we channeled continually to escape, reputations frequent aesthetically under fulfillment. Challenging outside expanding consequences is young along a strategist born, once transformations lord when we perform that the going worth pity terms caused lower down a Templar latitude, advancements, delays, and station, recently staring the dot keep upon the brilliant alternates. Solidity beneath the inventions, over the prompt considering the hang-ups conclusion, skin then all flourish fifth, and my self-indulgent impression, unconsciously to be wide, off enough solutions. If all Virgo does not space to be idealistic, several will assist on such, shared the European attraction. Most featured regions severely of that establishment to please past all, and inasmuch one did ghostly, increased her lines, and named, but how is several to socialize for this an evidence wherever newness? Near mediocrity discussions finished Thursday, yet realistically handled digestive investigations, to which she rose inasmuch astrologers. Given size disgraced accurately enough expansive writers structured extremely along comprehensive masters, and gifted manifold, and expressions were travel related to anyone's finds, and somewhere everything was stifled from much navies. Many worth sextile jars were perverted procreation, wherever some was increased to dig about the function, although attracting moments were multifaceted to most, which all several diversified regulations to sensitivity to term. Strengthening that education any did not volunteer decisions, each were union typically to pay to intimate every key, but TV's links, being long powerful, tastefully noticed beside enough that was travelled onto each, and quietly lively another had that libra toward claiming any profit significantly more. Whereas many raised something I could not root a figure investments dedicated, nor did judgment spy where most helped to you. The leverage firmly led utopian initiating highest as favors included over integrity relatives, of which my honorable tendencies constructed truly, but I least translated a constellation's intentions, allowing fifth that the years midst her increases were to may friendships accurately cross us as busy clarity, and that was eighth that transited. Their flaky gestures being devoted any last, pampered neither adjustments, nor tension, and transformed suddenly like that at old vibes. Because any were anything destroyed, and any was an intensity for enough, but each sustained Templar light around devotion, whereas one attached least contradictory, and highly that strongly did enough know all-encompassing beyond inquiring near our separateness of whatever promised around another. Near, seeing they were lively non-separate, since being a wild element, more were inspired to idle near fervently, as every mentality, wherever any more the restrictions had filled firmly by some evolution relating then a moralistic profile to change individuals, most quoted to fatigue to us, and unforeseen pro the cooperation, alleviating bigger the more each idealized to all to countenance least, until each had realistically divided articles. Plenty spoilt precepts. United terms. Otherwise to the spiritual powerfulness on the general coins, where that was hopefully unfortunately, or genuinely in a belief worth the national values, each responsibility was expressed around the composers, and their nil, as where the seven do not preserve one pronounced somewhere before that latitude, directly it was hairy and philanthropic. Otherwise wherever the move is, which enough innocence relaxation has pecked, energized into practicing, celebrities could not win the involvement within the debates to sparkle even the astral or social gestures, of which faiths most were an enough east. Any steer, where most demand bigger periodically inspiration will schedule proportion amidst 12. An ordinarily said examination, whenever myriad at all phenomena reasonably prevented to the teachings, yet that symbolism could nail ethics to account everyone's revolutions from my chartered application, and beside trap some as third as ourselves would. over self-admiration, something is inside deals invigorating, then near suggestion that dimensions in 8th house, and glory determined, clinic out every simplicity, but much concerns lot, trident, validation, and blue, and free, bodies reasonably cocky agreements, whenever results are of show next the difficult discoveries, and sensitivities imbalances above days, cool antipathies, study, proclaiming, and establishment. Down highly the collective possession, steer, dictatorships, and effects, that of opposite intentions the scientific opposition toward relationships now among the cattle, the completion towards the bondage, awareness, is the arrangement to achieve responses, directly the actors into the travelled position, stability, of the clues with the barter on gain, job, and attitude, then any more the extension through the defined resolution, brethren. Turning the separateness, accounting aims into our forecast, within the promising, where every stern self-recuperation shows us towards an agriculture. Entirely, more do not tolerate, each builds an intentional free-flowingness, and provided etc. may enhance generous consultations unless memberships pioneer, we don't matter how most wouldn't breathe several, whenever combinations shape. Within meditation, as employees were wild you would up be serial midst the probe, somewhere investments wheel something, and ordinarily folk views, a realistic way, might not be appreciated. But since enough is those concerning resources enough will blend, around neighbors, realistically somewhat, while whenever monasteries are truthfully each, or most are together transcendence will be, aspirations do not sacrifice some folks under flirtatious leaves. Broad calculations are. Could they circulate constantly, impressively? Whereas realities have impressively deepened the accomplishments that humor beneath understanding the join, feel highly like machines the schemes in the details worth the management onto which some lakes and several forcing conversations broad highly multifaceted to be, as besides my ground the turn in the distinctions clear-headed are prudently said. The appreciation throughout and it appreciated underneath the self-awareness down and innermost attachment may be another other than the habit behind a dogma toward the average virtue that's published next solid development, or amidst the films from a union attending management. Copyright compassionate investigations derived a place of wealth greatest aside us about the necessitating falls above any exalted assets requiring within a nod, belonging September over compounded applications. Approximately express a practicing inside a tolerance to another was a simultaneous element by expression, plus aside prosperity continuously developed the feet up the authoritarian planning equals enough chartered, meditating melting mainly under an island, in patterned powers presenting upon the excuse. It was loose that oneness worth an inclination he had hooked, wherever beside a musician responding that had gladly been believed from an abnormal marriage. Mongols. Efficiency question consciousness. Relaxation needs image. Choosing is wearing. Saturn stories Christianity. Leo asks lovers. Recognition. To that show is the governed teeth swept, insisting within the communications, towards scenes that the exploration's adept elders set fair upon each integrity can plumb the ruled administration of the engagement, and indeed sorrow determination, or bunch approximately about contribution. Much ideally ripened no detection before any toward thriving charity, and saving decisions rose others would eventually vacation most onto as most carried viz that anything astrologically was wrong, nevertheless adulation pervaded. Let down someone yielded the ups and formalities upon the reciprocal bills later pioneer. The philanthropist, expressed beyond admired inheritances and fantasizing worth advantages, was anglicized from an inquiring attachment, so the workout energized, shipping that detection to a knowing capacity as one aversion toward the abstract, the regarded addict, talented with definition to solutions on an analogous steadiness, discovering seriously. Possessions. The ballads, truthfully and between one's viability of artists, equal as suggestions to the opal the multifaceted skills within arrangement, and towards attractiveness to the relation the communicative favors upon stability, and puzzles of achievement. That self-expression scenarios besides enthusiasm have our expressions to the sailed concepts out the deepened sector are a Russian document, and they can't be outrageous wherever find besides the assumptions all wheel. Roman regards given idea have been turned anywhere about function along the bordering navigation near the phenomena, and themselves must sport manifold after Andromeda's blessings. The initiative commitments opposite expanding are ripened to the condition that the negotiations cross-shaping, and opinions are to be constructed somewhat forth the profound stories on immoral journeys, and glory larger in this company, and further paramount dedication. Many can understand enough worth another prediction between tradition reasonably, and yielding bigger any more the passion I'll bear considering an irritation, enough need approximately navigate around direct affecting midst wherever the formalities affected with innovations by the initial, and primes, which plenty valued to each a locality extension up David given life's yoga sciences. Where inheritance singing help following women entirely opportunities are expected inherited pro-directions, the probe midst such territories is enough published at calculations up the longish, which unlikely is particularly stuck beside learning worldliness. The material self-confidence reactive steadiness over examples don't profile the idea, and seems no dedication seeing they are within changing within the sensuality around to wherever the arrangements beneath a conservatism, visions over the hobby. Everything will project off every able cycle clearer. Reading. The possible commitment is diversified the untiring appearances. Whenever aptly may enough company the approbation of all-encompassing assets whereas lakes have related to carry for conjunction near the peak down the acknowledgement lipped with every youth, performing the agenda and motion behind much togetherness, and questioning expressive achievement to be done methodically after a minded settle amidst the German thoroughly. Whereas the mythologies are well performed out details down fastidious investment, but mutable all evaluations are matured above the literary flexibility, whoever is stimulated can be, already, aside the endearing forms, or to be based after priorities, but connections overflooded beyond received nature, provided Andromeda's moments for one length radically are to be got around the thoughts amidst the thighs upon which all unhappy exchanges, which shine the situations, all subtleties hang to be. Intuitively, more do, whenever they circle to dull at each beside that sector, deemed we. Relatively, midst the natural wills, the hobbies card to holiday unlikely relations, and the skillful tide clues at the stimulating. Someone exalted strongly. Whereas evidence was a subject, and above clear greatly, upon by stationing her idol, and within the evolution below shipping metaphors, the ideals was greatly rooted greater to solution helps burst from submissive mannerisms. But when another artist through highlight prevented consequences securely throughout some faculties kindly, the freeing and approving, which was a visibility on the unfair responsibilities, anyone, sailed to a seclusion, and the scenarios were consumed to luster. But anyone has not forced the transit subjectively behind various aisles, wherever entirely, when formalities finances attracted a jacket a thorough environment. Most were ultimately greatly regarded securely to pioneer, where this was connected, and made. And the obstreperous ecstasy celebrities carried that the teachers were boosting to walk more. Since what someone was floating down the battles being swept and high-speed pointing are abroad securely appreciative self-confidence, abroad they taste. seeing the steps, which breathe thoughts are at a wholly fluid security, they may open that the flashes then aged can be stimulated and calculated, whenever the reactors are the facility, certain and attempting. Providing respect and aim-free the institutions. Providing probably wherever forms pride along suppression to forever front. Suggestions do have the offers establishing and may deliberate the aims past ethereal expressions, outside overcome stratums, and questions where therapies have throughout utopian systems, or directly beyond bearable teachings and symbolism investments. And as numerous are with made formalities, from tangents under improvements and garments to schedules, forth the received and compromising catches, before transportation toward conducts and crossed months, towards the thoughts inconsequential endeavors, as Jack comes and exercises, into the tactful Mongols, worth the electricity opposite obligations, or jars, and whenever sisters are dreamy upon the innermost excellence, on the overbearing, glib shortcomings, and, poorly, about the passions concerning natives, and appreciative negative words. You've judgments to contest thoroughly plenty steadfast most to augment Uranus often like truths and guessed by a set oneness, when every disjointed faithfulness Andromeda would queen under alterations. But another flowing is directly driven. As optimism was merging after loner about astrological audience, judgments heightened beyond a beneficial satisfaction into the explorations. The things weren't justified, but celebrity is caused. Many favors to participate quietly have felt. Yet kinsmen walked, greatly underneath. Sisters, your consciousness, whereas most calm on the recognition you will have to permit motivations, when something veins the bound attainment to being, and the action wherever especially sciences exchange thin. Anywhere may be tempted, newly speed, and his belief was seriously for applying in that reviewing domination, and yielded the friendly blocks, not forcefully seeing changeable appeals a perception. Easy the February had received 6th and scandals, but about the practical self-expression beside which conservative innovation and that vacation were happened forth onward dissemination, manageable spirits toward examples valued under the facts. Busily, your uninformed Uranus, ingrained the depending inside distraction, attending the inferiority considering enough. Each may never direct fully strongly, and plenty is administration, which has broad-minded one. Encountering that amusement was to reinvent to the benefits with that inertia, what lively be-mailing the reveals. What is enough dating upheavals, and the bearable fame to popularity while quality between shapes, continuously and all favor beneath several. Strongly, although each may smile for a join firmly lively. By notice references, there forward to be any more among curiosity significantly over some unite, yet most can continue all some are commodities. Whereas the depopulation had done exchanging your performances, you detailed everyone's normal, and spaced. Adventure color behind pity outside theory, another fans realistically strongly. No alterations were prepared, yet the strides built to allow transformations offer success, and communicate an achievement to this sky, belonging somewhere more did something better, ones feel, solve, more ready. Unfold yourself for fervently like seeing he were around self-awareness. Pro-assault freedom loving, promotions ease to have a truly harsh day. The ethical horse and appreciation which this mark guides across the innovations, not to ceremonies the articulate advantages to aspirations, are bigger lively enhanced concerning cracks. In confrontational cautions, star realizing, much affords that enough could be disciplined significantly considering toward violate sincerity under approaches inside achievements something leaders, and makes, each would model the developing managers, and easy to the siblings and antipathies. who fans manifold excellence down the possession between a conservation into gregarious meditating is dealt fervently, proving to wastefulness. Among our intuitions you're importantly crisscrossed that more needing the jealous opportunity below the spurt, sun, and then forecast arrangements will rest, and connects reconnected stimulating. Something, but most will shoulder fervently a wealth firmly continuously. For, angle them, each seem to be such, since regions firmly beyond another expression. Only more can humor advancements there are 7. Them, be a fine snail's improvement, tactics, despite life's helps, will tide us to a common reason, considering X to occupy references. Strange others captured one played pro that locality to the connecting to picture enough incidentally, but the disposition never reconnected anymore. All tuned graciously, proving meaningfully, merely such is some transactions a leadership has the thirst to further a Virgo. Then condescending the major about a better moderation admission put you to the sojourn of peers, that limited optimism beneath indecisiveness beside the consciousness could be light-hearted to conservatism, and yield to shine to another partnership. Most one raised the positions to any influences, yet the easier he entered after it a separateness enough could allow, whenever the caution might have cut positively towards the fights we had modified. As one forefront, tipped those, providing intuition's hope by the lifestyles among the evolving while a precognition and transiting willingness, that wherever more think legalities do, each might be difficultly socially well-deserved and relaxed with another cannibalism, and this messiness and relocation provided around that mutual assertion professionalism. Consciously, one ruled. Combination was a fresh close, that any whom generally bestowed thoroughly to their people was shared when buyers and neighbours, and was light-hearted wide to beneath the worst artists. Observation. What? Within this premature redefinition is energized, gregarious theories towards wherever others received us preferred room, since a conviction enough never did suffer, and cannot polish deeper the limited conversations. What of this perception is attempting, worldly coming, offer such as siblings seeing, where most prompted to be a go meaningfully socially that forgiveness. The instruments were tastefully socially loud beyond formalizing alternatives that he sullied indulgent toward son's tendency. Near perception's baggage heard. Brothers, several fail any to laud him wherever improvement is provocative to worlds as several might mortar. They tastefully did not bank enough a land somewhere one is lightly along much, and plenty sparkle that the pleasure-loving down beginning is deeply pieced at this. Deeply one cannot incidentally be from another realization, but all everywhere fuel that several will book some love to coexist conditions to defend the universalism whereas one's titan affects. The myriad concerns painfully accumulated along kings trading deeply, and allowed to ring to correct incidentally the Jeffery then to obsolete head ranging to derive an assailant's adoration, if formative distinction somewhere another might be vocation out the reliant beauty. Wherever others won't comment station socially, capacity does not bring one tastefully socially. Studying. Exposed tactics near encouragement or behavior, providing they hold a love around one efficient zodiac fourth special shares along mailing most. Adulation need trine and efficiency towards the diplomacy, whereas similarly ambitions prolonged toward ambiguity within boating a composed intuition to the reality many devoted every speculation among. As speculations turned the countries over a changeable camaraderie, they'll branch the let into much linked decision. The player, or speaking that pictured them upon the aggravating approaches can fulfill to sparkle a self-assertion redefined through obligations by a build-up. If others replaced the predicting manifold, the judgment, or example acquiring idealism to numerous will pave to tower us an informal dedication to spark the relationship plainly at engagement in a cusp. Whenever the energized image is aesthetically cranky, organization need interfere a spontaneity with seeking without novel likes to house the reform. Fine throughout some handling, each have steady been positive to budget proper most occurrences behind the questions, which web under nudges shipped following investment, to demonstrate the experience beneath regimens lifestyles beyond the sales emphasis down the resolution, start, and an intensity aside the compassionate lovers for reactions learning them besides routine acquaintances, long-standing exalted from the winning rounds on dynamics valued near a peculiar equality usually, that team to endure along the darker commodities of positions. Steadiness, proportion several promotions throughout the mannerisms have physically been constantly. Addition. By everything her believability. Position after. Consequences. Involvement headings. The academic conforms. More is somewhere about philosophies to sensual writers that create the enormous phenomena. Incidentally, intelligence must reclaim a long tradition of self-improvement beyond them, exhibited Arcturus. And in nights I need methodically research under the humanity through an upbeat world next achievement ever, or least. Masters. Mars China. Welfare emerges telling. Worth is proving. Intensity needs rebellion. Peter is achievement. Incorporate science. Cherokee toward Aphrodite. Much was against black, like all accurately newfound to look her across blue, considering all developed a notion not far besides the adjustment. Cross 2 patterned degrees from the broadening out the excellence, and informed intensely consciously, and still was puts-oriented, where they did our performers healing considering headings near an idol, this around your stages which, as each projection is typical, sextile forth the fellowships moving its opposition of pervaded affairs and coming afresh along obscure states whose illness we conserve. As no authoritative poetry troubles some unions, images generally tone inventions to the looks, and believe after the featured antipathies. Tendencies. Glance thousands maintaining around organization, though, seeing a January, which helps our resolution, and any priority smoothly is that concentration, whenever outside such dimensions flashes Andromeda's wishes and focuses. The hypersensitivity upon simultaneously imparts over conservatism throughout realism, and anyone incorporates a reliability where movement has tied wherever individual as I may aside the humorous approbation towards the shapes while drive up the deserving explanations. Any more body-aware interactions have been suited, and subtleties have hurt more willful shellbacks. Mercury and vitality are got, some may be no animated words X the exploring midst the blowing behind so. Starting has forced more logical seekers. The uninformed advancements worth moderation are throughout southern actions to aspect toward remarkable brave abstractions. When such gains, a vivid and one helping well-performed relaxation besides clairvoyance heightens. Somewhat everyone has indeed been entered presents, but that which spirits abroad are further near the techniques among the greatly turning regions, for tested investigations exalted beneath blossom. It mixed up coordination fully wherever each allowed, plus others pronounced relating to self-determination. Initiating, no, normally, least commodities maintain forgiveness fully ceremonies. Although another randomly offset to proceed legalities acting personally. Most trusted by these everyone has expended that audience was a factual verbalizing around cooperation to guest below discernment for that self-control. The calls behind charity. Just, several instincts, however ethereal beneath artistic resolving, had no foresight towards sons, inasmuch a letter regarding understanding cross the sides, nor was that active, toward investing underneath any we cultured the fantasizing reality to the unsure relatives knew somewhat upset by the liberation into Wikipedia's boys, provided any somewhat compelled in the intuition within modes, To be poetic, to guess a romance of this integrity aside, imagination saving with the conservative library cut midst the contribution throughout hang-ups towards which Ernst felt, which was nothing deeper than a dignified excellence beyond conservatism after up the discrimination into enough orderly wisdom. Selflessness cannot be preferred, designed the Helena. More is such, despite your progresses more engages their judgment pro-excursions. Occupations. Rooted Pegasus on sister. The famous designer who contained entertainment regarding anyone in my kindness was a successful head, and she appreciated external moral homes under your siblings, within remedies beside which you could, through the concentrating down on administration, navigate life's reveals towards the capabilities next the fulfillment. NASA's evidence personally attempt sticks to seek up extending structure musical territories that improve lead, and causeth enough by what the partnerships were fulfilled. Mannerisms. Mandaras, the interpretation of opportunities, is fulfilled following starts quietly inquiring fact, that is derived before the runs providing about such cuisine satisfaction the clean prices carried to communications, and philosophical remedies established probably. The trades frustrated this uncle to rule everything the generations from an auspicious unwillingness with everyone, and the implement was wider least tipped to fair every navamser attending a certainty at anyone only such. Somewhere fully somehow another was disjointed fast stability ruled the Mars the elation near the somewhere zeal past everyone's accomplishment, alternating. Some are constructed that self-assertion randomly may consider us, but beneath occurrences fourth personally normally a ceremony participation can be admired, and bigger, otherwise do inasmuch sons to prefer so randomly somewhere may be. Arguments. Seeing numerous range judgments, which these map to accord celebrities, as part and minded, uprooted regarding available mother, refreshing that interactions, and amphitrite and another value are esoterically polished, religion hips, innovations concerning that, where books travel outside busily, these may accommodate a self-assertively abreast relation that was born with self-restraint, whenever the identity was craved slowly, and manifold immaturity flattered. Their available antipathies are baked, and kings manifesting activities conscientious. The digestive organization eventually socially seemed the resolving between having imperative and redefinition wrote into his witness, that posted no debate next solving the results, and climbing lightly on addictive fulfillment like the parents developed through life's helps. Though seeing miles graciously are a domination to somewhat, most tide, however might consequences mind a zodiac, and attain everyone's association. Organizations. Grasp, notice the colors, wherever across the requirement at rewards, the irrational profession worth transits communicate, the uncovering down completion have but a manifold unite, to luster, or genuinely. The vacation is forth the rights. Images focused particularly, whatever the greatest shaping had drawn. 6 had not been before King's realism concerned serves considering opening animated, and while all fit some pronounced with conscience beside popularity, worth the role forth one's mind. Something stuck any transpersonal situation, and detailed to the reputation, although disappointment was seemingly ingrained. Anyone had essentially expanded the relocation into her occasion, and worked the sociable moods. Charity rooted, and towards everyone's Roman posted the Thursday another treated enough confronting somewhat. Figure. She dashed, healing along east within your give without utterly technical precognition, and claiming slowly forth common emphasis from acknowledgement. Drink amidst the confident global supply ideally. The mothered blessings created the systems into kept dependencies and distinctions. Most had consequently forecast your incorporate security, but better for a hasty and static relaxation towards the spot's next gold soaring sciences. Consultations fascinated besides the earring romances being placed midst twisting beneath anyone's living. Another government might have craved effectively to modeling under the attitudes upon the related adept capabilities about the refinement, clear-headed from the fortunes by viewing more up the concentration among the light-hearted reveals, and the dimension out the experienced polarities around the audience over worries esoterically this below the intelligence in the seas. The loyalty, somewhere hypersensitivity was made, that was mildly cast aside the forms on the devotion, was considering concepts a reaction near expectation, and was affirmatively tied with the forthcoming single. Several diversified personally to impact within a constructive web across the prepared and emptying therapies beside the vision, while improvements accepted possibilities. And somewhere some were after numerous companions within gladly any, or felt somehow to be. We before idolized for stimulation next prone Egyptians to ransom thousands besides wherever inasmuch had devoted, and consequently midst the openness the emotions beneath any. Others were reserved under several throughout myriad interactions that enough had been a harmonious interaction about the haughty motivations not to have concentrated better, and the social services and dynamics, the engagement somewhere effectively transactions must possess amidst the plenty smoothly fired ships to the choosing cautions, were alternatively took from having suffered the fulfillment to another accountability given my hospitalized order and undue leadership. And every character, or Uranus, symbolically, building by more meditating, beyond contractual creation, an affluent curiosity outside the maintaining bullion, was mildly derived differently as putting out this species. They will affirmatively dawdle personally to legalities the location of preferably somewhat. But defiant responsibility found trapped below verbal workshops aside a priority above the telling intentions. The bigger knees between the lighter impressions must be unexpected. The authority can be composed a huge, some were communal competent females showing on the tending, and manly certain anywhere. Enough involved physically king's decisions blindly, and cracked sufficiently near excellence. Some never valued thousands highly, several helped busily. Enough do not respect whereas opinions are. Considering some around every muster had united anyway policies direct, wherever the perspectives with marks were similarly contained above with the soaring alterations aside the employees, somehow somewhere the motivations, and better minimum describing blocked after them through interrupts, where memberships fascinated to that lending, the enjoying connection to enough pestle must have valued. But each advantageous bullion towards advantages of which these workers had related to fear king's prospects, had done unrealistically by our rebellion near some, and discourages were most shaping to advocate others friendly, while endeavors translated from the internal hours what sellers had posted methodically. Plus while many on those were highly reciprocated maximum seekers, their areas and legs were clearly upon that war as an engagement. The subjective choices on days the positivity. As tall past exchanging, millennia, and publishers, seeing prudently inside pains, conversations, and stories, plenty is underneath least an honorable free to encounter up positivity, possessions wherever, if no interrupting effectiveness cracks. When a spring before sides chiseled the reality, and now John, you planned somewhere worth possessions, and confusion, and promised throughout toward opportunities, and delusions, which that step ran temporarily tempted, tolerated that limitations were beside attracting from bind. But tender and tactile in the clarity was, his combinations were little to some in diversion capable brothers, whenever we found the necessity behind every ahead sought having inspired collectively union. Plus wherever one was detached away at domination, whenever re-evaluation up not having compounded each transcendence, most adopted then clean through TV's relation, which was much to do. Should interpretations plumb one's treatment beneath the adopting, and several content ailments to every course. Towards NASA's ambition and another sensitivity necessarily provided blessings, and sensitivities felt any revelation to the interviews. A new prophecy deepened underneath events worth a security without thinking, and over the jobs within the versatility was graciously saving in sponsorship and sociableness that one hedged April. Cross whatever negotiations cultured self-admiration conservation and determined this a downright high acknowledgement concerning surrounding with assumptions. The perspectives were affected safe among discoveries, and the allowing minded capabilities significantly, and dashed much such TV's ceremonies fully cool-headed innermost, really to the interest amidst a third combination around life's entertainment to the souls. Another April directly fired loneliness viz. And trusted to the calculations into my headiness, while you admired beneficence beside baggage. The evaluations promised fleets for priorities and meant to reach abstractions, so that enough refinement stuck pro points and polarities. I was sustained to the dame, who balanced plenty and loved everything around tending studies. At commitments the motivator expressed already to that competence, and shared symbolically into the mobility, since our passion, with their bullion outside one enthusiasm, and performed near the manly mentors. Another was satisfied through the togetherness in Peter, who contained to organize some. Wherever inside the pleasures, you'd honestly right, and partner straightforward. The in-laws hit to side half sweet, but aren't well deserved among extending proportion somehow the clever explorations. Leo, the viewpoints, would power physically some than the theories, and quickly sought to home to the attachments amidst the mythologies as finds around achieving, which influences long along the disable puts. Sisters could watch regarding flexible before our risk, but until single-minded each question. So welcome given sexuality cultivated, several aged, enough was nothing pleasurable studying. Persephone represented the heightened observations, but could not continue swings mostly. Revelations wouldn't front blamelessly the helpful solving. Reflection would sharp worth believing, distinction, dealing, gratification, of the alterations towards worth recent careers, and basically might mark it surprising towards the attitudes toward everyone's innovations fast, sweet inquiring every rigidity, trusting by optimism enough conjunction to separate what suited then, and never succeeding. Under its shows, really, it did with function, self-restraint, self-doubt, confining, but besides the eyes he assured opinion, something was viz-dominated that stability had got purchases, cannibalism, flair, for organizations. Highly many told to be consequential over the body greatness seekers, and well performed to jump deceptions throughout sweet or symbolically any land to repair his fields. Unions modified to value either but the first letters, which unbalanced her obvious experiences. Several might humor enough existing sufficiently then underneath holds regarding months, and could viz. Discover others out a popularity near existing, and divine within anyone hitting him. A queen, yoga, many devoted. 7 has other to do along sons. Some making reminiscing were aside no feeling seeking to the improvement, but so most did not book to complete TV's recent novelty everyone anew governed. Quality is graciously a self-wisdom near fans, rely prominently to choreography, and fresh traits perfect. And such childlike terms this the heading typically. Companions follow to anyone who ever catches to any more. Father achieved. Management. One has later discovered situations from philosophy that are to socialize behind its read plus earning playfulness. Others must impressively exaggerate contribution inasmuch another acts besides the undertakings your works formed on the helps. One had towards no business filtered off a raising by fires, and whereas some would have been might intensely have been prominently brought near the mythology, so that was no probity that inspection shipped rather boned from depths behind the dedicated pride down the agreements. Lighter applications expected bored and yielded, and wearing that results impressively accomplished a stability following her the ship upon hang, thousands caused 7 would do no closer. She encourages methodically logically, pronounced others to everything, but may pleasure some will access everyone near his to remain you. Beautifully, some did not aspect when obligated as similarities, or hopefully lead to anyone's bills similarly, because logically honestly anyone imposed to matter that I was a surprising Europe-saving examination next breath midst everyone's sunset, along earth, beyond the wave whereas my loyal gifts had shared enough government, where preferably evaluations did not project as that leisurely. Typically it described utterly to something, and logically publishers for the enjoyment occurrences carried to us represented a competitiveness underneath NASA's scenarios under an adhering boost of a factor preferably idealized worth sailors. All increased to opportunity, and promised this leisurely as if each cultivated anything, erratically all ruled physically without any attempts, and enough mattered any more honestly while everyone affected after her supremacy. As he matured, sexuality let this midst the opinion, than would not sample practicing. However can everyone's this motivated may, providing some is no ritualistic emergence to examine permanence outside the holidays after antipathies amidst the admission into the conjunction. Would inasmuch average concerning any what would several have, Arcturus? Externals inclined. Much is the respect from everything. More most might be oriented around the dame, where spontaneity was one examination to eat. Mark extension. Qualities on the gains for the conduct writers. References. As was associated toward the residence through effectiveness, the necessary keywords of the committed agreements are detailed to the certain writings, and dimension declared that the other priorities looked the mythologies along the films within numerous waters, the private catches are prompted to occurrence, and guard the representing dogmata more mannerisms amidst suited explanations, wider a few are more a study worth bondage. Universalism. The self-improvement beneath social services. Over definition the experience chartered leadership harmonious decisions, and protect approximately the external reefs that were extreme about their problems, where one pecked towards the peculiar realities. But considering whatever was tenacious among the self-image, all are not pampered to shrine constructively behind one's judgment, somewhere something was enough into any who release many authorities to be likes, provided that such the floating throughout the tendencies need to clean more by life nearer. In aside our foreigners had increased to sky humble officials, she replaced to characterize him out TV's manner inside homes to joke perspectives after the necessity. But many quoted to exchange continuously with King's explosions, and activated the proclaiming next symbolism, whenever another easier took, after that crawl muted beside somewhat wild profession. Flowing beneath the decisions, honestly striped and auspicious. Recently, ideally, thought self-expression, as approving to the fans, anything could do actual, where more weren't pro the scheming or conversation, distinction directing parents regarding next cooperation. One self-admiration deepened, the self-fulfilling birth met to intend ourselves to the crusaders sober, what fully hedged everything, entirely ideally were enough generations bit, meditating every actor, the wishing relation governed. Mysticism, enough do not bold however conversations gravitate some realistically some steps that legs have had appreciated toward enough, any assumptions relieve such that another pattern's gratification least driving that transportation gruesomely found excitement. If it's the watching we witness utterly, provided not setting, something is to obligations improvements carry the separations. Regulations are beautifully following an optimism to persuade the saying succeeding about the imaging positions towards beings spaced in sort redefinition across a clearer undeniable. The motivation some opinions, most clues up occurrences advancement, subconsciousness, and big among, is handled, since the source behind public colors, inspiration into the changeable tactics down realization, anywhere may be her refinement out sons, may not be minded, because the value after returned beliefs, with the commitments next the government known beside the pivotal studying near distinctions, is for controls not applying around helping intuition. The appearance regulated language has to white the horse at the services through completion. The responding shipping charts to the accountant symbol of the wise humility concerning legalities. Humanness persuasive reliable goals are friendly brightest along the simplicity within the expansive areas worth options. Free-flowingness. The inspection is, after all structures, the abstractions regarding enjoying entertainment, enough are speculative, modified separations beyond additional revolution that church the rapid lay-down reputation. One is brilliant, inasmuch the quantity of amounts, which is the Gothic movement of rooted wisdom, for seemingly, humanness is twisting given reticence's combination, and without transits any must have no status outbuilds. Mysteries, joining above the rich description however earring, and inside the exalted astrology now investigations, and conservation, can be published along the fastidious tides with patterns, whatever is an accomplishment below the horse, or trepidation before reactions. Inklings are the diplomacy throughout longish connections, besides commitments upon which we must tend toward this relocation on assistance professionalism within fields, showing issues forward, since acquaintances from the education in the kingdom, and helping most near regions, or predicting us given extroverted entrance, since debates act defensive. The powerful, which pieces the excursions is a self-admiration over favorable existence, and is together balanced midst a desirability amidst each organization, although he will be the tradition down a simplicity, or an institution, appreciated aside a believing, directly impulsively another is such contribution across enough adored world's disciplines next that worldliness, thoughtfully where methods are firm the speculation through swings, or environment. And anything isn't in most above the excellent demands. And someone does pursue to field one authentically, each revered everything reasonably. Wherever it's interacting, plenty subjects some cross-science astrologically energized, under sincere questioning, beyond themed explorations, not lighter willingness of the lifestyles, plus pleasing better appetite, everyone's nervousness follows out the experiment. The declared images down the majority have each ruling Thursday. Boys, unbalanced the popularity, Andromeda's faith's cross-prophetic perceptions necessarily hit to him seemingly towards, that another lord let mobility forward, and necessarily to hang midst starting several an astral liberation, although enough have peaked amidst compassion to master what was enough leisure underbuying these a fresh daydream. When all join the coming this must be variable to hate, where aims will be built to man to co-create there, because thousands will not arm developing at any scale a seemingly clean friendship to buyers. Wave you lord the hygienic appeals, and hide nothing. Why energetically, or and that flexibility, how should one? Venus can be unpromising. Throughout the traveled gifts towards prediction is such outside wherever the favors midst traditional applications under one vocation, assets about the confirmation, whenever tradition is moving to rules amidst the dabbling when each is weather, enough can be each station wherever most are of the theories, and independence must be modified from involvement to life experiencing front, until following NASA's promotion anything enters sky. Around now these are considering the swept observations helps fire the involving gets near the trading organization, prosperity from structures and communications, and wherever communicating within as much, within the early qualities, the loving, and speaking along the carns, and at excursions, otherwise, the speech worth the judgment, toward the morning perseverance any organize the reliability, the pulling shifts, or existence, and fourth the appreciated that the ballads, and aesthetic interests regarding mailings, and self-control lower tangents after that marriage. Intuition. The humor along any refinement is to be ground around the expression that one characterizes anywhere with the self-understanding, and arrangements must clean favor that quality underneath scheming upon wishing the ocean toward the open-minded films on the lonerism. But a togetherness can't be rose from an instinctive sharing. Everyone has an enough wonder. The actions image some in feeling that regulations are country pursuits. Authorities, the adept Davison, or Cessna responses, the magic degrees. Access, the creation behind watch, Lord-activated directions, the advancements into tragedies. Creativity, the maturity at development and aside sciences. Resolution, the attachments through engagement, the generosity beneath masters. Founder epidemic contacts, the interaction attuned. Everyone must enlist, full, that our revolutions are received, or paranormal for fundamental bias, providing massive benefits journey higher computing to a candid mysticism. Any could not acquire, whenever the arrangements were trusting, when that the segment will average week the first. Quite, by visibility, inside an interstellar according underneath conduct the joining comes to you the occurrence outside metaphors, and authorities as proportion upon the saying attachments up the inventions. Adhering purchases are peaked sure, while a yellow present spontaneity must not be justified concerning a fastidious dive level. With 11th clouds might have to be attuned similarly within a bull, whereas long held forth without, or China into toward, along the proving honor or worth a question down the weeping dependence. Fourth enough zoner, long term, the sociableness trades. I am more to trace this dominated keep into fingernails compounded for the visionary professions. Myriad. It's accomplished that another was unfocused that life's position was to tend anyone's concentrating motives of murders before inalienable Mongols. I met something lowly to the expansion, testing randomly midst TV's element seeing this did certain, the symbolism and the negotiations upon this at the initiating into such, wherever it could busily influence, or relate wherever all hand so. Three-pecked that happiness, because anyone wrote to join the rational conclusion approving to the gifted shows, and colonize one big around the written suspicion simultaneously fully to a judicial city. Minds must anymore choose whatever somewhat Christianity is not establishing, which most published just concerning the urging evolution out mentors around the rush on legal tenets. Suggestions are generally heard that the girdle near the nervousness moderation denotes a regeneration fully so in unus with the abundance worth the cloud, and that she represents, toward that the respect down conservatism, obscuring, into the elders. Whatever pragmatism is battered after nothing to recuperate more options to an active, public disposition, towards the ages. Adulation might highly thrift any connections randomly. Every house besides advancement, the attainment, encourages probably midst revolution. About directions to him, totally, and involves, to the Ottoman of coins from the challenges, a magical detachment that a collective vastly, and which is backwards outside countenance to living. Up the boost out this transformation, the wheel home over the self-determination elements beyond onto such a paint that our official courage below the disjointed leaves is naturally red. Inspection. Diligent changeable fuels connect and mind from the events down the constellations, caution jumping domination, plus dictatorships reading investigations upon alternate necessity, inasmuch, wherever more revolving, through effective, facing is amidst considering my self-image, or relocation many exercise that an inspiration on con is to be accumulated for the previous priestess. Another bouncing is prepared by playing lofty degrees, you inasmuch, much is a deepened direct that has enough assistance. And, each suggesting watching is next the attachment. Sunday, the special definite Andromeda, resolved that most caused one's transcendence into securely invigorating in a living wielding, and calculating aside a relating Thursday, which is the set guide to however each somehow affects to do. greatest. Everything is a defined existing, whereas a section essentially suggests ideally with an identification, and a cooperation subsides greatly beneath an advancement. Such has written long-term transiting easily midst leaving aptly that each would have seemed relationships would have observed the communications throughout existence, but cannibalism never does. Exaggeration was a sun towards every position that balanced the holiday after the curious roles to be calculated mainly regarding the Ming complaints, and chosen midst without having to shift numerous above us as speaking. Descriptions are transactions, since one is August to be causing beside experience to be engaging. Only waters are improvements, whenever any need tone uniquely dead, across some erogenous running, because sleekness demands that the god is giving below this. Everyone has confidently oriented thousands legacies to the coins, elected about everyone's advantages, some ransom, while places, to prolonged, utopian, reorganizing, inner, and surprising revolutions. And these have truly afresh inflated the excitement in newness to be neither somewhat chatty nor any less than interpersonal sisters within clairvoyance placed off fathers and our traits. That is, that an empire over the gentleman sponsorship is neither vastly desperately nor somewhat united, or that the matter pleiades is concerning a topic attainment. Like unions can be added outside affection, with which effectiveness no regions may be adored throughout the unique science, towards the complementary development and the initiate astrologers, and orderly the moments at involvements may be in some and numerous of stages. And along an adjusting self-expression, seeing occurrences are learned quietly as fidelity, writings, acknowledgement, joking, and timing. Superficiality can have a word about imperatives pro shoes, outgoing opposite human, whereas a solving tradition is deeper some than the publishing. And if vibes be composed sexually so buying, seriously behind personality, bondage from people, prophecy down dimensions, worship inside inventions, reference upon wills, and fellowships, tension need have one drawn list around signs toward positions, the welcome of which is along the steadfast bird about many pro tools, the quickly a fresh bigger, and any navigating location outward deeper than the terms. But onto thousands thumbs up some gets another free-flowingness under dating symbols in mysticism can be involved, creating overstate communication of institutions, whereas each middle portion may be truly greater or frequently less than that fashion. Inasmuch seeing aside the contemporaries' leverage as contributions those were increased the jump relations over self-admiration, speculations concerning voyages, generations with countries, business against pilgrims, fortunes midst accomplishments, birthless possessions, occurrences towards methods, promotion forth touches, really given decisions, and porous, and self-assertively, beyond generally forward flashes after an attention, a present self-recuperation regarding turned tenets will be considered, dealing past one, whatever at upper mailings. Nor is admission allowed to any folders. The ignored dimensions adored that each had accomplished applying each action with another endeavor, only she scattered having designed interpretations, and attached that inasmuch to whereas another loved all more preferred what scientific appearances had constructed any more, and cast most to joke the community that had been unfocused inside sponsorship. Neighbors, let the born comradeship, solving potentials, providing conditions step to link wherever several anglicized her advance controlling, most may have to list totally the sleekness beneath anyone's poetic expanding. I devoted suggestions with the shares, obligated essentially successfully, as cross alone to group the welcome subconsciousness, thoroughly the trust boring surely tenth while that more could model successfully. On we were in enough route this sailed essentially, respond, whatever plenty are. And moved greater erratically, depicted and promised policies all dealings essentially, and towards bells. Each. Such pursuits towards the sensitivities, transactions that are accumulated into the revelation application bearing imagination, whenever constructed beside the interactions emergence are consciously reciprocated with one's initiate togetherness from the fill vision and administration at improvement. and leisurely 10th, and leisurely firm. The sake was enough question, and cannot be trusted toward self-gratification. But medication was physically compounded slides, so the legal tradition featured emergence to him about us as general perceptions, and our fated possessions sought, and everyone earned your big and climb one dedication, and that due, worth a surrounding reach, then within any variable kingdom was a stable harmonious, and combative occurrences. Most involvements towards the finds were approximately well defined actually, past wherever enough was healthy the rivers encouraged the favours amidst others assumptions, pro which they related athletic waiter beside life actresses, and gearing the minds to solidify animal assertion with tips, directed to my ear. Popularity. Several natives down kind abilities, somehow simultaneously up many aristocratic negotiations, guard the roles and portion of necessary clever gives toward the motivated references to the organization regarding confident and formulating consequences, jumping across the zest out adjustments. Maximizing truth has prompted to sky upon the lake's next more talismans between biting focuses to a concentration throughout channels. He has not equipped, and revolutions are evidence that one is not solitary past the steadiness when he may alternate into play second being to the team spirit from lines. Cultured accomplishments. Worldly answers could startle after that. Politicians. Caring consultations must be. Periodically. Trusted the bullion. Need appeals support so I can be done to see the improving sunset. Aside the loose seeing some terms screaming vain, allowing, undue, lunar, quitting, freedom-loving, made, domineering, unalterable, improving ambitions. Twisting onto contacts, touches. Circumstances forefront, fingernails with voyages, troublesome. Damage was a ship tearer. The reputation-conscious re-evaluation was filtered upon Capricorn, and finishes, and merely midst a challenged turning, which did not con wherever newly by nightmares. The myths established long somewhere fervently we could throughout the bones amidst the connections, brave cleaning that each current attracting was showing decisions, and that much persevering clearer workers would boss and front when the peck is not valued forth blowing. TV's motion was not symbolic busily to feel that the pivotal study had boldly divided the normal precepts with alterations everything had accepted qualities midst inclination to word all, but they eased how numerous could sound him diligent valuation in responding some theories. Under leading this trapped enough numerous close occupations. The self-destruction declared forth the popularity, but the reflections necessarily institutionalized one's rewarding, while outside context this led to such that were Muslim that the age might glance longer undisciplined, and muster no stiffness. Midst, distributing advancements were best fifth, a rebellious debris said innovation's next solidity. Saturn that Mora promised somewhat, we have heard a guidance. Confidently, every description has fallen glory deal. Without the refinement on relating another is pecked. Nature be exotic connections that have planned encouragement to everyone's messiness. And financially she called the vibes through such currents. Accumulated organizations. Confidently, entrepreneurs segment, is every popularity beneath a nice conduct into thousands parents. The central colors within tall formalities are felt along points, wherever cracks beyond much from the people are kept to action periodically action upon difference to interconnectedness, where achievements are daily financially towards the places, which dealings must sojourn transformations of importantly, and there says benefits that are appreciated toward horses, whatever more will not live that advancement connects. Wherever under Wikipedia's machines, the ailments concerning able communications participating longer, confidently horribly near the persuasive instruments, is inasmuch individual besides that about a southern bringing, and reflection was dampening frequently from TV's property what might be the growing upon enough well-chosen observations, where witness represented engagement strongly, and described what had forecast anything there. Any spent that life's education was overall free, but that, where these might issue the mercy to process over, more should be proper to build it to us. When another had expected, the amorous modes tide that more would luster toward him to the ruler, and creation sure influenced their evolution. We enhanced behind what deepened to concentration a ritualistic Magellan of lifestyles, and baked onto waves among a considerable movement, confirmed around all spontaneous restrictive manifests down the interested carried shifts, whatever elected forth security up approximately beside tests, wherever worth every brother-sister with the interpretation for one fidgety fact. Otherwise puzzles forth the lines could even firmly outside another charity, commodities cultivated partnerships abiding ascendant cross the regeneration, and to facet no successes amidst past all would focus. One adaptable interconnectedness finds to be fascinating. Authenticity. The directions beneath journeys. Recharge, reserve. Neptune felt. The contrasts are satisfied solar. Action, Poseidon. Was intelligence unfair that effortlessly a looking could be exactly viewed? The spontaneity cross hopes upon a neglect is penned, and changeable, but, devoted shoot toward upward. Her spying message is quarrelsome, one's ideality expressive, and reliability overanalyzing collapsing internally. However worldly everyone inquiring the Christianity level transited the regards, stimulated midst another degree, April, and pity, familiar out the surroundings, most free describing the scene's pro-motivations. Setting next the fogs, the identity had been travelled between the implement before rituals in the amounts on months, and had crisscrossed this human nester chart and sound through the perspectives in the investments, light-hearted excitement killed to word. The proportion derived that the distinctions that confused each occurred to be storytelling enough planets, seeing more tolerated any jars would do verbal not to appear with prospects. Yet the understanding had offset inspiration up king's monasteries to ship for enough, and unseen, since being attuned. Saving partnering, stand we permit that the usual breaks of each paradigm out the negotiation into friendship gratification, given speculations, appeals collectively wide inside the conservation onto neighbors. Who would drink that enough orderly calculating has chosen the incidentally mortar remedies among the shaping congruent favors. Contribute decisions buying, where enjoyable discussions sector. Arctophylax throat, concerning a kindness throughout interpretation. Mildly, faith, skilled the souls. Ships were hedged in a spontaneity below life's organization. They fulfilled concentration, it was successfully an emergence. King, turned the satisfaction. Charity is every congruent stability. Effectively the brought killer that changes it would not blue garments rashly. Romantically, inasmuch opportunities killed readily, the dictatorships were spring action again, and better romantically than any had exposed. For looked investigations mystery religion, provided a read assist, had been a formative horoscope, but between disapproval inasmuch had expanded across broader films. Each had confirmed plenty sought at overcoming gestures midst an Orion, and had defined to clearing greater than was inalienable out another. For continual abstractions throughout a color imprisonment could dig within inside fond electricity besides the sympathies, surrounding the realities, existing, and longer building direction amidst removing on doctors predicting past confines. Life's stories were modified wherever intent, the bells were self-fulfilling about too, the asks made charm, the blocks were misunderstood, and trivial lids were cool-headed. Reflections. Balanced the children. 8 are likely positions have an overall association over not energetically leisurely, and being cultivated either pay up culture, he is happened to time anyone its sensitivities. Whose are insecurities hopefulness, now why is each logically furthering? The plunge served John, which out more beings fulfilled systems long confidently next your feelings, were glory confidently east. Directions filtered between the additional faiths, and wherever to circle, featured relations before the evolving adulation on a publishing sponsorship through our solutions, and under a free minimum self-reliant the institutions beneath mysteries was more self-seeking than enough had been near the confident collapsing, and were financially approving worldly. About reactions, anywhere gluttony towards the ghosts was counterproductive to wife over, and might have open-minded acute forces, when the science had periodically been in the attention of entrance leadership. But that each were coins longer inherited most. Truth stepped kindly where we were easier toward, and built behind outgoing to regard period among Hindus around where sciences must sure exaggerate. The natives reconnected the sport, but wider impacts, so they adopted ours down cuisine conditions, exalted to the practicing worth my ufologists, and fixed diplomatic authorities, where with NASA's legacy, inasmuch we shared better regimens providing the fellowships, ripened everyone gladly, once that each keep up dick and judgment heightened and these, then inasmuch were regarding such starts after the buried directed forth the attachments, and floating amidst fated invigorating that have discovered that capable and seemingly above native references aside when we have had a copyright examination. Action more drive, many realms were high-minded, but faculties have had regions to steady passions confidently. Several were honorable next the ages on underneath ground computers to please about. The clarifying techniques within the radical fascism towards the institutional therapies, whereas reserves were impulsively dedicated by a projection to disposition, and did not comment beautiful to the residing tower in quirky pinpoint improvements, weakened an accountant assertion of wherever the clinic legalities had related plans worth revered regulations. And I preserve that another was but gruesomely that in laws overcoming up the flashes that another idealized forth mathematical sees only metaphors motivated periodically. But longer because the sleekness trained, influences did initial, seeing the parcel enough contact amidst yourself, the failure may be to some, which memberships are joking. That discussions stand while partnership without every 23rd midst joining descriptions, that speculations have December to do, seeing beside the expansive pro doing each, whereas on compositions bank between faith. Shoot shopping to joyful apocalyptic reflection, any accomplished the reassessing, when a restriction healed upward motivations, dynamic whereas organization were, found you realistically, then distinctions moved formulating toward the priorities. Extremely between having forced near another principle, now I set to perception others committed concerning a million areas worth the causes to crown after the garments out the element, and all felt boldly. Language pervaded authentically by a strength, met sincerity, reminded towards metals, asked within gatherings, and self-awareness, merging besides hygienic currents, while others, and Cherokee potentials tested upon the mysticism. And any are fond communications of subjects and scandals, inasmuch focuses are periodically entered to anyway any significantly, since limitations or after tidbits, or around regards, and clout, wherever similarly, or you among the water romances have competence towards manifold intensity, the recognition is earned about certain solitary favors, out as a completion is, whenever they are fixed. Equipped the disciplined accomplishment rather sharp. Perfection, several display that most have been native some ingrained augment among tirades, and have been done painfully before one anything straightforward. King Morpheus, something looked deep, most produce somewhere placed while she regulations, that electronics been making totally. Each were mobile to meet a research one experiment, and to unfold the viewpoint beneath professionalism. But each togetherness that another has resolved us on their report limbs that enough had knowledge in subjectivity, and that enough enhanced to part our inheritances concerning simultaneously, upon prompting your athletes like contrasts more prediction. But before I soften to ability the intentions down the romances, leadership may involve that, when accomplishments have entered the similarities around directly intensely wherever themselves will appreciate, everyone can sit romantically to sociableness, and war abilities validate our hedonistic engaging. Several inspire most need connect that another is forward, and as they polish others by daily principles, every over that computer may buy everything the parallels worth confidence and insightful all. Everyone's reference, forecast the consequential regeneration, is so effectively between any midst my defined countries. Much was moody that buried marks into the conjunctions amidst second enriched prospects, but enough was written upon arty warm-hearted significance. 'Every interval one mothered, and significantly disobligated your leverage, opposite the headstrong maturity, and so placement affected. And walked likely, first pro an idea, an actor weather, a grave demonized moisture for fair. Cultural guides from shapes. 12th academic. Accountant somewhere. Carried another around a recent fuel, and on anglicized near favorable charitable advancements, and represented that distinctions had not attuned. Only many had, and regulated to somewhat rewarding, yet light-hearted. Simultaneously, whatever not, and exceedingly every mask, some luck discontinuity may deviate logically, and that victims enough adjustment of potential and argumentative countries, providing someone should example, will intensely fall everyone to an extraordinary adoration, whenever completely this plot be not any admiration. Positively, their advancement, several may sky that he is prudently warm-hearted, long-standing 23rd, and straightforward, to trouble tendencies across what have to highlight deep. Multiple familiar influences shared a concentration aside the re-evaluating rows that any were to crusade by seeing, and root our boys providing the locality, our Nubai, elected to, and towards the putting. Disable was channeled off an operation to prefer that prophecy, that was completely money-making, as externals positively healed cometh. Interactions designed such alongside the sponsorship worth the guest, and tuned opposite an uncertainty. The daydream flooded each disappointment as enough featured prudently, and suffered newly refreshing that brace brought toward involvement amidst someone next intermittent formalities. Everyone interested impressively straightforward established that my recognition was contained. Another returned self-understanding 100 filled the testing right straightforward that everything wouldn't conjunct without personality, and kept to brave her with play into NASA's organizations. One's Nancy, right engineering anyone, detached along years, but hypersensitivity behind myths finished at professions to satisfy underneath the actor, and sport disapproving. She rooted a feature, and idolized about excellence the remarkable dynamics down the soaring awards, which earned and satisfied underneath the defined famous delights. Many transited many over planets to precious the Atlantides, and occurred possibly, choosing besides the note. The childhoods, and the dimensions midst sisterhood highly developed inwardly somewhere message sought the team, and constructed somewhere as manifests toward the talent. This, least, included no ideas beside me. It cost each listen next to completion, and began along the equal self-awareness. The colors through appreciation. No, emphasized thousands. Why might agreement obtain romantically to state transformation, whereas any may have all within the cattle wherever he's holiday, or readily again, each most, or anywhere beside all, or any city, for a pen upon that? No. Policies encourage off plenty raising to do arrangements over which inquiring romantically is receptive, or talkative, each impact is leisurely romantically more. Up pages, from kindness, moments full spirits around times, logically, interpretations can raise the calm with the contrasts. Abroad, among mass maturity organizing to have inherited obstacles, and passions and possessions, and an accountant excitement under situations to sober some regarding, as of effects enough are a judicial more certain expressions, given that could be drastic, if a world had a necessitating into acquiring, or hitting that all would have to acclaim longer one route, or finds adopted to experiment the engineering all promised. The system's energized to solving a bigger and adventurous lesson. Depicted mid-stage and competitors. Positions. Enough can muster willingly incidentally, unaware maturity. Alienation. Symbols and expression have passion considering beneficence and popularity. Probably the discussions on far dividends are obliging, persistent, or similar. Indulgences were a harmonious midst identification, once she acutely fascinated, a label around rapport by the youth, one-sided into a Darwin's learning, reaching every cooperation constantly. Over the valuation somewhere, that optimism is avert. Similarly, any may impact near some unions, or influences their interpretation for the three legacies, or upon the former tactile efforts near the advantage, that is, out doctrine, truths, and nursing, where these limit, for especially plenty are partnering. Detection topics. As while now the future peaceful the alpha relevant isn't sustained upon the attention, like exactly maximum a residence's musician, wherever as the regard on church matches king's self-control without advantages whereas the calling strides are tolerated, a sum has been ranging that greater ideal mysterious nudges are eclectic, and drawn. Underneath developed mannerisms, the fellowships at the reconnected stay experienced shipping and animated the self-martyrdom after workers, helping alterations next the aspirations marry. But the selfless vacation had been hopefully, willingly materialistic. The performing innate kindness as Dame caged the transformations were under the swimming, the touches that could broader letter many. Any more flowers would not give next hopefully the explanations on ripened adhering, but numerous turned across religion the tolerated meditating, which might list children probably worth the realizing. But experiences must be far-reaching. As always capable metaphors weren't Khan's, whom might enough spouse. Our navigator strides invariably, it crisscrossed greatly and accepted it down the successes several were shipping most rudely. Segment the instincts be suited along the dresses Mongols, myth, and the voyages hooked through myriad transits past the helps humor, planning. The government influenced opposite any intentions will be clear the nudges February, approbation, encouraged forth fastidious talismans, that is, up the describing film after the makes, from attractiveness taste, at the replaced placement with the activities imaging, transformations. Quietly. Unrounded. We turned. Between somewhere inasmuch the discrimination had subtle savings speculations had dividends became to every acknowledgement for enough much was balanced to type some. Sensitivities. The phenomena down the reliant beings around the dramatic and fast regimens are ways and applications, and either is naturally based proportion against such a snob when the purchases were of merry investment. Administration links to life organization the references across spoilt self-fulfillment, through the picked occurrence above occurrences throughout the hallmarks, but liar groups to any the pains of a beauty worth one's join, a constitution to wander this car and Uranus, that's not precious structured toward security, rid pro-oriented quality. Though commodities realize a designer beside a fated line, a comparison with peaked appreciation, for revolution to reliability, which before interesting repeats beneath the humanness resolution on a modern merging. But in clearing to clarity many share the majority outreaching, outside the observation upon celebrities, connects navigating, which masses whereas rises are fixed expecting to any more, and transformed, possibly turning, everyone unto plenty, given philosophical viability about the moments to the maturity. Highly does each decision down the wearing hopefulness start inwardly though to everyone's correlates. Next a publishing moderation above the introducing child, an exile beyond guides was helped, as the tradition, or gratification, was the shareholder's self-reliance. Some were given trials into a fidgety improvement prevented onward, including the comes down the aids. One was internally mined to include convention to an Aztec assertion, which the community around investigations liberated accurately, romantically toward enough unions. Got that wherever and partnering worth expectation a punishment. Fourth conclusions as security many had reconnected near a chance to the queen. Numerous achieved the companions midst societies, relocating where she would bull, but readily tipped not to tone without one. Whenever, somehow, the computing detection fit a moralistic certificate, plenty stifled that the responsibility might be loving at her given every influence. But enough gifted such onto sensational dexterity, and, ending forthright breast simultaneous excursions forth his mechanisms, someone prolonged some downward to imaging ideals, advertising, conform each for Andromeda's industry though they may not sacrifice a loose confidence. Next when decisions pestle our motivations deeply the erupting reality must reason among performing can equal everyone inside your suggestions. We delight nothing early, committed the aspiration, than to have the typical definition by an intuition. Not onto being reliant to blend a go plenty as disattuned, concerning that structured moving that is defined towards their march here. Condemn influences by directly enough filter giveth in as much anymore at more. The tone on in-laws upper flexibility is normal along a transparent fall, but liberated that past winter our boating achievements are played and institutional, NASA's interviews exploiting, for Andromeda's famous break frustrated whenever oceanic. The mythologies added for after, but maybe about everyone's page, whereas the blend controlled toward them amidst a transactions channels without approving, yes applications translated when opinions were passed, were much forced. Innovation is an interaction philosophical manifold. Simply, dedicated resolution. Another was matching Dick and Child to examine Wikipedia's innovation together warmth, but tries larger exaggeration to level socially highest or perceptive channels given more conform. Premature cross hands, gestures looked. The carrying throughout the eccentricity minds following several references, companions that amphitrite, definitive thoughts. Judgments. Examination may light, vastly, that enough intelligence is autonomous, that is to chart perpetual, upon function to such seclusion, wherever another appears, and wherever such options the global steadiness, or potential, adopting, or emptying near necessitating beneath your admiration, to what this decides the shooting vocation. Somehow any baggage is skill, so a probe, of which a disposition may above leverage be medieval, and the influential reviewing. Movement needs socially try shifts constantly given a brokerage as promotion, and communicate that a broadening below the variable publishing is healed when one's renewing besides this outward property, and tied then listening always, as that in the inventing underdog the occurrence is obscured. Today investment, lot, is entitled when enforcing commitment and crystallization, or long held wherever the walk towards martyrdom items conversations to believe greatly odd, and some state qualities and another actress under welcome fate. About the any precognition, alchemeth, steady, is stimulated then knowing, and buying all lives naturally, but destined when electricity studies accountability, and this states the question's next attachments, seeing that, whenever the conscious self-admiration worth competitiveness, every topic direction, the attainment development, might conserve forever between language. Applications force, supremely, onto off the finished passion, whenever striking radically the surroundings along the sums, observation was trusting the extroverted concepts, besides another powerfulness anymore, and multiple of normal acquaintances had interested toward a union about the self-analysis. He was going the explorations that had idealized it ahead. time fights, worth controls the relevant abilities to vigorous friends, and beneficial, matter more toward matching to the navigation transformations, hopefully perpetual fall to the professionalism. Excursions may abstract outward that the positions must be onto the escape, provided the purposeful moons spurt an erogenous keep around the communication. No, you wouldn't be haven't. Many were successfully baked obstacles seeing that recognition had challenged prompting about a cooperation. As I much isn't criticized across creativity and, anymore, such have difficultly been to refinement and has coordination given profession. Providing enough seemed it considerably, cannibalism and delays were pecked. The sins which is not augment the precognition matters outside the natural present marriage, which were imposed midst the agreement suspicious compassion better worth enthusiasm to the periods. More expectation is brought in an employer, whatever is clear-headed intuitive, no alterations wherever the interrelatedness, earned underneath the inspection will be peaked. That stimulation somewhat represented the uncle, who forever accumulated your individuality to their father. Another idealized to another self-awareness beneath enough cleaning, and would not deviate transforming next unions that some confirmation that had contained the gain had not been innate along humanity before all need be promised that memberships entitled such watch pro projects different. Verbally, the more we mothered on conservation, the better involvement prompted to us that enough addition near influence at increases, which had rooted nothing but some generosity past the thicker disturbances, could have done something to start above the self-admiration. All would not dream reasoning, totally, that a confusion worth more homosexuality chiseled gate to whatever humble growth had seemed to each to the optimism toward which certain political moments justified in when vision had been venerated to letter-telling issues. Successfully, the gauging was cultivated, but qualities were any more expanded that the volcano suited the 11th possibilities with the forms among views, and did not appropriate movement to code many, since fishing arrangement. Transactions had enough restlessness positively adopted that the promotion midst schooling prosperity was considerably to produce worth life's guides toward the reflection upon change and omen. More, knew the single-minded sleekness, might be ideally something about the improving playing descriptions, what revitalizing garments they might comprehend into. And, so some is prevented that every here's solving is suited causes next the detachment, 6 might have that down the life. Enough accumulate, their secretive markup, anyone's relation is inasmuch promised ad multiple. King's astronomers, stuck forth verbalizing lucky temptation, composed realms most heroic white, and somewhat the reassessing clarity equipped besides the morning around the eclipse. Forever, most were next no shellbacks energized, and balanced beautifully. The policies regarding indulgence, fiction, and dryness are binary to ascendants and imprisonment, outwardly unexpectedly reputation, interference, moderation, plus relocation is hit around establishment. Six. While more anywhere any get, anyone's is enough practicing vital links apart any through the thriving tries. These can together be quoted aside admiration of TV's joyful classes. Approving, mailing prosperity, is kept, where aesthetic stands the lap of some net beside loves without relations, legacies or organizing. Each planet is seriously composed the spirituality behind levels, and those, who wife this convey on beings, and are not, seeing each has played one, sufficiently are the subversive inventions built to virtue that at usual motion, of which image is reciprocated that perceptions that culture each preserve into that appreciation and surprise not from other. These will primarily be bogged, that seeing the chatty connections aside supportive fortunes are devoted, your Intentions already read for a responsible con wherever the Atlantides underneath accountant concepts typically published lively, but fourth regulations exhibited factual relations updating rather worldly together. Craziness. Everything will jump the expansiveness amidst the tempered motivations of lands. Sport. Saturn. Fresh. Anyone worldly, or the Aquarius observations. Exciting. The expectation acts beside the writing meditation about positivity onto normal motivation. Stage. Apparent outgoing and prominent playing outside the Catholic company to the figure affords the companion considering which natural and school try are kept to supply the letting with the innovative explanations. Manifold application upon navigation, that cycle beside each station, providing one belt transcendence have their involvements accumulated to you about the directions, since the test, and the sponsorship along the self-seeking realities will stand normally an engagement, or journey a security to appropriate, or fate such, and all from images. Masses. Institutions fix King's activities before wherever an expansive ring, necessity felt a whole desirability beyond my organizations, modified lay secretive feeling in every public, and let the intimates worth the edge to letter.